Hello everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I'm here. It's Monday. Welcome to tonight's stream. I have a little bit of a doozy for you all. So today is officially the 8-year anniversary of the Nintendo Switch. And you know, I have a lot I can say about the system. If you couldn't tell by all this, I have a lot that I can talk about. I will not be showing my face. Yeah, I'll be showing off the NX. I will not be showing my face because I'm not comfortable doing that on stream these days. But the Nintendo Switch is officially 8 years old today, and I figured what better time than to kind of just talk about everything that I can about this system, because I have been following it since the very beginning. I have a lot I can say. Many things are positive, but there are also many negatives. God, there's a lot of fucking games. They had the one fucking ad that was like, Nintendo Switch has games. They were not fucking lying. There might be too much, even. But why don't we just get right into it? So, the Switch launched March 3rd, 2017, and you know, there was actually, like, a video I watched recently by Good Vibes Big Gaming that was basically talking about how, like, when the Switch launched, basically everybody had the same games. And I think that's, like, pretty fucking real. Like, hold on. I need to find in this 2017 pile where, the best example of this would be. Again, I have a lot of fucking games. Here it is. Almost at the bottom of the pile. Let's start off with a stinker. 1, 2, Switch, baby. 1, 2, Switch. This is a game that I think most people do not give a shit about at all. Nobody gives a shit about this game, but also this game sold like 4 million units. So what the fuck is going on? I mean, at the start of this console's life, people just wanted to play, like, anything. And this was really, like, the tech demo game. You know, you're kind of like Wii Sports Nintendo Land type deal. One problem, they didn't package it with the fucking console. And I think they didn't do that because they probably realized that most people wouldn't give a fuck. Like, it was kind of cool. You have the fucking, Quick Draw minigame, which is interesting. They also advertise that you can milk a cow. So I hope you guys enjoy the milking a cow action that you can get in 1, 2 Switch. I don't know. I think they were like, I don't know what they were expecting with this. This game was $50 at launch. I did not get it at launch. Because by the time I got my Switch, it was, like, late April, and, like, you know, there was another really big game on the horizon, which I'm gonna have a shit ton to say about. But 1, 2 Switch itself, that was not even, like, on my radar at all. It didn't really look like it had the same appeal as, like, Wii Sports or Nintendo Land. Which were both games that I enjoyed at the time, at least. I still think Wii Sports is good. I'm a little iffy on Nintendo Land these days, but I'm sorry to all the Nintendo Land gamers. Sorry. 1, 2 Switch. 1, 2 Switch. Nobody got a Nintendo Switch for 1, 2 Switch. What everybody got the Nintendo Switch for was this. It's Breath of the Wild. I don't know if I could say I have the biggest personal attachment to it. I played quite a bit of it before I did the stream where I just tried to beat it as fast as possible. I played like 20 or so hours of it, and I was like, this is the best open world game I've ever played, and I still don't want to finish it that much. It took me years It took me until, I think it was 2023 I did that stream. But this was like the big hook for everyone. It even hooked me in. Like, I was trying to get it early on, but it just, that the Switch was elusive for, like, that first month or so. You couldn't fucking get it in a store. It was the fucking Wii phenomenon all over again. Although, granted, I think they did a better job of fucking stopping the scarcity. Like, the Switch was pretty easy to get, like, after a few months. The fucking Wii, it took, like, years before that became easy to get. And by the time it became easy to get, people were starting to wane in their interest on it. I could see how you would think this is Sonic Frontiers also. They're very similar in some ways. Breath of the Wild is obviously, like, one of the best games ever made. I'm not gonna, like, try and argue with people and say, like, Breath of the Wild is ass. It's not a game that I have a big personal attachment to. It is a game that made me want to get a Switch. Honestly, it's not the game, and the game that made me want to get a Switch is really funny because it's not even a Switch original. That's not the only Switch launch games I have, though. I got 2 more. These are, well, one's third party, or this one is indie, and the other's third party. I got Bomberman and Shovel Knight. Bomberman, inexplicably, like, from what I've heard, like, sold really well. Which is really funny because they advertise it with this, like, Bomberman 33rd anniversary sticker. What kind of fucking anniversary is that? Who the fuck celebrates the 33rd anniversary of something? Dude, most adults don't even celebrate their 33rd birthday. And they're celebrating 33 years of Bomberman. It's cute. I liked the online version that they made later. But I don't really have anything to say. Like, Super Bomberman R is, like, it's lowbrow. It's lowbrow to me. Less lowbrow than 1-2 Switch. But it's still, like, kinda just, like, this is a game that I own and many other people own because it was there at launch. It's like the Street Fighter 15th that was not the actual 15th anniversary of anything. True. And hi V, welcome. Welcome, welcome. And of course Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight is like, you know, it just got ported to the Switch day 1, but hey. That's like a good fucking game to have day 1, dude. Fucking Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight is great. Honestly, out of these 4, like, launch games, Shovel Knight's probably my favorite. I mean, Shovel Knight is just fucking good. It's like a fucking fantastic indie game. It's not one of my favorite indie games ever, but it's damn good. It's damn good. And I mean, they just kept updating it, you know? I think, like, when this came out, they had, like, Spectre of Torment. Actually, this might have all the updates in it, which I don't know if it did at launch. But it has up to King of Cards, which I think is the last expansion they did for Shovel Knight. It's fucking good. It's fucking Shovel Knight, dude. A mixed bag of launch titles, for sure. I mean, Shovel Knight's great. Super Bomberman R is okay. 1-2 Switch is 1-2 Switch. And then Breath of the Wild is obviously, like, the game that everybody wanted. And nobody even cared that Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. You could, like, say, like, oh, it was a Wii U game. But, like, is it? Like, it is, but it isn't. It's fucking... No, like, it's so easy for Breath of the Wild to have been a launch title for the Switch. Because nobody in the universe owned a Wii U. Except me. I owned a Wii U. I even own the Wii U version of Breath of the Wild. I've never touched it, but the Breath of the Wild Wii U version does include the Nintendo Switch shirt, which is extremely funny. Hi, Bickwin. Welcome. Sorry. You're getting a glimpse of my neck. But, before we get to Mario Kart Wii U, Yeah, this is gonna be all talking about video games. I got a lot of video games to talk about. Like this one, Puyo Puyo Tetris. This was the first Switch game that I played. Because I got the Switch late April. I think I got it right as this came out. Either like day 1 or day 2 of this being out. I didn't actually get the physical version though. Which is sad because if you had the original physical version, which I don't, I got it later. It came with a Puyo Puyo keychain, which I don't own. I don't own the Puyo keychain at all. Which I could probably go on eBay and find it for like 10 bucks or less, but it's not the same. It's not the same. I want my free bonuses with my game. Puyo Puyo Tetris is great though. I mean, it was just nice to have a version of Tetris that I could play like that. Because like, yeah, I could have played it on like Game Boy. But Game Boy Tetris doesn't have, Aural. You don't have Aural in Game Boy Tetris. And I like her. She's fun. It's got Ringo, too. And T. And I forgot what this fuck-ass dog is called. Fuck. Wrong side. Forgot what the name of the fuck-ass dog is. If anybody remembers the name of the fuck-ass dog from Puyo Puyo Tetris, let me know. But the actual game that made me get a Switch, which is very funny. Yeah, they were named after Tetris pieces. That is important Puyo Puyo Tetris lore. That's understandable also, because like there's a little life left in this system yet. So I think it's like fair to wait a little bit. I just figured now's a good time because I did a similar stream to this like 4 years ago where I just talked about a bunch of Switch games that I own. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This game has a lot we could talk about. So, I am a huge, huge Mario Kart fan. I fucking love Mario Kart to death. Ever since I played Mario Kart Wii back in the day, dude, I played so much fucking Mario Kart Wii. I've adored the series since then. I got Mario Kart 7 on 3DS, and then I got Mario Kart 8 on Wii U day fucking one. One of the first games I got, like, day one when I was a teenager was Mario Kart 8. I think before that, it was really only, like, I was trying to get Pokemon X and Y day one, but I think I might have been, like, a couple days late. So, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is not... You wouldn't think it would be a very exciting game at all. And it kind of isn't, in some respects. Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U. Loved it to death. Played a fuck ton of it. It had some problems. And I mean... The biggest problem that I had, and a lot of people had... Which is funny, because I don't really play battle mode that much at all, is... well, I just spoiled it. It's the battle mode sucked. For some reason... Not for some reason. It's very obvious that Mario Kart 8 on Wii U was rushed. And, like, it's still a fantastic game. But you could tell that they needed that shit out the door immediately. Like, all hands were on deck. This is, like, our last hope for bringing back, like, Wii U sales at all. So, it had some problems, you know. You had the battle mode sucked. The selection of characters was considered very odd. They had, like, the 7 Koopalings, which I think is cool. I like that they had the 7 Koopalings, but then they also had, like, 5 babies. You had babies 5, as Squidward once said. You had Pink Gold Peach, which, in hindsight, is just really funny. That's a really funny character to include. It didn't even have proper friend lobbies? Wow, I didn't actually remember that. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, reasons like that were, like, why Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was, like, an exciting release for me. Because it seemed like it was fixing quite a few of those problems. Plus, when I was younger and I didn't have a lot of money, I didn't ever buy the DLC for the Wii U version. Even though, like, that's what a lot of people consider is the best of Mario Kart 8, is, like, those original DLC tracks, I did not own them. I didn't have the money. I was like, I'd spend $20 on this now, or I could save up my money for whatever 3DS game was coming out in 2014. How was I gonna pay for Pokemon ORAS? I had to make them through Miiverse. Damn. So, Mario Kart 8 includes all the shit from the Wii U game, including the DLC, has a new and improved battle mode, and it has guest racers, which is cool. Do you still have any of the meat bucks? You might. I don't know where the text document is on my computer, though. I'm gonna be real. I would have to find it at some point. If you remind me after this stream, I'll try digging on my computer for it. What was I saying? New and improved battle mode, has the DLC, fixes a lot of the problems, includes guest characters like Inkling, Isabelle, Link. Link also, I don't think it was day one, but I know Link got a Breath of the Wild costume. Which actually might be what they meant by new faces to race with, because I know they had Hyrule Circuit in the original Wii U DLC, which makes me think he was just there already. Nintendo is trying to trick me, I think. Nintendo's trying to trick me. They tricked me into buying Mario Kart 8 again. He does. And you know, for like 5 years, what was on this cartridge was what was in the game. Okay, that's not entirely true. They did a Labo update. You could play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with one of your Labo gear. I think it was the wheel. I don't think this had Labo VR. I would be very surprised if someone told me, yeah, it had Labo VR support. Because that sounds like a good way to make you throw up. But then 5 years later, it just inexplicably got, like, new DLC. And this DLC was controversial. My opinions of it are mostly positive, but there are problems. There are obvious problems with it. So, the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass, as they called it, for the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe game, it included 48 new courses, which pretty much all of them being ports from Mario Kart Tour. Because I think around that point, Nintendo probably realized, oh shit, yeah, Mario Kart Tour is probably gonna get shut down because nobody gives a shit about, like, our weird mobile gacha games. You got, like, the one success with, Fire Emblem Heroes, and that was it. Every other one is, like, it did not do that well. I mean, Mario Kart Tour was, like, second place, and even then, like, they're not still doing Mario Kart Tour. They're still doing Fire Emblem Heroes, but they're not still doing Mario Kart Tour. So, Booster Course Pass comes out, and it comes in waves. It has six waves. And I think it got better and better as it went along, but that first one really showed the rough points of Booster Course Pass. Like, I think you could narrow down, like, a lot of Booster Course Pass's problems over time to, like, that first wave. And I mean, one of the things was just that the art style was clashing with Mario Kart 8's art style. Mario Kart 8 isn't, like, a hyper-realistic game, but a lot of the textures and stuff were trying to be, like, more realistic as you could get on the Wii U. And then, a lot of the Booster Course Pass courses, especially early on, had very, like, flat, cartoony textures, which, you know, for a standard Mario game wouldn't be, like, anything out of the ordinary. If it was, like, a Mario game trying for that kind of cartoon art style, it'd be whatever. But, you know, people were upset. They looked at the grass and they were like, I don't like this grass. I miss the old grass. As time went on, I think they put more effort into kind of like trying to adapt these courses into the Mario Kart 8 art style. It never quite got there, but, you know, it is what it is. You could tell they were putting more and more effort in as waves kept coming out. And we got new characters. Like, fucking Birdo somehow wasn't in the original playable cast, but now she's just in there. You have like 9 different Birdos you can play as. Go wild. Go crazy. You could play as Kamek. So there was some fun stuff with the DLC. And while I think Booster Course Pass has quite a few stinkers, man, there's some great fucking courses in there. Ninja Hideaway is like straight up one of my favorite courses in all of Mario Kart 8. It's like easily like top 3. I would have to like make that list, but I think it would probably be like Dragon Driftway, Bowser's Castle, and like Ninja Hideaway would be like the like top 3 courses in Mario Kart 8 for me. In no particular order. No particular order. But yeah, some of the tour courses were interesting. You know, they had like very different gimmicks where like every lap would be different, which I thought was a cool change of pace. I know everybody's not on board with that change, but I thought it was interesting. I thought it made some of the tour courses, especially because some of those tour courses could be like a little more flat feeling. It made them like more interesting, you know? If I'm playing a course that's on the level of like Neo Bowser City, I might as well like have 3 laps be different instead of like play 3 Neo Bowser City laps. Sorry, this stream is a Neo Bowser City hater stream. Fuck that shit. Right, I forgot Peachette is one of the DLC characters. That's like the only other appearance of Peachette in the series. And I mean, she's not like one of the more exciting additions. Like, she's no Diddy Kong, but it's like kind of cool that she gets referenced. That's like the only other reference to her that exists outside of New Super Mario Brothers. But overall, what else can I say about Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? I love it. I love it. I love it with all the DLC. I love it with all the new characters. It is the perfect version of one of my favorite games. I love Mario Kart 8 a lot. And, like, yeah, would I have liked a new Mario Kart by now? Yeah. I saw, like, Mario Kart 9 in the Switch 2 trailer, and I fucking did soy jack face. Alright? I'm not afraid to admit it. I saw Mario Kart 9, and I did the soy face. I was like... And you can only kind of tell that I'm doing the soy face. But, good shit. Good shit. If we were gonna get stuck with one Mario Kart game for, like, 10 years, at the very least, they chose a damn good one to make us stuck with. Although... Sorry, I'm gonna have to get up for this. I forgot. This is something that doesn't technically have a physical release at all, even though you had to physically buy a toy for it. They did do another Mario game on the Switch. Boom, baby. I own Mario Kart Tour Mario. Or Mario Kart Live, sorry. Mario Kart Live is kind of dumb. This toy does not have as much range as you would want it to. It basically is like you can only do it in one room. And like... I don't know, my room's kind of like a boring race course. But it's a cool toy. It's a cool toy. It's got like the camera on it. I don't know if it's charged at all. I feel like most people forgot about Mario Kart Live. And it didn't seem like they were moving very fast either. I remember, like, going into, like, GameStop, and for, like, a couple years, they just had, like, the big Mario Kart Live boxes. Because it just didn't seem like anyone was buying it. Yeah, I was kind of hoping it would have better range. Because I really don't have, like, enough hardwood floor space for it. Oh well. That's my toy, though. I hope you enjoyed my toy. Well, the next release was for a new IP that many people would say was probably done dirty. I have those. These are my arms. So... ARMS was an interesting kind of game. 3D fighting game with, at launch, I think, like, 10 playable characters. And not a crazy amount to do. And I mean, honestly, that's kind of par for the course with fighting games. It feels like every fighting game that I've bought was, like, also kind of bare. But I might just also have a bad track record with fighting games. It's a very cool kind of fighting game. Basically, every fighter is, like, a ranged character. You use your stretchy arms to, like, hit people with. Lollipop is funny. Lollipop is funny. I mean, the cast of characters in this game is very striking. I think this game has, like, really good character design. I think some people think they're a little too goofy, but I don't know. It's very stylish. It's very stylish. And you could tell that Nintendo wanted to make a bigger push for ARMS. Like, very infamously, there was the graphic novel that was, like, supposed to come out in the universe of ARMS. And then it just went into development hell for years, and then eventually they were just like, yeah, it's not happening. We didn't even know you guys still cared, but it's not happening. This game's not like Punch-Out at all. I wouldn't even compare this to Punch-Out at all, really. It's not racist enough to be Punch-Out. Sorry, lowbrow. Lowbrow. That was a low blow. But it's also true. Yeah, ARMS is like, it's a fun game. It's a fun game. I think people generally like playing ARMS. But it didn't change anything, really. It didn't shift the timeline, you know, it didn't do much. It just kind of came out, people were like, this is fun. And even though it got, like, updates to try and, like, keep it more, like, alive, it was not a game fit for the Splatoon model. Because that's what they tried to do. They tried to fit a fighting game into a Splatoon-shaped hole. And as a result, it kind of didn't get the publicity it needed. It didn't have, like, the competitive scene it needed. It was a fun game that people had fun with, and then they moved on. Because the game just didn't have enough early on to keep people interested. And you could even argue that by the end of its life, it didn't really have enough to keep people interested. Also, this copy was originally Jen's. I didn't have a physical copy of ARMS, but Jen did. Wonder how Min Min getting into Smash affected it. I don't know if they've reprinted ARMS is the thing. I don't think that's a game that's gotten, like, a reprint. Like, fucking, like, the early Xenoblades have gotten reprints, but... Anyways. Another game that came out that month was Cave Story. I don't like those guys, but Cave Story is cool. You know, Cave Story is not a crazy game to have on any system. You could get a port of Cave Story on the fucking Wii. The Wii had, like, 3 indie games, and Cave Story was one of them. So you could get Cave Story on fucking anything. I do have a slightly funny story related to Cave Story, though. And it's that I got the Switch port from a dying Toys R Us. So I got it on, like, a deep discount, from, like, a Toys R Us that was shutting down. That's the whole story. It's not actually that funny. I mean, it's funny if you hate Toys R Us, which I'm sure one of you out there does. We got another big release to talk about, though. Splatoon 2, baby. Splatoon fucking 2. So, Splatoon 1 was one of the bigger games on the Wii U. It, like, blew up in a surprising way, especially because it was a fucking Wii U game. Nobody had a Wii U, but somehow everybody had Splatoon. Splatoon 1 sold, like, almost, like, 5 million on the Wii U. It was a mega hit, especially in its home country. Dude, Splatoon in Japan is fucking huge. Like, crazy big. So I think, like, because Splatoon was such an unprecedented success on the Wii U, they basically wanted to get a sequel out the door as soon as possible. So in a lot of ways, Splatoon 2 is a very derivative game of Splatoon 1. But it looks nicer. I think it had better balance. And it did get the Octo Expansion DLC, which I think Octo Expansion is the coolest thing they've done with Splatoon ever. Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion is like fucking banger. I put a lot of time into Splatoon 2. Probably about like 200.
Mickey, it's Riku.
Hey Joan, thank you for the resub, 7
What?
months. Yeah, I kind of feel that. I like Splatoon single player, but Octo Expansion is like miles ahead of any of the other ones. Like, it's better than Splatoon 3's single player. It's better than Splatoon 1 and 2's regular single player. It's better than Side Order. It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat. I mean, Splatoon 2, you could just say, like, oh, it's the game that gave us Octo Expansion, and it's like, alright, it justified its life to me. That's all you needed to say. And I mean, it followed the same kind of model. It was, like, kind of bare at launch, but it got more shit as time went on. And I mean, you know, I haven't been talking about how these games sold up to this point. I mean, I don't think I need to tell you that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has sold, like, a quadrillion copies. But Splatoon 2 also sold, like, really well, considering it was the second entry in a new IP that started on the fucking Wii U. This shit sold, like, 11 million. That's a lot of fucking people playing Splatoon 2. And you know, I'm glad it became such a success, because I really do like Splatoon. Yeah, Pearl and Marina are so much fun. I've always loved the cast of the Splatoon games. Yeah, I'm the proud owner of 67 million copies of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. That's what it's in my closet over there. Oh, I just pointed at my armoire. But I could also have the copies in there. I gotta fit them somewhere. You guys want to talk about a weird fucking game? What the fuck was this? Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. This is a game that everybody saw and was like, what the hell? There's no way this can be good. And then it came out and it was somehow, like, actually, like, pretty good. And we were like, what the fuck? Why was that good? You know? I mean, just the fact that it's, like, a Ubisoft game is, like, you know. Nobody is happy about playing a Ubisoft game. But it's actually, like, pretty good. It's pretty good. And a lot of people bought Kingdom Battle, because this is, like, one of the rare, like, kind of, like, not, like, first party, because, again, it was done by Ubisoft, but, like, probably the only Mario game you can reasonably get on the Switch for, like, a decent price. This shit goes on sale for, like, 15 bucks all the time. Can you imagine them selling Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for 15 bucks? Catch that game selling 80 million instead of 67 million. Like, holy shit, dude. And yeah, I can understand that, because again, nobody likes to have Ubisoft in their house. Which is very funny, because the next game I have is also Ubisoft. Although, this is a Wii U port. It's a Wii U port of Rayman Legends. It's pretty good. It's a great platformer. But it is also Ubisoft. And I won't be giving them more of my time. I already talked about their Mario Rabbids game. Kingdom Battle is very good, though. It's, like, genuinely, like, a really solid strategy game. And, you know, it is, like, these two games remind you that Ubisoft actually could put out good games if they, like, gave more of a fuck. Which, to be fair, I'm sure the developers do give a fuck, but the higher-ups sure don't. They're like, fucking make us new Assassin's Creed, please. I'm sorry that Assassin's Creed is catching my ire, but it's like, I don't know anybody who gave a shit about Assassin's Creed after, like, the Xbox 360. That was, like, the peak of Assassin's Creed, and then nobody gave a shit about it afterwards. I got another Wii U port. Pokken Tournament. This isn't the only really super interesting thing about this. Well, one, it has more of the arcade characters that got added later, and this got DLC inexplicably, which is weird, because again, it's just a Wii U port. Mario Kart 8 also had DLC, but Mario Kart 8 also sold a quadrillion copies. Pokken Tournament is like a weird Tekken, like, Pokemon crossover. It's fun. It's fun. But, I mean, the biggest accolade this game probably has is that it was the first Pokemon game on the Switch. Which, that's gonna be a doozy to talk about. People have a lot to say about Pokemon on the Switch. But, Pokken Tournament, you're lucky you don't have all that conversation around you. So maybe you should consider that a blessing. I would take a sequel to this game, though. I do think it is quite fun. I like playing Toxic Chandelure. Pokemon will be coming to Nintendo Switch in 2018. I wish I had that fucked up Pichu image to just pull up right now. This is a game that nobody else in the universe has a lot to say, but I do. Fire Emblem Warriors. This is the first Koei Tecmo Fire Emblem crossover type game. What a weird fucking time capsule this is. Let's just look at the cover. There's half of the characters on the box are from Fire Emblem Fates. What the hell? So Fire Emblem Warriors, like, nowadays the fandom attention for Fire Emblem is very different. But this came out, like, right after, like, Fates and Echoes, where, like, 3DS was still the home of Fire Emblem. And God, they really wanted to let you know that, like, Awakening and Fates did numbers for the series, because as a Fire Emblem crossover game, this game's kind of ass. Like, to put it into perspective, there were 15 mainline Fire Emblem games at the time of this game's release. And granted, some of those were sequels, some of those were remakes, but still, you had the Marth games, you had Thracia 776, you had Genealogy, you had Binding Blade and Blazing Blade, which were connected, you had Sacred Stones, you had Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, which were connected. They only represented the Marth games and Awakening and Fates. Oh, but wait, if you play until the end and get to the secret maps, you can get Lyn from Fire Emblem 7, and you can also get Celica from Echoes, because that game just came out. And you know, as a follow-up, kind of like a pseudo-follow-up to Hyrule Warriors, Hyrule Warriors also didn't take a crazy amount, at the start, it was, like, mostly representing, like, the 3D Zeldas at the time, but also, like, yeah, those were the games that had, like, the most, like, characters in them. How's your ass gonna make a fucking Hyrule Warriors character based on Zelda 1? You're gonna have to make a character based on the old man in the cave. You already have Link, it's fine. We don't need to worry ourselves about that. But Fire Emblem has always been a series that is very character-driven. So, having it, like, narrow itself down to, like, 3 games in a 15-game series, it's a little odd. It's a little odd. I think that it's a good game, it's fun, but it is a bad crossover game. It is not a very good crossover game at all. Another early indie game, Stardew Valley. This is obviously, like, a big one to have. You know, nowadays, like, people have, like, Stardew Valley on, like, their Steam Deck and stuff, but that didn't exist back then. And honestly, nowadays, we kind of know that the Steam Deck is, like, I love my Steam Deck. That is a dope system. It's not doing gangbusters in terms of numbers. And that's okay. I don't think Valve needs it to. But Stardew Valley on the Switch, though, year 1, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. That is easily a game that, like, I know I have some people on my Switch friends list who, like, spent, like, hundreds of hours in Stardew Valley on Switch. I know they added co-op to it, also. I don't know if that's on the Switch version. I don't know if that's PC only. Does anybody know in chat? Say again? Does Stardew Valley on the Switch have the, like, co-op that the PC version has? Or is that PC only? I don't know if they ever ported that to consoles. Oh, we got a big one. We got a big one. Some might even say it's the big one. Super Mario Odyssey. So, you know, it's been an interesting past, like, 7 or so years since Super Mario Odyssey came out. I think most people generally agree that Super Mario Odyssey is pretty good. It's Peem, even. I would agree with that. I know there's some people who aren't over the moon about it. There are definitely problems to be had with Super Mario Odyssey. But, yeah, the reveal for the game went crazy, and it kinda did what Nintendo set out to do. Super Mario Odyssey was a game that Nintendo developed with the intent to surprise people. And man, if there's any game that has, like, a crazy first playthrough that you will never be able to get back, Super Mario Odyssey is one of them. Playing this game for the first time is fucking crazy, dude. There's so much fun, crazy stuff that happens. You, like, capture the fucking dinosaur in, like, the second level of the game. Super Mario Odyssey has a lot of, like, fun stuff in it. There's, like, a lot of, like, really weird original designs, you know? The fucking Broodals are, like, these weird, ugly rabbit things. You have Cappy, who's, like, a hat ghost. You have those weird sea slugs. You have the fork people from fucking the Lava Land. Remember when the first reveal trailer with the T-Rex happened and people were like Monster Hunter for a bit? And it was fucking Super Mario, baby. Super Mario Odyssey is a game that fires on all cylinders when you play it for the first time. And when you kind of know what to expect going into it, it doesn't leave as strong of an impression, which I think is why, like, generally, in the Mario fandom, even though people like Super Mario Odyssey, it's not, like, a huge amount of people's favorites. You'll still probably see, like, a lot more love for 64 and Galaxy. But, I mean, it's still Super Mario Odyssey, dude. You may never be able to get that amazing first playthrough back, but you can always reminisce on it and think about, like, man, they had that fucking crazy song with Pauline, Jump Up Superstar, which is a fantastic song. It's the song I started the stream with. It's good. It's damn good. However, that one YouTube video did say it was no masterpiece, so it's actually kind of ass. And yeah, you mentioned it earlier, Bickwin. It is an amazing game for people who love to collect shit. If you enjoy, like, collecting a lot of shit, it's a good game for that, because some might even say it has too much shit to collect. It's crazy. Only system that doesn't have multiplayer for Stardew is PS Vita. That is funny. But it also makes sense. I got a third-party game. Here's Sonic Forces, which I got day one. And I beat it day one. It's a funny game. I think it's a very funny game. You know, it had episode Shadow. I still have, for Sonic Forces, I have the Joy-Con skins for it. Dude. Who wants to have, like, the Sonic and Infinite Joy-Con skins on? I am very kind to Sonic Forces because it is a game that entertains me. It is a B-grade movie disguised as a video game. Like, this is not a video game. This is, like, a fucking, like, shitty, like, movie that you would, like, see, like, direct to streaming on, like, Peebo. Or, like, some other fake streaming service that doesn't exist. But people will insist you gotta have. It was $40 at launch. Which for a lot of people is too much. I like Sonic Forces. I will defend it as not being the worst game in the series. I think there are some people who say this is like the worst game in the series. It is like Fatal Deviation the Hedgehog. I don't know. We'll have to see how I feel after I play the Sonic Unleashed PC port, whether or not I like this game more than Unleashed. Because if I do, I will defend it to the day I die. I will defend my right to believe in that. Something that was an early Switch game that I didn't really talk about because it was digital only at first, Snipper Clips. I don't remember if this was a launch game or if it was just within like the first couple months, but they added like a little DLC thing, which is included in Snipper Clips Plus. And this is just like a fun, cute little co-op game. I feel like this is a game that a lot of people owned because, again, it was like an early Switch game. Early Switch games were exciting because it was like, holy shit, I have a new video game to play on, like, a system that I really like. Like, it cannot be overstated that, like, having a system that you could hold like this was, like, crazy. And, like, you would just buy anything for it. And Snipper Clips was one of them. It benefited a lot from being very early in the Switch's lifespan. And, you know, I think in a way, it was a better showcase for, like, co-op on the system than fucking 1-2 Switch was. 1-2 Switch is a terrible showcase of multiplayer because it's not very fun. It did get a cartridge version once the DLC came out. It's cute. It's cute. I think that anybody who drew pornography of this game is like beneath me. Like, listen, I'm not like an anti-porn guy. I think some people online are like fucking desperate though. Like, they were drawing pornography of this. They were drawing pornography of like the Joy-Cons as like a dog. It's like, you people are insatiable. You'll draw porn of anything. And listen, don't let me ruin the fun, but it's a little crazy to me. It's a little crazy to me. I reserve the right to be a little judgmental, even if I'll defend your right to make weird pornography. Yes, it has no class. All swag, no class. And you know, you need a balance. You need a balance. Also, yeah, this is the Team Sonic Racing remix of Sandhill. In the last game that I have for 2017, which is not actually the last game, major game that released for the system in 2017, I have Doom. Which is, like, kind of a crazy port. This was, like, a miracle port in a lot of ways. Because this is, like, a port of, like, a PS4 game. The Switch ain't no PS4. I think I tricked myself early on into thinking it had that kind of power, but it does not. It is not that powerful at all. Doom 2016 on the Switch is, like, a pretty good port. I mean, it's locked to 30 FPS, but, like, duh. This is a fucking crazy PS4 game where you're going around shooting demons and spilling blood and guts everywhere. It really is, like, a miracle that this came out. Also, yeah, I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. As long as I don't get too distracted. I mean, I had a lot to say about the early lineup, just because, like, duh. They're the games I've had the most time to ruminate on. But I think as things go on, I'll have less and less to say. Although some games I might have stuff that's interesting to talk about. You gotta keep in mind, though, that some of the games that are later on are backlog games that I have not played. But I want to. But I have too much. I have too much. One game that I don't own that some people will notice I missed for 2017 is Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I'm sorry, everybody. I looked at the character designs of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and I was like, I do not want to play this game. And I've never gone back on it. You know, some people have, like, talked about in retrospect that Xenoblade 2 was talked about a little unfairly. And I'm not even gonna say they're wrong, but... I mean, listen. If I see Rex in that stupid-ass outfit, I'm gonna revert to, like, fucking 17-year-old Morgan, and I'm gonna be like, that guy looks stupid as hell. I'm sorry! Listen, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I love this system. It doesn't mean I'm gonna, like, suck the teat of everything that comes out for it. I did revert to this. Sorry, I just revealed that I'm... Well, actually, you probably saw that I'm just wearing pajama pants. Sorry, I didn't actually get that dressed up for the stream. I only put the hoodie on. Because I didn't want you to just see me in a pajama shirt. So that was 2017 for the Switch. I think at this point, it sold about, like, 13 million. Because I remember, like, there were talks about, like, yeah, the Switch within its first year already outsold the Wii U. Which is, like... really crazy to think about. I mean, talk about a fucking comeback, dude. Like, you know, I had a Wii U. I liked my Wii U. It is undeniable that there are so many reasons why the Wii U is a huge failure. I think there are some people up and down who will try and say, like, oh, the Wii U was done dirty. The people didn't respect the Wii U. You all treated it unfairly. No. People treated it pretty fairly. It was dire. It was bleak. Meanwhile, the Switch 1, year 1, dude, that, like, year 1 lineup is probably better than the entire Wii U lineup. You getting me? That is a crazy year 1. Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart 8, Rayman Legends, Mario Rabbids, Mario Odyssey, Doom 2016, ARMS, Splatoon 2, Puyo Puyo Tetris, Shovel Knight, Bomberman. It's crazy. It's crazy. Snipper Clips? Fuck, dude. I think you had shit like Golf Story, too. People loved Golf Story. I think people coddled the Wii U a little bit. A little bit. But yeah, they really put a lot into ensuring that first year was, like, super good for the system. I mean, almost every month, they had, like, a new, like, big release. And yeah, some of them were just, like, Wii U ports. But, like, again, they were kind of able to get away with that because nobody owned a Wii U. And, like, to be fair, it is exciting to play a Wii U game on this, because if I go to, like, a fucking, like, store, and they have, like, a little cafe area, I could pull this out. If I go to a cafe with my Wii U gamepad, the Wii U gamepad's gonna scream at me and be like, where the fuck is the console? Where did you take me? What's wrong with you? What the fuck? But, speaking of Wii U ports, I think that getting into 2018, this is kind of the year of the Wii U port, although there's a lot of other interesting stuff to talk about. Something that I do not have a lot to say about, but I own... Actually, where is it? Do I have it in this file? Oh, yeah, I do. Hold on. Darkest Dungeon. I've never played Darkest Dungeon. I don't have anything to say about it. But it's another cool indie game to have on the system. You know, that's not small. Darkest Dungeon is a pretty popular PC game. But I think for me, the game that really started, like, 2018 for me, which is also an indie game, but it's an indie game that holds a lot of significance for me. And I think for a lot of other people, it'll hold some significance to them, too. Celeste. Dude, I fucking love Celeste. So much so that, like, this is the limited run game's, release. Since then, it's been re-released by Fangamer, but back in, like, 2019, this was, like, the only way you could get this game. And I got the fucking collector's edition. I have the fucking, like, cassette tape. I have this little patch that you can have. The fucking box with the strawberry in it. Oh my god, I have, like, a sticker sheet. Fucking... It came with a recipe for a strawberry pie. Dude. I love Celeste. It's one of my favorite games ever created. And I think it's a game that holds a special place for a lot of people. God, this is a really cool cover, too. It's got that, like, holographic look to it. And, you know, we could say a lot about Limited Run. Limited Run's reputation since this came out has, like, only gotten more and more down. It's gone, like, from being, like, I don't know, people didn't really like Limited Run games, but they especially went down the shitter. Dude, they just released, like, NES games that break your NES. They weren't doing that in 2018, I'll tell you what. But Celeste was, like, a really big indie release at the time. And, of course, having it in handheld was, like, huge. I made, like, a whole video essay on what, like, Celeste means to me. So I don't even think I really have to talk about, like, Celeste. And, like, it got fucking nominated for, like, Game of the Year. And probably won multiple Game of the Year awards. Because people just, like, adore this little game. You probably know about Celeste already. You're probably watching this stream and being like, yeah, I already know about Celeste, bruh. I know that shit. A game that I don't know anything about, because I haven't actually played it yet, is Owlboy. I only got this game recently, but it looks cool. It also came out, like, early 2018. I'm sure for some people, you're, like, pogging out of your gourd. You're like, yo, Owlboy, I love that guy. That's the Owlboy, if you couldn't tell. But we got a little bit of a dual release situation on our hands. In terms of what we're talking about next. And surprisingly, it's not yet Pokemon. Ooh! Sorry, I'm trying to make sure this pile doesn't just fall over while I'm pulling these games out. Bayonetta 1 and Bayonetta 2. Back before the Dark Ages. Bayonetta Bayonetta 1 is not a game that I'm, like, particularly attached to, but it's nice to have it. It's nice that they still care about this game. It's fine. It's an alright action game. Bayonetta 2, though, is straight up an all-timer. This game's fucking great. It, like, trims a lot of the fat of Bayonetta 1, and, like, has, like, improved level design, improved enemy design. Just, like, a banger on all fronts. Dude, I remember when I got this, I was, like, 17, and it was, like, the first time I was like, holy shit, wait, I want this rated M game, and I could just go to the store and buy this rated M game for myself. I thought that was such a big deal when I was, like, 17. But, Bayonetta 2 is really fucking good. And you know what's funny? You could also do the reversible cover for this. Because it did come with Bayonetta 1. But I got the physical version of Bayonetta 1 on its own anyway. This is because I'm strange. I like physical games, what can I say? Bayonetta 2 is great. It's great that this got a second chance at life after it kind of had to exist on the Wii U. As, like, basically the only, like, major mature game on that system. Like, I don't know, you have, like, Zombie U. I think Zombie U was, like, rated M, but, like, unless you bought the Wii U at launch, you probably didn't care about Zombie U whatsoever. You probably didn't give a single fuck. Bayonetta 2, though? Great fucking game. And it was nice to see it have a little bit of success on the Nintendo Switch. Because it's a damn good game. It's a damn good game. And I mean, the next one, this is like an actual, like, original Nintendo game. But it is one that I think people think is a little middling. It's not a very exciting release. Kirby Star Allies. This is like a very weird Kirby game. It's actually one I really like. I thought the, like, team mechanic of it all was very fun. But it's also because I like meathead games where I just, like, slam my head into things. That's what Kirby Star Allies is. It's a game where you slam your head into things. Which is fine. It's cute. It's not the most engaging game in the universe, and when it launched, it didn't have all the content for some reason. I'm wondering if it was just, like, Nintendo needed a game for, like, March, so they were like, fuck. HAL Laboratories, what do you got for us? And we ended up getting Star Allies kind of early. I know some of the free updates for it were inspired by, like, critiques they got towards the game. Like, I know that's what the last major update was about. But this is a weird game to kind of do the Splatoon free update model with in general. Because it's fucking Kirby, dude. You didn't need to do that with, like, Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot. And I think it is, yeah. It's very middle of the road. It's not a terrible video game by any metric. Although, even for a Kirby game, this game is easy as fuck. This game is, like, brain dead easy, dude. You could have your fucking, like, 2-year-old toddler who just gained sentience for the first time play this game, and they would be able to do it. How the fuck is this game E10? They put, like, a scary guy in it once, and it, like, automatically becomes E10. It's fucking Kirby, dude. If little Timmy gets scared playing Kirby, you know, it's a humbling experience. That's what I think. But yeah, it's weird that this had, like, the free update model. I don't know why they did that. It really was just they needed to get the game out the door, so they did it. And that's a reoccurring theme with a lot of Switch games. Honestly, the biggest critique that you could have for a lot of Switch games is, why the fuck did this need the free update release model? Listen, it's nice that the updates are free. A lot of other companies, and sometimes even Nintendo themselves, would rather charge you DLC for some of this shit that should have just been in the game. But it's also like, why wasn't it in the game in the first place? It kind of like, it hampers the release of some of these games. Some of these games get hurt by the fact that they get released in an unfinished state. you know? Some games benefit from it, like Splatoon. You know, Splatoon does very well with that free update model, even if it can be contentious. You know, not everybody loved that Splatoon 3, like, still felt like it didn't have as much to do as you would want, but, you know, it works for that series. Kirby, though? It's a fucking 2D platform. It just released a 2D platformer with all the stuff to do in it. Why the fuck do we have to wait months to get the privilege of playing with Magolor? I like Magolor, he's funny. I shouldn't have had to wait months for him. That's a little crazy. But we got another Wii U port. We got another Wii U port. You know, once again, this is like the year of Wii U ports. But damn, is it a good one. Damn, is it a good one. Oh, fuck. I think the pile might be over. I think I might have fucked. Oh, no! No, my games! No, it's gonna scratch the case. No. Fuck. Fuck, I hate it. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Featuring new funky mode. People were not happy that this game was $60, and I cannot blame them because you could get this game for like $20 on the Wii U. But I mean, you couldn't get new funky mode. This became, I remember new funky mode was like a meme for a while. In a similar vein to featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Tropical Freeze is obviously, like, a fantastic game. It's nice that it got another life on the Switch, because it really was. It was done a little dirty on Wii U. You know, the Wii U had the problem of having too many fucking 2D platformers coming out at the same time. Like, if you were a Nintendo fan in, like, 2013, 2014, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. There were too many fucking 2D platformers coming out at the same time. It was hard to keep track of them. And, like, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, as a result, fell a little bit under the radar. You know, people weren't happy that it was another DK game from Retro instead of a Metroid game. But, I mean, Tropical Freeze is awesome. One of the best to ever do it, even. And I think it coming to Switch kind of garnered it the respect it deserves. Even if... Man, this was $20 on the Wii U and you had to pay $60 for it. That's a little crazy. It might even be, like, very crazy. A game that you could better justify paying that much for. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. This includes, like, all the stuff from the fucking 3DS game, which is crazy because nobody in the world played that. It's also, like, the best running game of this version, which makes sense, but, like, this game almost runs at 60 FPS consistently. I think even in docked mode, it's pretty fucking consistent. They finally figured out how to make a Dynasty Warriors game on, like, a Nintendo system, like, not run, like, complete dookie. I mean, in handheld mode, it's still a little rough, but I mean, that's to be expected. I didn't even talk about the performance when it came to Fire Emblem Heroes, because it's literally not even interesting to talk about in that case. It's like, yeah, it's a Dynasty Warriors game on a Nintendo system. It's gonna run like ass. There are other games where that will be an interesting thing to talk about, but that's not one of them. That's not one of them at all. Third-party release that we got in May, alongside DKC and Hyrule Warriors, the Mega Man Legacy Collections. This started... maybe it didn't start the trend, but it was one of the earlier ones. You got a game cart for the first Mega Man Legacy Collection, and then you got a stupid download code for the second one. Here, you guys can check out my Legacy Collection 2 download code. Camera's not focusing, but even if it did, it wouldn't fucking matter, because that shit's already redeemed. I don't know why companies do this. I mean, I know it's that they want to make money, but It's also stupid. It's like, are you really making that much more money, like, locking one of them to, like, digital only? Like, come on now. Come on now. Indie release that came out in May as well. May was a decent month for me getting Switch stuff. Bloodstained. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. I like this game a lot. I'm not really into, like, Ritual of the Night, or whatever the fuck that one was called. You know, the one that's more based on, like, the Metroidvania style of Castlevanias, but this is based on classic Vania, and I can fuck with that. I can fuck with that. I like this game a lot. It was a really fun game to have early on, you know. Inti Creates did good with this one. Inti Creates is kind of like a very, like, prolific developer on the Switch. They had, like, the Azure Gunblade games. They had, like, the fucking Mighty Volt games, or whatever the fuck they were called. They had a lot of shit. They had a lot of shit. I like Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 1 a lot. I think it's a great game. Not a crazy amount to say, it's just, some of these games, it's like, what am I gonna say other than it's nice to have it on a handheld? That's one of them. That's one of them. Play it for a little bit, come back to it, play it over a few days, and you're done. And it's good. And it's fun, and you like it. This is a fucking weird one. I don't even know what the fuck to say about this. Sushi Striker. What the fuck do I say about Sushi Striker? For one thing, this is a game that came out same day on Switch and 3DS, and it's probably a game that's a little better on 3DS, because you know what Sushi Striker feels like? It feels like a mobile game to me. I feel like if Sushi Striker was like a mobile game similar to like Pokemon Shuffle, yeah, you'd probably have to deal with like doofy microtransactions, but I also feel like it would probably be better. I don't understand why Sushi Striker is a video game that they wanted you to buy for like $50. Cause it's fucking Sushi Striker, dude. Nobody played this. It's so weird. You, like, almost immediately, within like a year or two of this game's release, I was already seeing it in game stores for like 15 bucks. Nobody was paying full price for Sushi Striker. I sure didn't. What if it was a gacha? Probably more people would have played it. If they had a gacha Sushi Striker, more people would have played it. But nobody did because it was weird. It was unusual. This is a first-party Nintendo game, too. This is like a new IP that they made for the new generation. And nobody gave a shit. This isn't even like ARMS, where it's like, ARMS was still like decently popular. It's just Sushi Striker, dude. What the fuck do you want me to say about Sushi Striker? That's not the only first-party Nintendo game that released, though. This one is a little controversial, which is very funny because it says Mario Tennis on it. So, I did not care for Mario Tennis Aces, but that was because I was expecting, like, kind of like a weird party game to have to play with my family, and it's not really that. It's like a weird, like, sports fighting game hybrid, which for some people is the most dope shit in the universe, and for people like me, it just does not fulfill my needs as a human being. Also, the single player is dog shit. I feel like someone once told me the single player was, like, kind of good in this game, and they're fucking lying. It, like, made me realize, man, this game does kind of play cool, but also the single player is still dog shit. Also, it got an update later in its life to add, like, a fully animated intro, but for this fully animated intro, they did not get new voice lines at all. Like, hold on. I need to, like, turn off the face cam for a second and, like, pull up this intro. Because, like, this is, like, maybe one of the most inexplicable things that Nintendo has done. Sorry for Persofia gaming, by the way. I apologize. Like, why did they not have these characters actually say anything?
Give me that.
Like, they're doing voice lines, but it's not matching up to what they're saying at all. We need to skip to the best part of this, though. Just maybe this is like the most inexplicable thing they've maybe ever done.
Oh!
Luigi!
Luigi!
Why did they do it like that? Why did they not record literally any new lines for this? I don't understand. Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Story HD just got spoiled for you? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I know, I shouldn't have pulled up the Persofia gaming. What the fuck, dude? Fucking fake video game. Fake video game. Some people love this game. Again, it's like a weird sports fighting game hybrid. I'm not one of those people. I don't really care for Mario Tennis Aces. I think it's whatever. It's not fun enough as like a party game, which is what I would have wanted to play it for. Luigi! We got another, like, kind of big third party, which was really cool to have. Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. This port runs pretty well from what I remember. This is another one that's locked at 30 FPS, which again, you know, if you're porting directly from, like, PS4, kind of expected. But it's the full 3 first Crash games. It doesn't require, like, an additional download or anything. It just works out of the box. And it's just kind of crazy to have. You know? Especially because, like, yeah, you had Crash games on, like, Nintendo before, but it was, like, shit like Crash of the Titans. And nobody gives a shit about Crash of the Titans. If any of you in chat tell me, like, oh, I was a big Crash of the Titans kid, I don't believe you. Say something that's true. Don't lie to me. But yeah, that's another, like, third-party port that's just, like, really cool to have. Maybe not as miraculous as, like, Doom 2016, but still pretty baller. You can't lie. You can't deny. We got another Wii U port, which is also another Sushi Striker. Funny enough. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. This game got DLC. And the DLC isn't very good, but Captain Toad itself is, like, pretty good. It's a fun, like, weird little puzzle game. This is definitely the kind of thing you want to play in handheld mode, primarily, because it's just a little awkward when you're, like, doing the pointer with, the Joy-Cons. It's not as intuitive. For some reason, also, when they were porting this over, they were like, ah, shit, wait, 3D World isn't the newest Mario anymore. We gotta put in Odyssey levels and connect this game to Odyssey now. I don't know why they did that, because the 3D World-inspired levels are just, like, not in this at all. You could do the Toad, find Toad in the levels, though. That was originally an Amiibo-only thing, but... yeah, it's interesting. Also, it came out on 3DS, which is why I said it's also a Sushi Striker situation. So you had these Mario Odyssey inspired levels, And you were playing them on, like, the little 3DS. That's kind of crazy. Also, hi, Splee. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We got another one that I think is kind of big. But it's mostly big for me. Because I really love this game a lot. It was a big third-party release, too. Also, I'm curious what game you wanted to hop on for, Joan. Because I don't have any games in my collection for August. So, I mean, you can kind of just join in when you gotta say what you gotta say. Octopath Traveler. This is, like, one of the more rare examples of, like, a third-party Switch game that was exclusive to Switch. It came to other places eventually, but for a while, you could only get Octopath on the Switch. And man, it's a really fun, RPG. For the longest time, I, for some reason, believed, like, yeah, I don't really care about RPGs. And then I played the demo of this, and I was like, wait, this is a lot of fun. This game, like, single-handedly, like, sparked my love of, like, the turn-based RPG. And now, like, some of my favorite games are, like, this, Yakuza 7, fucking Final Fantasy 7, Chrono Trigger, some absolute bangers. Like, dude, I owe a lot to Octopath. It kind of got me out of that funk, which is funny because I think for a lot of people, this is, like, not the game. This is a little bit of a contentious game. But I really love it. I really love it. You know? I think the biggest problem with it, that, like, basically everybody's already said, is that the stories do not connect with each other whatsoever. It's really only connected by the fact that the characters are there for everyone's story. But they don't do anything in the story, they're gameplay elements. It's weird. It's weird. But I love it. It gave me a love for the genre, which I appreciate very much. Doot Sonic Warrior. It's Sonic Mania, but specifically Plus. Technically Sonic Mania itself came out in 2017, which, my bad. I didn't talk about that when that happened. Because I was too busy thinking about how peak Sonic Forces is, though. Sonic Mania is obviously great, though. Sonic Mania is a fucking fantastic game. And, I mean, the Plus DLC is kind of like, whatever. I mean, it's cool that you could play as Ray and Mighty. I would still probably just rather play as Sonic, because he has the drop dash. Encore mode is interesting, but not as fun as, like, just the base game. So it's, like, weird. It's weird. It's nice to have, though. And I mean, you got the cool, like, fake Genesis cover on the back, which is nice. I think that's cool. But, it's Sonic Mania Plus. And the last... Actually, I have 2 more July games. Oh my god, one of these July games is so fucking stupid. Well, first, Mega Man X. A couple months after we got the original Mega Man, we got Mega Man X now. And it's funny that they even include a download code for X2, because X2 is where all the bad ones are. Like, dude, have you ever, like, gone on Metacritic and compared, like, the review scores of X Legacy Collection 1 to X Legacy Collection 2? It's like a 20-point difference. How the fuck did that happen? What the fuck were they cooking with, like, the second half of Mega Man X? That shit's so funny. I can't wait to play it one day. I've still only played the first Mega Man X. I don't have a huge attachment to the series, but... You know, it be how it be. Alright, the last July game, and then Joan can come in and talk her shit. What the fuck do you want me to say about Hello Neighbor, dude? Actually, what the fuck do you want me to say about Hello Neighbor? Ahaha, guys, I own Hello Neighbor. Yeah, that's it. That's the bit. I have a physical copy of Hello Neighbor.
It's published by fucking Randy Pitchford.
Yeah, that's true! Oh my god, it is Gearbox!
I never
Joe.
knew
Hi, Joe.
Gearbox published that game. That's so funny.
Yeah. What did you want to talk about?
Okay, so your August was kind of sparse. There is one game that had so many confusing decisions about its release that it's insane. And it's from the same people who brought us Mega Man X Legacy Collection
Oh,
2.
this is Capcom.
Yes. So, 2018 was a big year for Monster Hunter. In May, in March. No, it was May. In May... Wait, no, let me double check. I think it was March. Sorry. Yes, in January. Wow, I'm really good with dates. In January, Monster Hunter World released on PS5 and Xbox One, and then it later released on PC in August 6th. The thing is, the previous year, Monster Hunter Double Cross, which is the sequel to Monster Hunter Generations, released in Japan on March, and then got a Nintendo Switch version for May. So there was a 3DS and a Switch version released in the same year for Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, in Japan only. And then Capcom, when asked, was like, oh, hey, no, we're not doing that. We're too busy working on World and making sure World has an international release. Then they decided that, actually, no, we're gonna release this game on Switch, 2 weeks after we port Monster Hunter World to the PC. So we got a 3DS game on Switch 1 year after it released in Japan, and 1 month after Monster Hunter World was accessible to most of the world. It's so baffling. And yet, Generations is also kinda peak.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many elements of that just became, like, important to the Monster Hunter series, especially Rise. Rise is basically a sequel to Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. And there are, like, a lot of cool monster designs, including one that eventually made its way into World with the DLC. There was a lot of... And it was, like, the first time you actually got to play World on... not World. The first time you got to play Monster Hunter on a bigger screen, if you were the kind of person that only owned Nintendo consoles and also wasn't a PC gamer. Which means, if you were a lame-o, this was the first time you got to play Monster Hunter on a big screen.
Awesome.
Yeah, this was, like, the one that I wanted to talk about, because it's a good game, but it had a lot of weird-ass decisions.
Yeah.
There's another one that I'll pop in for in 2021, but this is one of the 2 games that I think were important to my Switch library. Important.
I getcha. Well, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your Monster Hunter story.
Oh, man! Shit, that one didn't come out on... I'll talk about that one later. Well, actually, I don't think I will even need to talk about that one, because that one released on Switch day and date, as it released on other consoles, so...
Yeah.
Anyway, enjoy your retrospective. I'll be back in, like, 3 years, which is to say, like, 30 minutes.
You got it. Alright. So I forgot, actually, I do have one August game, but it's one I never played. It's a Minute. This game looks cute, so I bought it. But I haven't actually played it. This is backlog bait. It's cool that this came out so early, though. I mean, August 2018? Still pretty early on. But I mean, the real big indie that came out, that I think a lot of people here are gonna be like, yo. That's Undertale, baby. That's fucking Undertale. I don't remember if this was... This was not the first console port of Undertale. This game got ported to PS4 and Xbox before, but the Switch version added the Mad Mew Mew fight, which was like a whole new, like, part of the story, basically. It expanded on the Mad Dummy character, which is kind of cool. And I mean, it's Undertale, dude. What do you want me to say about Undertale? Oh yeah, it's one of the best games ever made. Yeah, you knew that. You knew that. And if you didn't know that, if you're telling me, like, oh, it's not that good, I don't believe you. Dude, it's fucking Undertale. Don't you try to tell me no lie about Undertale. Come on. Be mature. Be a grown-up. What the fuck happened to my copy of Mega Man 11? It's not in my pile. Did I put it in the wrong pile? Alright, pretend I'm holding up Mega Man 11. Mega Man 11 is cool because it was like the first classic Mega Man game we had gotten in 8 years. It came out day one on Switch and other systems, which is also cool because you don't get a lot of day one, like, Switch ports. It's also crazy that in the 7 years since that has come out, we haven't gotten any other, Mega Man classic games. Which is sad, because Mega Man 11 is, like, interesting. It's cool. It's, like, the first time they've, like, done anything, like, new with the Mega Man, like, classic formula in, like, years. Because, like, Mega Man 9 and 10 are, like, cool, but they're, like, hashtag so retro. There's not really a lot of sauce behind them. I don't know. No, it's cool, though. It's cool, though. I like Mega Man 11. I like Mega Man 11 a lot. We got a controversial one. Which is really funny because it's a game that has Mario Party on the cover. It's Super Mario Party. I really like this game. I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought the motion gimmicks were fun. It has the fucking cooking minigame, which looks like way too good to be on a Switch. I know that people don't adore this game. The maps are kind of weak. And, like, well, this game doesn't have stickers in it. This game is not one that has stickers in it. Also, this game didn't have online until 2021, for some reason. I don't know why the fuck, if they were gonna add online to this game, they waited, like, 3 years, and it was gonna be, like, the same year that Superstars came out. Wait, true, you're literally right. Minecraft SMP. This is just a very weird game. It's like a return to form, but some people would consider it not. It only has like 4 maps, which is like kind of sucks. And it has like the bonus games and stuff, but nobody really cares about that. I don't know, Super Mario Party is weird, but it's also like one of the best-selling video games ever made. Super Mario Party has sold over 20 million copies. And I have no idea why. I'm, like, still trying to figure out how the fuck Super Mario Party sold as much as it did. Because it's, like, it's good, it's fun. This is the game that, like, everybody owns? That's, like, crazy. 20 million. There are probably more people who have played Super Mario Party than people who have played, like, Spider-Man 2. Like, it's kind of crazy. But we got, The World Ends With You, Final Remix, which is not a port that people love. It is cool that, like, this niche, like, DS era game, like, got a port. And it's like, it's not a very good port from what I've heard. The controls are not nearly as intuitive as the DS version, but I mean, it sparked enough, like, buzz that we did get an actual sequel to The World Ends With You, which is cool. I know that people are not particularly fond of the Switch port, though. I think most World Ends With You fans would be like, play the original. Which has made me scared to play this, even though I really wanted to. Man, you want to talk about Pokemon? Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. You know, the crazy thing is, I don't even know if there's much you can say about Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. This, like, it pissed people off, but it pissed people off because it was, like, another Kanto remake. And there's nothing interesting about that. It had Meltan in it. There were some people who really loved the Let's Go games. I saw some people, like, super, like, happy about Let's Go because they really liked Pokemon Go. And they were like, this is the most fun I've had with Pokemon ever. I haven't played since the originals. And it got, like, people hooked back into Pokemon. But it's also, like, I don't know, it's Pokemon Let's Go, Pikachu, and Eevee. I don't know what you want me to say. You want my insightful Pokemon fan opinion? I think the games are mid. Okay. That's it. That's your insightful commentary. I could say a lot about any other Switch Pokemon game. I have nothing to say about Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. It is so nice that you buy it twice, though. That is true. I did that because I'm trying to beat the scalpers. I would not, like, own, like, every version of every Pokemon game if it wasn't for the fact that Pokemon collectors make me really mad. Like, should I own both Pokemon Sword and Shield? No, but if I don't, like, in fucking 15 years, Pokemon Sword and Shield are gonna be, like, $200 games. And I'm gonna, like, fucking have an aneurysm looking at it. Why the fuck is, like, Pokemon, like, Emerald one of the most expensive games I own? That shit sold, like, over 5 million copies. Can we be fucking real? Pokemon collectors piss me off so bad. They force me to, like, buy all the new games twice because I don't want to fucking deal with their aftermarket shit later. That's real as fuck. Honestly, that's, like, the best thing you can do. Because I have the burden of caring too much about Pokemon, and this is what happens. I own both Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. So, December 7th was a big day for the Switch. This is probably one of the biggest games on the system. You know it, you love it. It's Katamari Damacy Reroll, baby. A remake of the PS2 game. It's fun. It's fun. It's another nice port to have. And, like, at this point, you can kind of, like, see that, like, man, the Switch has, like, fucking everything, dude. Like, even early on, it's already starting to feel like, man, fucking anything could come to this system. Like, a random, like, PS2 remake. You had the DS remake of fucking World Ends With You. You had a new Mario Party that was, like, the old ones. You had a bunch of indie releases. You had Hello Neighbor for some reason. All the old Mega Man games were coming over. Captain Toad. You had original RPGs made by third parties. You had Sushi Striker. But no, I'm not stupid. It's actually Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. This is the big game that came out December 7th. Although, it would put some respect on Katamari. Smash Ultimate is a fantastic game that has also maybe sparked the most controversy out of this entire era of Nintendo. I don't even think that's, like, an exaggeration to say. The amount of fucking controversy that this game has sparked is crazy. And it is because, like, Nintendo's really fucking stupid. Nintendo's really fucking dumb. For some reason, Nintendo has, like, a problem with, like, the Smash Brothers community existing. They really hate those guys, so they'll basically do anything they can to get in the way of it. And, like, you've seen it time and again. It's like, oh, here's the news. Nintendo fucking shut down another Smash tournament. Nintendo told the hackers that made Project M to kill themselves. It's all shit like that, and it's been going on for years. And, like, it feels like it's always been that way. But it feels especially intense with Smash Ultimate just because of how big Smash Ultimate is. Like, oh my god, Brawl was big back in the day, but Smash Ultimate is big. Like, 30 million copies sold big. I mean, fucking everybody's played a game of Smash Ultimate. You don't even have to own the game to have played a game of Smash Ultimate. And, you know, it is also one of those things where, like, the Smash community gets a lot of shit because, you know, people don't know how to behave with reveals. Everybody gets very opinionated about Smash reveals and, like, believes that it's, like, the highest form of art is the Smash Brothers reveal, and if a certain character doesn't get revealed, it's because, like, Shigeru Miyamoto is, like, a serial killer. and wants to, like, destroy all humanity. Yeah, there's too many people into Smash. And it's like, you know, I think, like, for the most part, my opinions of, like, the DLC characters is, like, mostly positive. I think, like, really the only one that I don't care about at all is, like, Pyra and Mithra. Like, again, you're not gonna get me to say anything nice about Xenoblade 2. I'm sorry. It's just not gonna happen. I've tried to come up with something nice to say, but if I do it, like, my heart, I get, like, heartburn. I'm sorry, Xenoblade 2 heads. But yeah, Smash Ultimate is a great game. I still play it every now and then with my family. I have fun with it. The online's really bad. That's not something I've talked about a lot with these. Because for the most part, I think, like, you know, it's easy to rag on Nintendo's shitty online, but, like, it's not that bad most of the time. Like, Mario Kart has great online, Mario Tennis has great online, Super Mario Party, you know, it's hit or miss, but for the most part it works. Pokemon is fine in that respect. But Smash Ultimate, man, this online is rough. Oh my god, it might be the most rough. And I mean, some people will say it's simply because it's a fighting game without rollback. I feel like it's gotta be a little deeper than that. I feel like, I don't know, something's just wrong with Smash Ultimate's netcode. So they were cooking some weird shit with it. But yeah, ARMS had good online, and it is because it's the same dev team as Mario Kart. That's something else that I can talk about in general, though, is that this is the year that Nintendo Switch Online launched, and man, it sure exists. Like, in its first year, you only had, like, oh, now you have to pay for online, which you had for free for, like, the first year of the system, and also you get, like, the same NES games that we've released, like, several times already. Cool. That's really, thank you a lot, Nintendo. That's really magical. I think, like, over time, I'm, like, not too upset with the state of NSO. I think you get a lot of bang for your buck in terms of, like, the retro games now, because, like, realistically, Virtual Console is cool, but, like, if your system ever bricks, you just lose all your Virtual Console stuff, which wouldn't be a problem on the Switch, to be fair, but, like, also, they would fucking make you rebuy all those games again anyways. Like, you're gonna pay another $5 for Super Mario Bros. You're gonna pay another $8 for Super Mario World. It being so cheap is what makes it, like, so easy to just be like, yeah, whatever. It's got, like, a good retro game lineup, and I guess it also lets me play games online, which I don't think should be charged for. I think, like, you know, fucking Steam is still, like, free online after all these years. I don't see why all the console manufacturers have to do it. Especially Nintendo, who had been doing it for free for years, and, like, they already get enough shit for their online. So I don't know why they thought it was, like, the play to start charging for it. What do I know? What do I know, though? It sure is. It sure is how it is. But 2019 now. Let's talk 2019. I think this was a big year for the system. I mean, like, real big. Which is funny because the first game that I have to talk about is, like, not super interesting. But I enjoyed it. It's New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. I mean, as the only 2D Mario that it was available at the time that wasn't, like, an NSO offering, it was cool. It was cool. You get both New Super Mario Bros. And New Super Luigi U. You do lose out on some of the Wii U content, though. I guess they didn't want to bother to figure out how to make it work with, like, handheld mode. But I'm also not convinced anyone played that, so it's kind of whatever to me. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's New Super Mario Brothers. You know, it's the 4th one. Nobody really cared, like, the 4th one in. It sold decently well. I think this sold, like, 17 million or something. Actually, it probably sold more. I think it's still in the top 10. Hold on. Shit, this game sold 18 million. Sorry. That's more than that. Sorry. Well, no, New Super Luigi U is in it. That is in this. You get New Super Mario Bros. U and New Super Luigi U. This is the 10th best-selling Switch game. And it's fine. It's fine, it's cute, you'll like it, it's Mario. It's not a super interesting Mario game, but it is cute, and it's fine. You know what did come out that month that was kind of crazy? They brought back No More Heroes. And it's also like a fake No More Heroes game. Travis Strikes Again is a video game that is, like, very cool to think about and not very cool to play. Like, the, like, kind of, like, themes around it and, like, what it means for the overall No More Heroes series are, like, really cool. And it is a required playing before No More Heroes 3. No More Heroes 3 continues the story of this game. But it's also, like, it doesn't play like No More Heroes at all, and I don't even know how to describe what it plays like. Because it's just bizarre. It's a bizarre game. Yeah, it's a fake No More Heroes game, but it's a real Suda51 game. This is a No More Heroes game for real Suda heads. And I think it's cool. I think it's a cool game. And it was interesting, because the last time we had seen No More Heroes up to this point was No More Heroes 2, which, you know, is a No More Heroes game. It's the worst one, I think, but it exists. But yeah, it was cool that No More Heroes finally got a chance to come back, and, you know, it was a little preview to, No More Heroes 3 in a way. I have Piku Nuku. I don't have anything to say about it because I've never played it. This is a backlog game. This is a certified backlog game. One day. It almost got voted in as this stream game. It was in the poll for, like, what game I should stream. Which, I'm sorry that that's been getting delayed, by the way. I do plan to do Tulip at some point. It keeps getting pushed back. It'll happen eventually, you know? With a lot of things on this stream, you just gotta kind of accept that I take it at my own pace. It'll happen when it'll happen. But it will happen. I have not forgotten about Tulip. I have not forgotten about Spore. I don't have it on me also, but I have Final Fantasy IX. That's a backlog game. I've never played Final Fantasy IX. But, I mean, it's cool that that came out on the Switch. You know, the Switch was the first time we got the PS1 Final Fantasies on a Nintendo system. Which is, you know, for anyone who's, like, familiar with the history of both companies, is, like, very funny. Because, like, Square Enix tried to convince Nintendo, hey, listen, I know you want to do cartridges for the N64, but that's a really bad idea. We'd rather you just did CD-ROMs. And then Nintendo was like, because, fuck, the cartridges make it so much harder to pirate. We can't possibly afford to let people pirate the N64. We will explode. It won't work. So, it's cool that we finally got, like, Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, all on Nintendo systems. And that's not the only ones. We got, like, fucking basically every Final Fantasy game that they could get running on the thing. I mean, it's a little quick on the draw, but I'm not gonna have too much to say about them anyways, because I haven't played them. We got Final Fantasy X and X-2, and Final Fantasy XII. We got fucking Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition. What the fuck is Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition? We have it! I don't know what it is, but we have it. Final Fantasy, you have, like, every single one on the system. You have 1 through 6. You have Theater Rhythm. That's true. Theater Rhythm I actually played a little bit of. Theater Rhythm is cool. Theater Rhythm is cool. There's just a lot of shit. There's a lot of Final Fantasy on the Switch. But let's talk about a real goated game. Let's talk about one of the greatest to ever do it. Now, you know, Nintendo was having a little bit of trouble trying to justify NSO early on, but I'll tell you, if there's one thing that made it worth it, man, early on, Tetris 99, baby. A fucking Tetris Battle Royale, which is still going strong. This game still gets, like, new themes, like every couple months. It's crazy how much longevity Tetris 99 has had, because some of the other 99 games that have come out did not have that kind of legs. Like, fucking Pac-Man 99, you can't play anymore. Mario 35, you can't play anymore. But Tetris 99 remains, because it's a fucking free Tetris Battle Royale, dude. That's fucking genius. And it's so good. It's so fun. I've only won once. People are fucking ruthless on Tetris 99, but man, the grind I had to get the Victory Royale, there was nothing greater. Tetris 99, do not put any disrespect on this game. If I see anybody disrespect Tetris 99 in chat, you're getting turbo banned. You're getting kicked out. Leave. I don't want you. Another pretty cool indie release, Baba Is You. Fun little puzzle game. I think this came out day one. I think this was just like, yeah, we just made this game, we put it on Switch as well as PC. You know, it's Baba Is You. It's cute. It's fun. It comes with an instruction manual. A few of these Fangamer releases come with stuff like that. It's cute. I like it. Okay, I said that the Switch was like had a big year in 2019, but it's gonna be hard to talk about the impact of Yoshi's Crafted World. I gotta be honest, it's gonna be tough. This is a video game that came out. It is a very nice looking video game. It is like eye candy all the way through, although honestly, like Yoshi's model is a little weird. They just kind of gave him like a felt texture and didn't like change too much. It's like, it's fine. It's not at all the worst Yoshi game, but it's certainly not the best. It doesn't beat the original, and it doesn't even beat Woolly World. It's just fine. The OST is really bad, though. It's like 5 songs, and they all sound like do 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 do, and that's it. That's what like all 5 songs in this game sound like. It's weird. This feels like a very weird release by Goodfeel. Because I feel like Kirby's Epic Yarn and like Yoshi's Woolly World were like very good. I don't love Woolly World, but I respect it. Yoshi's Crafted World is like, it's fine. It's cute. And that's all you can really say about it. There's not really anything else you could say about it. You want to talk about a big third-party release, though? Fucking Phoenix Wright, dude. Okay, maybe this isn't the hugest one, but it's huge for the Phoenix Wright heads. Did not get a physical release in America at all, which is kind of sad, but you know, it's the original trilogy. You get to play them all again. People don't love the HD sprites in this, but having the first 3 games accessible at all is nice. You know, Ace Attorney is fucking good. I need to play more Ace Attorney. I've still never beat the 3rd game. I've played 1 and 2. I really like 1 and 2. Never beat the 3rd game. I don't know why. It just hasn't happened yet. I already talked about Final Fantasy, so I don't have anything to say about Final Fantasy X. That is a backlog game. You want to talk about a crazy game coming to Switch? This was, like, one of the big, like, third parties. And I call it third party because it's, like, it's kind of indie, it's kind of not. It's Cuphead. You saw it. It's Cuphead. Cuphead is great. And, I mean, it runs like a dream on the Switch. It's a little fuzzier than, like, the Xbox or PC versions, but it's, like, it's a wonderful port. And, like, Cuphead is, like, so fucking good, dude. Cuphead is a great game. And, I mean, you want to talk about a game that's eye candy? Fucking, dude, it's just, they made this shit on pen and paper. And then they, like, spent, like, 5 years, like, making, like, a DLC, and that DLC is really good. Cuphead is awesome, man. The physical release does include the DLC. I mean, you can see Miss Chalice on the cover. So if you got the Cuphead physical release, you got it with the DLC. And you got a membership card. If you write down your signature, you can be a registered Cuphead pal. The DLC is really good. I like Delicious Last Course a lot. It's one of the best DLCs that I've played. What is Puyo Puyo Champions? They just made, like, a competitive esport Puyo Puyo game. This only got a physical release in Japan because, yeah, it's Puyo Puyo Esports. That's what it says. It's just Puyo Puyo Esports. Like, okay. I mean, I know people don't love Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 and 2 as, like, competitive games. Puyo Puyo Champions feels like such a weird release, though. It's like a stripped-down Puyo Puyo game. I do own it, though, so I'm the sucker. Very odd release, especially because, like, Puyo Puyo Tetris Limited Run is currently doing a full-price English print of this game. That's crazy to me, because I already have this, so I'm not buying that. Alright? It's better to buy the Japanese version, not because I'm trying to have some moral quandary about, like, Limited Run, but because Limited Run will not say Puyo Puyo Esports on it. Alright? Trying to find the next one. Dude, did I lose some of these games? Where the fuck is this one? Oh, I see it. They ported Guilty Gear 1 and Plus R to the Switch. That's, like, interesting. This came out before Strive did, so there were not as many people clamoring for Guilty Gear, but we live in a post-Strive world now. Some people don't like living in a post-Strive world, but I'm okay with it. Alright, I started with Strive, so I you know, I've been down this road before, you know. I was there when Fire Emblem Awakening came out, and all the original Fire Emblem fans were like, "No, this new one is cringe. No, I hate it. Fuck, I hate it." And now they do that with Strive, where it's like, "Fuck, I hate it. Fuck, I hate it." You know, fandoms will be fandoms at the end of the day. Team Sonic Racing. This is a game that was dead on arrival. My poor, pure, beautiful Team Sonic Racing that did nothing wrong. So sad. So sad. Also, don't mind me. My face is itchy. I was not picking my nose. Do not put it in the newspapers that I was picking my nose. This game is fun. The online was fucking dead, though. But you can still get some good fun out of playing the single player. And you know, it's another Sonic port. It's 30 FPS, which is not ideal, but, you know, you deal with it. You deal with it. It's fun. I like it. I like it, but nobody plays this shit. Nobody in the history has played Team Sonic Racing except me. It's a lonely world out there. Another cool collection of ports we got, though, is Collection of Mana. I got a lot of these Square Enix collections. Because, I mean, I like Square Enix games. And, I mean, you got the original Final Fantasy Adventure, you got Secret of Mana and Trials of Mana. Not the remake Trials of Mana, but the original Trials of Mana, which is cool. It's cool that both of those are on the same console. And Mana's fun. Mana's fun. Mana's a fun little action RPG series. And again, it's like, they're fucking willing to port, like, anything to the system. Like, dude, who the fuck was clamoring for, like, man, you know, they really gotta put the original Final Fantasy Adventure on here? Who was clamoring for the original Guilty Gear on here? It's crazy. We got another, like, kind of, like, crazy and sort of bizarre release. Nintendo let an indie studio make a Legend of Zelda game. That's also a crossover with Crypt of the Necrodancer. It's, like, crazy that this is a video game that I'm holding in my hand. This is, like, an unprecedented move in a lot of ways. You don't really have, like, I guess nowadays, like, indie crossovers aren't, like, as weird with, like, AAA games, but, like, in 2019, that shit still felt, like, pretty novel. Especially for Nintendo. Nintendo handing off their, like, one of their most lucrative IPs to, like, an indie studio that had made one game prior to this is kinda crazy. This is a backlog game for me, though. It's cool. It's cool that it exists. I have not played it, though. I need to, though. Crypt of the Necrodancer is fucking hard, though. Dude, Crypt of the Necrodancer is fucking hard. Capcom did the thing again. Here's the Devil May Cry triple pack. You only get Devil May Cry 1, though. Devil May Cry 2 and 3 are download codes. Thank you, Capcom. So cool. That's a certified Capcom moment. Although, again, these were PS2 exclusive games, and now they're just on a Nintendo console. That's crazy. That's crazy. Again, you can see, like, people's willingness to put, like, fucking anything on the system. If it could run on the Switch, they were gonna put it on the Switch. Now, here's a game that was a big one for me. And I think it was a big one for a lot of people, although, in some ways, it didn't blow up as much as it probably, like, Nintendo probably wanted it to. Super Mario Maker 2. Oh my god, I love Super Mario Maker 2. I absolutely adore this game. I adored my time with it. It is a little bit controversial in a few ways. For one thing, they didn't return the mystery mushroom costumes, which I think is the biggest missed opportunity. Those were a lot of fun in Super Mario Maker 1. You know, you could just make a level based around the fact that you were playing as, like, fucking Baby Metal, which is, like, funny as hell. You could play as, like, basically every character that was in, like, Super Smash Bros. 4. Could you imagine if they let you play as, like, every single character from, like, Smash Ultimate in Mario Maker 2? Bro, catch me playing Sephiroth all the time. I'd be making Sephiroth levels exclusively. But for some reason, they didn't return the mystery mushrooms at all, which is very unfortunate. They did make the one Link costume, which had, like, its own, like, unique functionality and properties, which is, like, really cool. Although it did have the limitation, and this was a limitation of the mystery mushroom, to be fair, was that whenever you get hit as Link, you just automatically turn back into Mario. So, whatever stage gimmick was around, it would not work anymore, and you would have to die, unless there was another costume nearby. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Mario Maker 2 is a lot of fun. It is a bit of a letdown. Especially, like, when it first launched, it really didn't have, like, a crazy amount to distinguish it from Mario Maker 1, except, like, you know, Slopes is huge. Don't get me wrong. But it also, you have the sacrifice of also the level editor is not as intuitive. It's just not as, like, free-form as the Wii U one was. And it's weird because you could play it in handheld mode, but it's still, like, weird. The updates helped, though. I mean, again, you had the Link update, which was cool. And you also had World Maker, which is, like, a crazy update. You know, now people are making their own, like, fake Mario games within Mario Maker 2. And, you know, it's not as, like, all-encompassing as, like, a Super Mario World hack or something like that. But it's cool. It's cool. That probably should have been there at launch, though. That probably would have helped teeter things in Mario Maker's favor a bit more. Because that was added, like, a year or two after launch. They waited a while for that. When it really should have been in there from the start. But yeah, it's a great game, but it is definitely, like, a little disappointing. And I think it kind of showed, because even though it sold well, it sold more than the original Mario Maker, it just didn't feel like there was as much buzz around Mario Maker 2, which is a big shame, because it's a cool game. It's got a lot of new cool additions. I didn't even talk about the fact that they have a Super Mario 3D World theme. Now, the 3D World theme is weird in that it doesn't have all the same, like, little enemies and stuff as the other, like, themes, but it's cool that it's in there, at least. It adds, like, a little bit of a unique flair. But yeah, I love Mario Maker 2, but the way Bomber put it is perfect. Had a lot of potential, but kind of petered out well before its time. You know, a lot of people gave up on the game before it got, like, those bigger updates. Like, how many people do you think actually played the World Maker update? It's probably not nearly as many as it should have been. Another decent third party, Dragon Quest Builders 2. This is a backlog game. Don't have too much to say about it, but it's cool. This is the first, like, real Dragon Quest game we got. The fucking, like, ports of, like, 1, 2, and 3 mobile might have come first, but also those are ports of the mobile versions of the Dragon Quest games, and those look ugly, and I don't like thinking about them. They really actually quite frighten me. I don't want to put any further thought into it. Alright, guys, it's time. It's time for another 3 years of Three Houses discourse. This was a big moment for Fire Emblem. This game did surprisingly well, considering, even though, like, Awakening had, like, if you'll excuse the pun, reawakened interest into the series, Three Houses blew up in a way that even Awakening didn't. Like, Awakening sold, like, 1.8 million copies. Actually, it was probably more than that. But regardless, Three Houses sold over 4 million. There was a lot of buzz around Three Houses, and this was like a Koei Tecmo joint. They did a lot for this game, and they put his ass upside down. That is true. Here's your true view of Claude. I think that's his name. Oh my god, if that's not his name, I'm gonna be really embarrassed. Dude, am I forgetting the characters of Fire Emblem Three Houses? It's considered a crime in some places. Three Houses is a very big shakeup. It adds a lot of, like, social elements to Fire Emblem, which, for me, is not, like, a big deal. I don't really care about the social elements that much. It makes for a fun first playthrough. It does not make for a fun, like, additional playthrough, though, which is what the game really wants you to do. Like, this game has 4 different routes in the game, and they're all, like, 60 hours long. There's a fucking reason this became the fascination of the fandom, and it's because it took fucking everybody forever to beat it. Like, dude, there's, like, 240 hours of content in this. And that's if you're playing at, like, a decently fast pace. There's almost too much of Fire Emblem Three Houses. I personally think it's a little bit of a game that's crushed under its own ambition. You know, I think the story feels a little weak as a result of having to be divided up between, like, the 3 routes. But I know people really like the world building. They like a lot of the characters a lot. 3 Houses is a good game. It's not my favorite Fire Emblem. It's not even my favorite Fire Emblem on the Switch. It gets a lot of people really riled up, though. There's a reason that 3 more years of 3 Houses discourse has become a meme in the fandom. Is because really people love to fucking argue about this game. It's crazy. This might be the game that people love to argue about the most. And it's not even because they dislike the game, you know? This is not a game that most people who played 3 Houses liked 3 Houses. But also, they're so opinionated about it. Like, which one of these war criminals do you like? If you pick the wrong one, by the way, I'm going to have a shouting match with you online. That's like, bruh, give me a break. People love to argue about 3 Houses. It's crazy. It's crazy. We have another backlog game moment, though. Well, no, that was Fire Emblem Warriors. That was Fire Emblem Warriors. You're thinking of the fucked up fruits. That was 3 Houses. Fire Emblem Warriors was the Rock Road texture. Risk of Rain 2 is a backlog game. It's really, really sad that I see Gearbox on this. Fucking Randy Pitchford. Even now, the spirit of Randy Pitchford haunts us. I need to play this game one of these days. I know Risk of Rain is, like, really good. Although I heard the recent DLC was kinda ass. But I'm willing to believe that's because of Randy. When all else fails, you can blame Randy Pitchford. I don't have it on me, but Ni no Kuni 2 is another big third-party release. Dude, there were 3 games that came out on the same day. It was... Well, actually, I do have Ni no Kuni on me. What am I saying? What am I saying? You got Ni no Kuni, you got The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, and you got Untitled Goose Game. All on the same day. What the fuck were they smoking in September? These all came out... You know what else came out, like, only, like, a week later? Dragon Quest XI. What the fuck were they smoking in September? This is a crazy lineup. And these are, like, aside from Untitled Goose Games, these are games that are gonna last you a while. Link's Awakening is, like, a 10-hour game. Fucking Ni no Kuni is, like, a... I don't know how long that is, but it's a decently length RPG. Dragon Quest XI is, like, 50 hours. Dude, if you just played games that year that came out in September, you were fine. You probably had enough game time to last a fucking week. A week? I meant a month. Maybe even 2 months. Yes, yes, the full title. Dragon Quest XI-S Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition. Yes. But let me talk about these games. This is a backlog game. I don't actually have much to say about Ni no Kuni. It's cool that this got ported, though. This is, like, a very gorgeous game. It's got that, like, Studio Ghibli, like, art style. And, like, it's a very nice-looking PS3 game. And it ported over really well to the Switch. Untitled Goose Game is a really fun, like, stealth indie game. I mean, it's, like, kind of stealth, it's kind of not. You do have to do stealth in it, but also you honk at people. It's fun! It's fun! It's, like, only, like, an hour or so long. It's not a very big game. But it's cute. It's cute, and you are a very horrible goose. And then Link's Awakening is good. It's good. It's one of the few Zelda games that I've played all the way through. It's a remake of the Game Boy game, which makes it a little questionable that this is like a $60 game. You know, reoccurring theme. Why are some of these games $60? But it's still a great remake. They added the Dungeon Maker feature. Does anybody remember the Dungeon Maker feature? I'm sure that just jogged back all the memories. I'm sure you're like, oh, wow, that was so cool. I love that. Dude, I'm missing another one of these games in this pile. Where the fuck did I put Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games? Dude, this is a disaster. This is my worst stream yet. Dragon Quest XI, though? This was a big third-party game. From what I remember, this was specifically, like, before Iwata died, he wanted, like, I don't know if he specifically asked for Dragon Quest XI on Switch, because I don't even think it was out yet, but he wanted a Dragon Quest game on, like, a Nintendo system. Dragon Quest XI is a fucking great port, dude. This is a PS4 port, but you would never be able to tell. Like, it runs, like, at a clean 60. It looks gorgeous. It's just a really good port. Yeah, that's part of it, was that this was one of the first games announced for Switch. And when it came out, again, great fucking port. Holy shit. You can't really complain about this one. It just, they cooked. They cooked. And it's a fucking fantastic game. I would highly recommend, if you're like a RPG fan at all, play Dragon Quest XI. It's super fucking good. But yeah, good shit, good shit. I have Burger Time Party. This is not actually, like, interesting to talk about at all. In fact, it's still sealed. But the reason I own Burger Time Party is because me and my friends used to hang out all the time in a Discord server called Burger Time Server. So, I had to. I had to rep. And now I have this as a memento of a time that's not completely past. Sometimes that server gets attention, but, you know, a Burger Time Party, baby. One of the only sealed Switch game I own. At least I'm pretty sure about that. I'll be embarrassed if I come up across another one later. Here's a port that they said would not happen, and maybe they shouldn't have had happen. It's A Hat in Time. A Hat in Time is a great video game. I am not saying it shouldn't have gotten the Switch treatment because it's not a great video game. I'm saying that maybe it shouldn't have because this is a very rough port. It is clear that the dev studio did not have the resources for, like, Switch porting. There's a lot of, like, bugs and, like, frame drops that don't exist in any other version of this game. And it's not like A Hat in Time is, like, a crazy looker. I wouldn't, like... It's a nice-looking game. It's not like, oh my god, you couldn't get this game running on the Switch. It's just that they really did not have the resources for it. And it's like, it's kind of buggy, too. It'll randomly crash sometimes just because it gets crushed under the weight of existing. And also... Well, no, I already said that. Never mind. I don't have anything else to add. It's weird. It's weird. But you know what came out the same day that inexplicably became, like, one of the Switch's big games? Ring Fit Adventure. Actually, like, a really good fitness game, too. It came in, like, a huge box where you would get, like, the fucking ring con in it. And, like, you know, it's got the buff dragon. You can fight the buff dragon in it. When, like, COVID lockdowns happened, everybody was trying to get this game, because everybody was like, oh my god, I gotta find a way to stay in shape. So, like, it was fucking hard to find this game when COVID started. It was hard to find for, like, a good year. And it, like, I think, like, genuinely, if COVID did not happen, this game would not have sold as much as it did. Because it's like, it's good. It's a good fitness game, but... That's not the kind of thing that people are usually clamoring for, you know? I guess, like, Wii Fit was really popular back in the day, but also Wii Fit was kind of ass. Wii Fit is not a very good fitness game. It's, like, a fine video game, but as a fitness game, it's quite bad. It's quite bad at that. Capcom, you fucking assholes. You fucking dickhead. They did it again! Resident Evil Triple Pack. Resident Evil 4 is on the cartridge. Resident Evil 5 and 6, you get a download code, genius. Stop doing this. This is like the 4th fucking time. And I keep falling for it. I keep falling for it. Capcom, please. Here's like a pretty big game for the system. Luigi's Mansion 3. It's kind of weird that this game is as big as it is, but it also kind of makes sense because inexplicably, this is like the most gorgeous Switch game that exists. This game looks really fucking good. To the point where, like, it looks straight up on, like, the same level as, like, PS4, like, Xbox One games. Like, Luigi's Mansion 3 doesn't look like a game that's running on, like, ass-old hardware. It looks, like, brand new. Luigi's Mansion 3 is a fucking gorgeous game. And it's fun. It's fun. I know people think it doesn't have the same charm as the first one. I've never played the first Luigi's Mansion. I've only played 2 and 3. Like 3, I'll have some not nice things to say about 2. I really think, like, this game, like, being as gorgeous as it is why it ended up, like, selling as well as it did. Like, let me pull up the sales for this. Luigi's Mansion 3 sold 14 million copies. It sold more than Splatoon 2, which sold, like, 13 million. It's crazy. It's crazy. Luigi's Mansion 3 did a lot for this system. And it's fun. It's fun. I think it's deserving of that, like, high praise, especially on, like, the graphical side. It's also kind of cute that it came out on Halloween, but it's also not cute at the same time, because reasonably, you probably weren't beating this game on Halloween, unless you spent literally all day playing it. Which you probably didn't, because it's Halloween. God, look at how big this stack is, too. Completely blocks the camera at this point. For some reason, I don't have it on me. Which, I don't know why. I don't know where it went. Oh, it's in the fucking 2020 pile. That's the problem. How'd you get there? Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games to Tokyo 2020. This is a game for an Olympics that didn't happen. Tokyo 2020 was not in 2020. This game also wasn't in 2020. It came out in 2019. What the fuck? Nintendo, fix it. It's fine. It's like a fine minigame collection. It's not as good as the Wii ones. I mean, the Wii ones were pretty great. At least I think they were pretty great. But the Switch one is, like, it's good. It's interesting that you can play the minigames with no motion controls. It's got, like, all buttons now. It's got an all buttons mode. It's maybe not the ideal way to play, but you can do it. That is not at all the most controversial release of November, though. I mean, I would even say it wasn't controversial at all because most people just kind of disregarded it. They're back! It's Pokemon! Oh, talking about Pokemon Sword and Shield is like fucking sticking my dick in a Cheerio. It sucks, man. It sucks. Pokemon Sword and Shield are video games that I think are good. I like them. I would even say I like them more than, like, X and Y when those came out. I had fun with it. I think it's, like, the new Pokemon are fun. I like the DLC a lot. Man, was there so much discourse. Dude, I don't want to ever think about the Sword and Shield tree again. People were arguing about the tree non-stop. And, like, Sword and Shield is, like, a game that I think, like, looks mostly fine outside of the wild area. I mean, like, the animations and stuff are, like, kind of cheap, but if you just, like, took a screenshot of the game, for the most part, it's gonna look fine. But it's just, like, that fucking tree, man. That fucking tree. And, I mean, also, it was the first game where Dexit had really sunk in. Like, nobody was expecting anything out of Pokemon Let's Go. So when Pokemon Let's Go only had the Kanto Dex, nobody even really thought about it. But Sword and Shield not having the National Dex, oh my god, people were not happy. And listen, I get it, not having your favorite Mon that you've had after all these years suddenly be not available, it kinda sucks. But I also think it was inevitable. I think it was the direction Pokemon needed to take, because it was getting bloated. Like, Pokemon Sun and Moon have, like, so many fucking guys in it, and so many, like, little gimmicks and shit, that it's, like, it's hard to keep track of. There's, like, fucking 800 of those bitches in that game. And you have Mega Evolution, and you have Z moves. They didn't have the gems anymore. They killed the gems because those were cheap. But... man... Sword and Shield are, like, Pokemon games that are fine, and they get, like, a really bad reputation. And it's, like, it's not totally unfounded, but I also think the level of vitriol against these games is it's honestly a little ridiculous. I think, like, the fucking, like, spectacle of it was ridiculous. Like, hashtag bring back the National Dex, hashtag Dexit, shit like that. It was corny, man. It was corny. It's like, listen, I get it. I wish that Pokemon games had more time in the oven. Legends EA is the first time in a while where I feel like, oh my god, this Pokemon game has had time in the oven. Sword and Shield needed more time in the oven, but oh my god, I don't want to hear about that fucking tree anymore. I don't want to hear about it. I'm tired of hearing of the fucking tree. It like literally drives me crazy. Overcooked, though? I mean, this was a fun co-op game to have. This came out earlier in the Switch's life. I think this might have been, like, year 1, but this actual pack of Overcooked 1 and 2 came out in 2019. And it's good. It's good. It's a fun little co-op game. I remember playing it in high school. After we had, like, one of our finals, the teacher just let us set up the Switch on one of the projectors, and we played Overcooked and Mario Kart. So that's my Overcooked story. Demon's Tilt is a cool indie pinball game. Didn't really shift anything, but it's cool. It's cool to look at. And then we have good old Brain Age, which did not come out in the West. For some reason, they didn't believe that the West was ready for Brain Age. But it exists on the Switch. Many people do not know this, but Brain Age exists on the Switch. I think it had a European version that came out, but for some reason, in the good old US of A, we didn't get it. I think Yanold must have done something. He must have been like, we don't want that Brain Age shit. We can't have that shit muddying our waters, because he's a weird guy. He doesn't respect it. Alright, well, that was 2019. I would say a pretty solid year for the Switch. You know, just like, the sheer quantity of stuff, even if some of it was like a little disappointing, is like, dude. New Super Mario Bros., Travis Strikes Again, Tetris 99, Yoshi's Crafted World, fucking Cadence of Hyrule, Super Mario Maker 2, Fire Emblem 3 Houses, Link's Awakening, Dragon Quest XI, Ring Fit Adventure, Luigi's Mansion 3, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, Pokemon Sword and Shield. You cared about at least one of those games that I named. You can pretend like you didn't care about any of those games I just named, but you're fucking lying. There was a game for fucking everybody this year. Even if not every release was, like, up to snuff, there was just... This was the year where, like, the wheels started turning, man. The wheels really started turning. I mean, it was a big, like, momentum year, for sure. But 2020 is a weird year to talk about, because everybody knows coronavirus. It happened. It fucked up the development of basically everything. So, this is a year that is notably, in my collection, smaller than any year that followed it. It's also smaller than, 2019, and it is smaller than 2018 as well, I think. No, actually, it's bigger than 2018. Sorry. But yeah, despite the fact that lockdowns happened, I mean, we still got a fuck ton on the Switch. We still got a fuck ton. Hold on, I'm drinking water, though. So first of all, this is the only game that I own, like, pre-COVID from 2020. It's Rune Factory 4 Special. This game looks really ugly. You can tell that this is a 3DS port that they kind of did straight to Switch. Because it looks, like, really bad. Sorry, the Rune Factory fans. I don't want to be mean to the series. I think the series is cool, but I think Rune Factory 4 on Switch looks really ugly. Oh, dude, I'm not used to doing this much, like, straight talking these days. Usually have more breathers. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon got a remake. Rescue Team DX. Some people have problems with the art style of this game, but I think it looks great. Dude, it's literally, like, they got, like, the watercolor style of, like, the fucking, like, original, like, art, like, down pat. I really like how it looks. And it's just fun. It's fun to have, like, a Mystery Dungeon experience on the Switch. It's good. It's good. It's a good remake. They put, like, effort into, like, all the new cutscenes and stuff. It's got Mega Evolution. It's got, like, all the new Evos for, like, the first 3 generations of Pokemon. Like, all those guys that got new Evos, they're in Rescue Team DX now. That's cool. That's cool. But, you know, I say that's the contentious one. Here's the real contentious game. And actually, I don't think it's a hot take to say it. I don't actually think this game is very contentious. I just think this game is contentious with people who are way too logged into the internet and only play Animal Crossing. It's New Horizons. This game is fine. This game is fine. I think some of the internet reaction to this game is ridiculous, but I also think that most of the people who complain about this game don't go outside. And I mean, when the game came out, how could they have? Because it came out right as the pandemic happened. You know what? I will buy it 40 million times. It's weird. It's an Animal Crossing game that very much shifts, like, the series focus. A lot of the focus of, like, older Animal Crossing games was that, like, you know, you talk with your villagers a lot, yeah, what you said, Bomber. It's like, it was more of a daily life sim type deal, while New Horizons is definitely, like, more of, like, a build your ideal, like, kind of town sort of deal. I don't really know what you would call that. It's more like a simulation type deal. Because, like, the actual interactions with, like, villagers and stuff is, like, downplayed a lot. They don't really have as much to say as they would in a New Leaf. I do think some people are fucking ridiculous about this game, though. I think some people treat New Horizons like it killed their grandma, and it's like, dude, you could just stop. Why did you guys play this game for like 500 hours if you fucking hated it? Every single person that I've ever talked to that talks about how much they hate New Horizons has way more time in it than I do. I played this game for 70 hours, and I was like, yeah, that was fun. I had a good time. I don't need to play anymore. I paid off my house. I'm good. But everybody who spent, like, hundreds upon hundreds of hours are like, dude, this is one of the worst games I've ever played. This game ruined the series for me. Nintendo is cooked. I think you people are a little crazy. I'm gonna be real, I have no respect for the Animal Crossing fandom. And you know what? It doesn't even fucking matter anyways, because it's a game that sold, like, 40 million copies, so, like, it resonated with the normies. I'm sorry that it didn't resonate with the Animal Crossing fans, but it resonated with all the normies, and now Animal Crossing is for the normies. And you have to live with this. You're gonna have to live with the fact that Animal Crossing is a game for the normies now. And if that's a tough pill to swallow, at least you can console yourself with Animal Crossing New Leaf still existing. They didn't kill New Leaf. That game's still good. I would say New Leaf is better than New Horizons, for sure. Those are also the only two Animal Crossing games I've played. That's true. Animal Crossing was so powerful, Joe Biden's campaign was using it. And then I remember, Nintendo had to put out a thing saying, like, oh yeah, by the way, don't use our game for politics. Please. Didn't stop Joe, though. And then he won. But yeah, it's like, Animal Crossing New Horizons is fine. I think most people dislike it because they spent way too much time playing it in lockdown. Genuinely. Genuinely, I think, like, most people who have, like, a negative impression about it, like, spent it playing it, like, 500 hours in, like, a month during lockdowns. I will say, though, it is another victim of the Splatoon model, where it got, like, free updates for stuff over time, which is stuff that should have been in the game from the first place. Well, what do I know? I'm not Nintendo. I didn't sell 43 million copies of Animal Crossing New Horizons. I'm just some schmuck talking about it. And I'm defending it a little bit. Not defending it from the free updates, though. I think the free update model for Animal Crossing is dumb. Like, okay, they had Welcome Amiibo and New Leaf, and that worked. But New Horizons, like, the free updates were, like, stuff that should have been in there from the first place. So, you know. It's kinda... It is what it is, though. It is what it is, though. We have a really funny joke, though. And it's that, what the hell? A new Doom game launched on the same day as Animal Crossing? Fooled you. It's Doom 64. Doom Eternal didn't come to the Switch until later. But, it did come to other consoles at the same time, so a lot of people were making jokes about it. Doom 64 is cool, though. I like this game a lot. I think it's my favorite classic Doom game. It's either that or Doom 1, but I'm pretty sure it's 64. I think 64 is better than 1 for sure. I even got the Limited Run Games Collector's Edition for it. Jen got this for me as a gift, actually. Because I was like, at the start of the pandemic, I got really into Doom. Dude, I was playing Doom and, like, listening to, like, King Gizzard. If I had a blunt in hand, I would have been, like, in the perfect, like, stoner mindset, I think. That would have been, like, my life would be fundamentally different if I was, like, taking edibles when, like, I was playing Doom and listening to King Gizzard. My life would be fundamentally different. An interesting indie release that happened around this time was One Step from Eden. Which, if I remember correctly, this is an indie game based on, like, Mega Man Battle Network, which is cool. I haven't played it, this is a backlog game, but it's cool that it exists. It's cool that it exists, because Mega Man Battle Network is really cool. I've played a little bit of the first one. It's pretty cool. Do you want to talk about a game that I weirdly have, like, some personal history with, even though I've never played it in my life, but I own it as, like, a memento to a specific time? Cooking Mama Cookstar. So, do you guys remember the initial buzz around this game? Because I sure do. There was a time where people thought, like, oh my god, this game runs terribly on the Switch, and it's one of the few games that's so, like, intensive that it, like, burns up it, like, overheats the thing. So the rumor mill started that this game was a crypto mining thing. Now that rumor is false, but you know who accidentally spread that rumor? From a stupid Twitter post where I said, like, hey, fake-ass Cooking Mama game that came out, got immediately taken down, and had, like, crypto mining stuff in it. Guess who made that post? It was me. I made a really fucking viral post about it. I took down that post because it wasn't true, and, I don't want to spread misinformation further, but I accidentally spread that rumor like wildfire. I accidentally spread misinformation. It was on accident, it wasn't on purpose. But, yeah. I'm a true purveyor of misinformation. I am definitely the reason why a lot of people thought that Cooking Mama Cookstar was a crypto mining scheme. Which is just a really funny thing to say about myself. I gotta admit, it's very funny to say. But yeah, fake-ass video game. It's still a fake-ass video game. It's apparently not even very good. But whatever. Whatever. She's got a phone. She's got a phone. It looks like really bad, too. That doesn't even look like she's holding it at all. But we got another, like... I wouldn't say this is a miracle port, but another, like, PS4 port over to the Switch. We got Trials of Mana. And this remake is really good. I had a lot of fun with it. I think Trials of Mana on Switch is really fun. It runs pretty great. And it's got the funny clown baby on it. That's funny clown baby. But yeah, Square Enix kind of kills it with their ports on the Switch. Like, Square Enix has a pretty good track record of it. Even if the ports are of, like, weird mobile versions or whatever, usually they just, like, run really well. So shouts out to Square Enix. Not too much, though. I don't want to suck them. Streets of Rage 4, I also got. It's a new entry in the Streets of Rage series. Not made by Sega, but made by an indie studio. Or at least I think it was an indie studio. It was a smaller team, regardless. And it's cool. It's cool. You know, it's kind of cool that, like, the Switch existing makes it, like, easier for these companies to, like, put out, like, weird, smaller titles like this. Like, realistically, if it was only, like, at this point, we're at 2020. If only the PS4 and Xbox One existed at this point, would there have been a new Streets of Rage game? I don't know. Maybe. It probably wouldn't have done as well, but maybe. You know what else was originally a PlayStation-only joint? Project Diva, baby. That's my friend Miku. This is around the time I was getting into Vocaloid, too. I would not consider myself a Vocaloid expert much, but I really do enjoy Vocaloid a lot. I mean, I've been getting really into, like, a lot of, like, Teto songs and covers. Shout out to Teto. You know, shout out to all the people who are actually making the songs. Let's not just shout out the hardware. Or software. Project Diva is great, though. It's great to have this on the Switch. I know that for some of the songs, they had to make them, like, cutscene only, because they were too intensive for the Switch, but that makes sense. You don't want, like, a rhythm game to run, like, poorly at all. That's the one kind of genre where you strictly need at least 60 FPS. Like, bare minimum, you need 60 FPS for a rhythm game. If you have anything lower, it's tough. It's tough. You know, Parappa got away with it back in the day, but we don't live in the Parappa world anymore, unfortunately. Even though it hurts me to say so. But another big indie release that came out around this time, Bug Fables. I did not originally buy this, by the way. I got this off of eBay, like, last year. And that's because, as much as I love Bug Fables, Dang Entertainment is a shit company. So I don't like giving Dang Entertainment my money. But Bug Fables is good. It's a very good Paper Mario-like experience. You know, in Moonsprout Games, they did good with it. They did good with it. And I think this was a game that a lot of people really wanted on the Switch, because there was no Paper Mario game on the Switch at this point. You know, there was no NSO releases, there were no actual game releases for Paper Mario yet. So Bug Fables was the closest you were getting. You know, we were in a drought after Color Splash. Color Splash was the last fucking Paper Mario game at that point, and like there are some Color Splash defenders out there, but it's a small group. It's a small group for sure. Big RPG that came out though. Xenoblade Chronicles came to Switch. This is the second Xenoblade game that came to the system, and it's good. It's good. It's got, like, updated looks. I don't know if they're trying to mirror the style of, like, 2 a little bit more, but it's, like, much more high fidelity than the Wii version, and certainly more high fidelity than the 3DS version. I think it does add, like, a new, like, epilogue. Yeah, it says on the back, it adds, like, a new epilogue chapter or something. It's cool. I'm happy for the Xenoblade games, and this one doesn't hurt me to look at. Xenoblade, I still don't own Xenoblade 2. I own every other Xenoblade game on the Switch, I don't own Xenoblade 2. Can we talk about the real GOAT, though? Can we talk about the real GOAT, though? That's right. Clubhouse games, baby. It's interesting that this game exists, and it also kind of feels like, more so than 1-2 Switch, this feels like a follow-up to, like, Wii Play. Which is funny to say, but, like, this shit has tanks in it. It has bowling in it. Although the bowling is really bad in it. I would not recommend Clubhouse Games bowling. But it's got, like, a bunch of card games that you could play online with people. It's got a bunch of board games. It's got some random stuff, like, again, tanks and, like, bowling and stuff. You have a piano you can play with. It's cool. It's cool. It's a fun little release for the system. You know, they didn't charge full price for it. I think this was like $40 when it came out. You were buying like a new DS game. Which, I mean, is fitting because the last Clubhouse Games was a DS thing. It's cool. It's cool. I don't think a lot of people would argue that Clubhouse Games is like dumb. If you would, I hate you. Don't talk to me again, motherfucker. Battle for Bikini Bottom is a really bad port on the Switch, which is funny because it really shouldn't be, because that's where most of the people are gonna play it. But this shit is way too crunchy, man. It really is. It's way too crunchy. But I mean, hey, I guess that's authentic to THQ. Good old THQ. This is a weird little release. First of all, you might notice that this is Ninjala. And you might be thinking, isn't Ninjala a free-to-play game? Yes. And it got a physical release that gives you, like, random microtransaction stuff. Ninjala is a very interesting game, because people kind of saw it and they thought, like, oh, this is, like, kind of ripping on Splatoon a little bit. It was made by Gung Ho, and it's fun. Honestly, it's fun. The concept is a little strange. It's like everybody ate gum that turned them into a kid again. That's a little bizarre, but it's cute. It's fun. I wish there were more maps in it. And it didn't really shake up the world in any way. You know, a lot of people kind of disregarded it. I disregarded it at first. But then I played it, like, a couple years later, and then I was like, wait, this is kind of fun, though. It's kind of fun, though. Only remember Ninjala exists because it had a collab with Kirai Pamu. I don't think I said that right at all. My bad. My bad. Bloodstained 2, Curse of the Moon? Or Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2, rather? It's not as good as the original because it's a fucking time loop game. And what I mean by that is that you have to play the game 4 times to get the ending. It's still good, though. It's still good. It's still a good indie game. You know, it's still good. It's still good. Alright, we got a bit of a doozy. This was a very controversial release. Paper Mario: The Origami King. Now, I am someone who will sing the praises of this game. I think Origami King is great. It is not what the Paper Mario series needed. You know, a lot of people were very tired of this kind of style of Paper Mario after Sticker Star and Color Splash. Especially because, like, there are some people who like Color Splash. There's really not anybody who really likes Sticker Star. Sticker Star is not very good. I'm not the first person to say it. I'm not going to be the last person to say it. It's like a fucking cliche at this point to even mention Sticker Star. But Origami King kind of followed in the path of those two games and ended up, like, continuing to be not like an RPG, but like a weird type of adventure game. And I think it does it to better results than at least Sticker Star for sure. Again, I never played Color Splash. I think this game has a lot of heart behind it. There's a lot of cool, fun things in it. The fact that it's like an entire Mario game based around like body horror shit is kind of cool. And like the kind of weird shit that Nintendo normally wouldn't let happen. It's a very cool game. It's not the most fun to play. It's definitely a little bit of like a game that's like fun to think about, but not as fun to play. Because they kind of have like a turn-based combat system, but it's like the weird ring thing. And like, sometimes that's fun. But doing like encounters over and over again is not really. It's a weird game. It's a weird game, and it's not necessarily what Paper Mario needed. But I like it. I like Origami King. I understand why people have reservations about it, but believe you me, it's a good game. It's a good game despite it. This is a backlog game. But I feel like I remember this being like a big release. I feel like I remember a lot of people talking about Spiritfarer. This is a certified backlog game for me. I've never touched it. I'll tell you what I have touched, though, that's pretty fucking dope. Hypnospace Outlaw. It's kind of funny that this has a Switch release at all, because this is a very, like, PC-centric game. But it's cool. It's cool. I mean, you're not gonna get me to say something bad about Hypnospace Outlaw. It's just a very fun type of, like, simulation of what, like, the internet was like back in the 90s. You know, back before I existed. It's cool. It's cool. I'm sorry, everyone. Moon is a backlog game for me, but it's cool that this got a re-release because this game was like a weird, kind of obscure, like, PS1 game for the longest time. And, like, notably, people know that it's, like, one of the inspirations behind Undertale and Deltarune. It's cool that this exists. That it's on the backlog, though. I'm sorry, it's on the backlog for me. Let's talk about a controversial one. It feels like I've been saying that a lot. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Why was this a limited release? I know that Nintendo was trying to be cute, like, oh, it's the Mario 35th anniversary, so you better pick it up now. Why is this a limited release? It's just Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy. It's a pretty straight port of all of them. It doesn't really shake any of the games up at all. Why the fuck is this game like over $100 when you walk into a GameStop now? It's just Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy. Why did they not just keep selling it? They already sold like almost 10 million copies of it. You might as well keep the ball rolling. What was the point of the limited? It doesn't benefit Nintendo at all to do that. Like, obviously, like, games in general have like a limited print time. You know? Like, Nintendo has a lot of evergreen titles, but not every Nintendo game just keeps getting reprint after reprint. Like, a lot of the big stuff, like Super Mario Odyssey and, like, Breath of the Wild, you can still find, like, new copies on the shelf. But, like, you know, more of their niche stuff, like Fire Emblem Three Houses and, like, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, you're not gonna see those on store shelves. You're gonna have to buy those used for the most part, if you want to play them. Or you have to buy them digitally. But 3D All-Stars, they just arbitrarily decided, yeah, after March 31st, 2021, you can't buy it anymore, and you can't even buy it digitally. Huh? It's just so weird. It's just so weird. And it's like, it's fine as like a port of these three games. I know people don't love the 64 port because it's the version that doesn't have a lot of the speedrun stuff. And, like, people don't love that the analog stuff in Sunshine was taken out, unless you would plug in an actual GameCube controller. I think people are pretty happy with the Galaxy port. I don't know if I've heard people complain about the Galaxy port, but either way, there would probably be less people complaining about these kind of being, like, whatever ports if it wasn't for the fact that it was limited edition. Why? It's just so confusing. And you know what? It's not the only limited edition thing they did that year for a series anniversary. Hey, you know how I was talking about Fire Emblem? You could buy Fire Emblem 1 from the Famicom, translated to English, for 4 months. Huh? Why? Why even bother going through the process of translating this video game if you are going to let it exist for 4 months? It's so confusing to me. I also found Mega Man 11. Say hi, Mega Man 11. You're late. I don't know why Nintendo did this strategy. Because it doesn't benefit them at all. It just made people mad. And now it's like, great, if you want to play Mario Galaxy on the Switch, you have to pay $100 from some guy who doesn't care about anything except reselling stuff. Okay, thank you, Nintendo. Why did you do that? It just confuses me. And, like, I know people have made the argument, oh, they do it because if they do stuff in limited quantities, it, like, drives up the sales of it. But that doesn't make any sense because all of their games are like evergreen. They're still selling new copies of Super Mario Odyssey fucking 7 years after that game came out. That doesn't matter to them. They probably would have sold like fucking 15 million copies of this by now if they kept selling it. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. And like, I know I'm getting a little loud. I'm just like, I'm so confused by it. It doesn't make any sense. It is such a baffling strategy, and it's like, again, it's just a strategy that I see no way of it working. It doesn't work. It just means you stop selling the game before it would stop making money. So weird. So weird. anyways, No More Heroes. It's kill or be killed. I've already said that I'm not huge on No More Heroes 2, but... Oh wait, this is No More Heroes 2? Sorry. The webcam is, like, flipped, so it's, like, fucked up to try and, like, do this. No More Heroes 1 is great. No More Heroes 2 is fine. It's cool that these existed, especially because they were getting very close to releasing No More Heroes 3. Yeah. No More Heroes. It's cool. Another indie port that's cool, Yuppie Psycho. This is a great game. If you're looking for, like, a weird, like, survival horror type deal, Yuppie Psycho is a great one. You play as a guy in an office, and the office is really fucked up and weird. It's cool. It's cool. I think you can still get physical copies of this game, too, because I think they didn't actually sell out of their, like, limited stock of it. So, realistically, if one of you in the crowd is, like, a Yuppie Psycho fan and you want a physical copy of it, I think you could still get it from the website. This was not a limited run deal, also. So, it's not limited run. Alright, well... Not another cool port. Mad Rat Dead. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Mad Rat Dead is a sick game. This game has only been released on the Switch and PS4. And man, if you own either console, which I'm gonna assume you own the Switch, if you've been watching this for 3.5 hours, hasn't been that long. Sorry. Mad Rat Dead is sick. It's like a rhythm platformer type deal. It's got a great OST. One of the guys from, what's the fucking band called? Is it Fake Type? One of the guys from that band did the music for this game. And it's cool. It's really cool. Mad Rat Dead is a sick fucking game. It's got a lot of style too. Just look at the style on the cover for it. It's sick. It's sick as fuck. This was made by the Disgaea company. This is like such a weird game for the Disgaea devs to make. They like spent all their time making these weird like pervert strategy RPGs, and then they were like, what if we made like a rhythm platformer about a rat who's like dying? They're kinda dope though, We got our first semblance of Pikmin on the system, with Pikmin 3 Deluxe, which I generally think people think is a good port. I think this might have been a victim of too much money. I don't remember if Pikmin 3 had, like, a $20 release on the Wii U, but in general, I think people were pretty happy that Pikmin 3 came over, because people wanted more Pikmin. Pikmin 3 itself came out, like, 7 years before it got ported. Pikmin 3 is one of my gaps in my Pikmin knowledge. I've played Pikmin 1 and 4, so if you're asking me to have, like, opinions on Pikmin 3 Deluxe, I'm sorry. I played it for an hour, and I thought it was fun, but I didn't get very far. And that's my opinion of Pikmin 3. But I generally feel like people appreciate it. And I think people are happy that it's on the system. You want to talk about a game that's kind of out of nowhere? 3 Deluxe is better in most ways. Good to know, good to know. Here's a game that came out of nowhere. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. This is like a weird Dynasty Warriors crossover game that people thought was gonna be canon, but actually it's like an alternate universe take on Breath of the Wild where you're also doing Dynasty Warriors combat. I do like this game a lot. I think it's solid. I maybe don't like it as much as Definitive Edition, but, I mean, Definitive Edition just has so much shit to do in it. While Age of Calamity is a bit more limited, they make it, like, a bit more complex in terms of what you do. Which, you know, sacrifices some game time, but it's still a fucking Warriors game, so you'll get your money's worth. If you like a Warriors game, you'll get your fucking money's worth. It's cool, though. It's cool, though. Yeah, that's about all I gotta say. Now we got Doom Eternal. It took a little bit, but Doom Eternal is another fucking... This is even more of a miracle port than fucking Doom 2016 was, because Doom Eternal is quite a bit more graphically intensive. And, like, it does show, this game's performance in handheld mode is a little rough, but, dude, it's the entire package. You can get, like, the DLC with it. Doom Eternal is a great game. It also has one of the most annoying stories of any video game. The story of Doom Eternal is, like, very obnoxious. I don't know what they were cooking with that one. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. This is a weird sequel that I know not everybody's over the moon about, but I liked it. I liked it. It had my boy Squares in it. I really love Squares. He's my son. He wasn't on the back at all. I pointed at a random guy. I pointed at T. Sorry. I could point at Marl, though. I like Marl. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I like it. Well, I like it. This game got me, like, super obsessed with Puyo Puyo for a bit. Because I like the story that much. And then when I streamed the Puyo Puyo Tetris games, everybody on stream thought the stories were cringe, and it made me sad. Because I liked them. But yeah, that was 2020 for the Switch. A bit more low-key. But also, like, it can't be that low-key, because it still had Animal Crossing. And again, even though people online will swear up and down that New Horizons killed their grandma, it's still, like, one of the best-selling video games ever made. It, like, might be, like, the second best-selling video game that's, like, only been on one console, only beaten out by Wii Sports. Like, that shit did, like, fucking crazy numbers. Everybody and their grandma has played Animal Crossing New Horizons now. Alright, well, we're halfway through all the games, which I think is a perfect time to take a little breather, because I really have to use the bathroom, dude. And I want to grab a snack, and maybe drink more water, because I don't want my throat to get too fucked up. Yeah. We're gonna take a quick BRB. I'm gonna use the bathroom, grab a snack, and when we come back, we will be covering 2021 for the Nintendo Switch. I'll see you all in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Hi! I'm alive again. I'm real. Alright. Well, we got a hell of a year to talk about with 2021. This, for me, is one of my favorite years for the system. And I'll admit, it's because I'm very biased to a specific re-release that happened. It's one of my favorite games ever made. It's Super Mario 3D World. Plus Bowser's Fury. Now, okay. Admittedly, I don't care that much about Bowser's Fury. I think it's cool. I think it's an interesting add-on to the game. I've played it, like, once. And I felt like I never had to play it again. It's, like, cool. You know, you have the angry Bowser. But it's like, I don't know. If I'm opening up 3D World, I'm gonna play 3D World. That's just how it is. But I love Super Mario 3D World. I had been singing its praises for years. And this is just, it really is a port that does it a lot of justice. It increases the speed of every character, which is an interesting change, but one that I ultimately think benefits the game. Because, like, 3D World is, like, a weirdly, like, slow game. I love it, but the original definitely is, like, a little sluggish, unless you're playing as Blue Toad, which I pretty much always was. But this, out of the box, fucking Peach, the slowest character, is as fast as Blue Toad was in the original 3D World, which is crazy. They also added online multiplayer, which, well, it's a little bit of a Nintendo Online moment. netcode in this isn't great, but it's cool that it's there, especially because it wasn't in New Super Mario Brothers. It was in Mario Maker, it was rough there as well, but yeah, you can play this online with your friends. That's crazy. Man, oh man, I love 3D World. I'm so happy that this got a port to the Switch, especially because it felt like it was taking forever. I thought they weren't gonna do it. It was taking so long. Like, we're in fucking year 5 of the Switch now. Fucking 3D World is a banger, man. It's a fucking banger. But following up that is a game that I was kind of disappointed by. Bravely Default 2. This was a timed exclusive for the system, and I didn't care for it that much. I don't feel like a lot of people did either. This just didn't seem to resonate with a lot of people, even in the same way that the first Bravely Default did, and not in the same way that Octopath did. And Octopath was already, like, it had fans, but there was also a lot that people didn't love about Octopath 1. And Bravely Default 2 just kind of seemed like it didn't have much for anyone. I don't know. I'm sorry if you're a big Bravely Default 2 fan out there, but I personally didn't care for it that much. I was disappointed by it. But you know, let's talk about a crazy port real quick. Let's talk about a crazy port. Crash Bandicoot 4. I mean, it makes sense. We had Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy already, so it makes sense to port the 4th game. But this is a great port of a great game. You know, it's another 30 FPS. Gotta deal with the 30 FPS, but still looks pretty great for the system. Watch out for the Activision logo, though, because you'll look at it and you'll get really sad thinking about it. Alright, well, another indie release. This is a backlog game for me. Later Alligator. You know. As we get further into the console, the indie releases that are coming out are not really as, like, impactful. And that's not the fault of any of the indie creators. It's mostly, well, it's the eShop problem. Which I guess now is about as good a time as any, because at this point, I feel like even by, like, 2021, it was already pretty bad. The Nintendo eShop at the launch of the Switch was kinda great. It was, like, surprisingly solid. There was a decent amount of stuff coming, like, every week. And then at some point, Nintendo just decided we need to, like, jack up the, like, amount of stuff that gets put on the eShop. And there's just, like, a turning point around, like, maybe 2019, like 2020, where it just becomes, like, the eShop is getting flooded with every type of, like, shitty game that you could imagine. At first, it was, like, interesting when the Switch would get bad games. Like, there was that one, like, really bad, like, witch indie game that came out early on that people were making fun of. It was one of the lowest rated games of 2017. And that was, like, an interesting release because it was, like, early on enough where, like, bad games weren't the norm. But now, like, yeah, especially when you get into, like, the era where, like, you can just, like, AI generate, like, assets and shit. Like, there's so many, like, crappy, like, asset flip, like, rip-off games. It's absurd, and it just floods the eShop, and the eShop is so slow for it. Like, dude, I swear to God, the eShop has gotten slower over time. With how much shit they've put on there, it's crazy. Like, Nintendo really needed to pump the brakes on, like, what people are now referring to as e-slop. Because as a result, like, especially, like, indie games are kind of getting overshadowed by, like, all these, like, crappy, like, asset flip releases. Like, I understand wanting to have the bar be low so, like, a shit ton of games will come to the Switch, but the bar is too low. The bar has been, like, put all the way in the core of the earth, and brother, they're gonna keep digging for oil. Sorry, I watched an oil movie recently. There Will Be Blood. Good movie. So I was thinking about oil. But yeah, weird. It's sad that, like, as time goes on, like, indie releases on the Switch get more and more overshadowed. And it's just an inevitable fact of, like, the eShop having too much on it. I have another Miku game. This one is Picross. It's fun. It's also a little too easy, but it's fun. So I hope you like looking at this very cute Miku. You could see more cute Mikus on the back. She's so girly pop. We love you, Miku. Happy birthday, Miku. Hey, do you want to talk about, like, one of the funniest games to ever release? Yuji Naka, you son of a bitch, you've done it again. Alright, so already, this is not a very good port. This is not a very good port of Balan Wonderworld, which is already, like, not a great video game, but it's, like, very crunchy. And, like, it's a Square Enix game, too. So you can kind of tell that, like, for the most part, Square Enix has been, like, pretty on point with their Switch ports. Even if some of them are, like, ugly mobile versions, for the most part, they all work good. They all look good. They're fine. They did not give that same grace to Balan Wonderworld. They didn't give a shit. They're like, who fucking cares? Send this game out to die already.
When did Yuji Naka get arrested for the insider trading? Was it the same year that this came out?
Oh god, I don't know. I feel like it might have been like a year after.
I think it was like a little bit later, but it's so funny. He's a blight upon any team or people that he works with. It's so funny finding out that this guy, who you thought of as like the creator for like one of the best characters ever made, is like actually just a huge ass dickhead, and everybody else, like, he programmed those first 3 games, and you know what? They're solid first 3 games. You did some good programming work, but you're not special, man. You made Balan Wonderland and then you went to jail.
Yeah, the insider trading charges were put upon him in 2022. So it was like a little over a year after Balan. Balan did in fact become his last work. He admitted his guilt in March 2023.
I don't know if he got like a fine or if he has like jail time, but I don't know if he's gonna be in jail for long. Oh, it is Japan. I don't know much about the law of Japan.
He was given a prison sentence of 2 years and 6 months. So I think he's still in jail right now. And I think he will be in jail for another 6 months. He also had to pay a fine of 2 million yen and also forfeit 171 million yen, which I don't know what the difference is there. I don't know what forfeiting. I guess that's like the insider trading funds he got. So he had to forfeit them. It's been said before by people close to me that, like, insider trading really is like the rich people crime. Like, normal people do not get caught on insider trading.
Oh yeah, no. You have to be in those, like, C-suite exec rooms, hearing all the plans go out, and then you have to make your stock purchasing decisions afterwards. It's literally gated off. It's crime that they've gated off to only rich people. They don't even gate their communities anymore. They gate the crimes for their communities.
Yeah, good old Balan. The Switch version specifically of Balan was one of the lowest rated games of that year, which, you know, I get it. I will say, I think Balan Wonderworld is fine. I don't think it's a terrible video game. I think it's a video game that should not have been $60, though. I think the fact that $60 came out, like, $60 when it came out is crazy. It's like how they were charging $60 when Sonic 06 came out. It's like, listen, I don't think the game's like a huge, massive piece of shit, but that's way too much money to spend on that. That's like a $10 game. If you have ever spent more than $10 on Balan Wonderworld or Sonic 06, I'm sorry. Because you shouldn't have had to. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's Balan. Good old Balan. Yuji Naka, me and Yuji Naka, Mr. Yuji Naka will be collaborating on a stream soon. So look forward to that. Sorry, that's a lie. I just wanted to feel like I was part of the team. Well, you're just in time, Joan, because I think you'll have more to say about this game than me. Because
boy,
it's Monster Hunter. It's Monster Hunter Rise, even, which was a time Switch exclusive.
Yes, there was 2 games came out this year that kind of justified my purchase of a Switch 4 years later. I think both of these were known factors going into the Nintendo Switch. The other one I'm going to have to talk about in November, which is going to be a bit later.
Mm-hmm.
You also have it on your list, but you have the remake version that came out in 2024. But there are 2 timed exclusives for the Nintendo Switch that fucking defined my 2021. Monster Hunter Rise is definitely the first one. And holy shit. That game was really fucking good. I like that game a lot. It is the sequel to Generations, as I said before. But also, there was something in me sank a bit going from playing 60 frames per second Monster Hunter on my PC to like 30 frames per second. And there were like a couple of places at the base game where like the frame times actually dipped to sub 30 and it felt like really weird. But the game's fucking really good looking for what it is, and because it was built on a Switch spec version of Capcom's infamous RE engine, it actually looks pretty fucking good. The characters look really nice. The monsters are definitely lower detail than they were in World, but they were still really reactive and really, like, they had really good IK, they had good, like, reactions to the environment that they were in. They re-added a monster type that they didn't have in World, that they said they didn't add to World because they couldn't figure out how to do the IK and the model movement, which is the Leviathan type. They re-added Leviathans to Rise, and they had, like, Mizutsune, like, walking around in the terrain and, you know, like, popping up fences and stuff, and, like, moving realistically around the terrain, which is really fun. And then now Wilds has a bunch of Leviathans in it too, so there's a lot of really fun stuff in Rise. However, going back to that game, there's always one thing in the back of my mind that I'm like, why is this here? And that's the stupid fucking colored birds. I hate collecting those colored birds at the beginning of every hunt to max out my stats. It's so pointless. It's such a obvious, like, time waster to pad out a hunt that would probably be less than 10 minutes. It's so weird. IDK. I like this game. It does kind of make you feel like you're, like, Superman, Spider-Man, less than, you know, like a normal hunter trying to protect a village, or like a superhero trying to stop, like, Omega Jesus. But, you know, sometimes that's, like, really funny.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'll stay here in the background. I probably won't have a lot of stuff to add until it gets to November.
You got
this
it.
year.
You got it. Well, up next, we got a game that I can actually talk about. New Pokemon Snap. This is the nicest looking Pokemon game on the Switch. I like it. I like the original Pokemon Snap-a-Rado. Original Pokemon Snap is, like, fucking classic, dude. It's one of the best paced video games of all time. It gets in, it gets out, and it's like you come out of it and you're like, what the fuck, that was amazing. Nobody disses the original Pokemon Snap. New Pokemon Snap is good. It's a very good looking game too. It is fucking gorgeous. The problem is mostly that it's padded. It's like very, very padded. Like, dude, it's like a 10-hour video game when it could really very easily be half of that time, and you wouldn't really lose much. It's, like, cute, though. It's very nice. It's cool that they, like, acknowledged, like, a Pokemon side game that had lain dormant for that long. It's cool that it exists, and it's fun. If you like the original Pokemon Snap, you'll probably like new Pokemon Snap, but original is still the GOAT. Still the GOAT. Also, hi, Soul. Thank you for the 40 stream streak. Holy shit. That's a lot of fucking streams to watch in a row. Especially because, like, 9 out of those 40 streams were Final Fantasy VII. That's crazy. That's crazy. We got a fucking goated game right here. At least goated to me. Me-topia, baby. Me-fucking-topia. For a lot of people, this game has, like, intrigue just because what the fuck were they cooking with the Mii Maker, dude? It's, like, hard to see.
So many beautiful creations in that Mii Maker.
Yeah. Like, it's hard to see on the box, because my webcam doesn't do a very good job of focusing on stuff. But the Mii Maker in this game goes absolutely insane. It is absurd how hard they went for the Mii Maker in this game, and it makes me, like, so sad that this is the only game that has a Mii Maker like it. It's like, where's my Tamagotchi game with this? I would love that. And I mean, it's a fun, like, cute little RPG for kids. It's not, like, anything crazy. I like it because I like Mii games a lot, but if you're the average person, like, having an RPG where you only control one party member, it's a little lame, but I like it a lot. I really do enjoy Miitopia a lot. I think it's a lot of fun. And, again, that Mii Maker, you still see people, like, fucking around with that Mii Maker. Dude, someone made, like, a website to, like, archive, like, Miitopia Miis and, like, the codes you can use to get them. And, like, granted, there is a problem with that, and that's that the codes people use expire after, like, 1 year. That's unfortunate, but in general, like, dude, Miitopia, man. It's crazy that literally has the best Mii Maker ever. I hope we get to see a comeback of it. This is a certified backlog game moment. It's Shin Megami Tensei 3.
Oh, baby.
You got something you want to say about it?
I got things to say about this.
Okay.
I have actually never played this game to completion until this re-release came out.
Ooh.
And I fucking really like this game, but it isn't, like, so many people treat of it as, like, the peak of the series, and I don't agree. I know SMT4 has its flaws. I will never not stand that game forever. That game is what got me into this franchise. That game is what got me to purchase a Switch at launch, because I knew that a game in this series would be releasing for the Nintendo Switch exclusively, or at least timed exclusively. And that game is, like, really, really, like, fun. It has a story that's, like, genuinely gripping, which, like, a lot of SMT games struggle to do. Because, like, a lot of SMT games just put you in a weird, deserted environment and say, like, hey, fucko, Make it to God. And that's like the core problem of SMT3, where it is like immediate full blast, you are in the apocalypse, make it go and fight God eventually. You have to go through these like really kind of like maze-like dungeons, which is, this is the first Shin Megami Tensei game that isn't like exclusively like a 3D dungeon crawler like SMT 1, 2, and IF were. So like obviously they kept some of those dungeon crawler elements, even though it's not in first person anymore, but does make like the dungeon design a little bit less interesting than say in SMT4, where for me, in SMT4, it feels like the dungeons are a little bit closer to, like, a map you would see in, like, a 3rd or 4th gen Monster Hunter game. Right? Where there's, like, fun ways to interact with the environments, and there's, like, obvious, like, jump-off points and, like, gathering points and stuff like that. In SMT3, it is just, like, dungeons and hallways and rooms and then traps. But it's still a really fun game, despite it feeling like a game from 2001, despite it coming out in 2004. It's very much a game that will test your patience if you play it at the normal or, God forbid, the hard difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a game that is also kind of asking for you to break it, which is something that I love about all the SMT games. All the SMT games are kind of asking for you to break it eventually, which is awesome. And I don't know, I love the aesthetic. Kazuma Kaneko is, like, a wonderful fucking artist, and as much as I like, what the fuck is his name? Matsusaki Doi? I know his last name is Doi, Doi. As much as I like his art in SMT4 and SMT5, he's definitely... He does not have Kaneko sauce, and Kazuma Kaneko and Shoji Meguro, this is the last main, I guess, he did, Strange Journey, but Shoji Meguro did not compose for SMT4 or 5, and, Shoji Meguro, the amount of people who claim they like jazz but only listen to his music from Persona 5, right? Like, he's definitely a composer with some renown, and I really fucking love his compositions for this game. Sadly, they didn't decompress them. The songs are still in their compressed forms, which is so weird, because the game originally launched on DVDs on the PlayStation 2, but the songs were all compressed and bit crunched to shit in all releases, and they've never fixed it, and it's so weird listening back to it. It's like, yeah, it's like lo-fi, like, rock beats with fucking... They took the Mac equivalent of Microsoft Sam and made it say just like, "Oh, please help me, I'm a human being, make this a real world," and then they like distorted it and layered it into the battle music, and it's like really good. Meguro is... He's good at music sometimes.
Fuck yeah. I gotta play this game at some point. I played like the first hour of it.
Yeah?
I played more of Shin Megami Tensei 5, which I also didn't finish, to be fair, but...
They're both very long games. I think 3 is definitely a lot shorter, by like 40 hours or so.
Yeah. Alright, well... The next one is a... I just kind of want to put these side by side, because I think it's like a funny, like, dichotomy we've got going. Game Builder Garage, which is not a game a lot of people think about. It was, like, kind of cool that they had, like, a little, like, programming type game on the Switch for kids, like, a sort of, like, Scratch type deal. But man, some people online have really gotten everything they can out of Game Builder Garage. If you go on, like, the Game Builder Garage subreddit, or, like, I think there's, like, a fan website for it, people have made some crazy stuff in this game that you would not even think is possible. It's not anything crazy like you would see in, like, Dreams for PS4, but for all its limitations, there's a lot you can do with it. It's super cool to see. So, even though this wasn't, like, a big, like, release for Nintendo necessarily, it's cool that it exists. And, like, it's like WarioWare DIY by it.
That is exactly what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, like, I wonder how many developers from WarioWare DIY ended up working on that game, because there's, like, a lot of elements of it that seem similar.
Yeah.
And also you could see in, like, DIY, there was a lot of elements from Mario Paint, too. Like, they had Mario Paint music and DIY. And it's like, oh, I think there's, like, a group of people constantly pushing for Nintendo to create, like, an artist suite, right? Like, not like the Nintendo 64 DD thing, but, like, a genuine, like, creation tool suite for, like, their consoles.
Yeah.
Which they usually end up working on, like, 1 or 2 games every generation.
Yeah. It's cool. We have a game that might be a little contentious, but I think is, like, fun enough. It's Mario Golf. This is a certified they did the Splatoon model again moment. They did it with every Mario sports game for some reason. I know that, the Mario Golf game that people point out is, like, the 3DS one. I think that's Toadstool Tour as, like, kind of the peak of the series. It's got, like, the most unique courses, and it's got, like, more unique animations for the characters. This game doesn't have as much as that, for sure. I do still think it's a fun golf game, and, like, with the amount of courses you have with, like, the free updates and stuff, you could play this game on your own for, like, a good, like, 10 hours and be fine. Don't play the single player, though, because that's actually, like, really bad. It is a better party game than Mario Tennis Aces. I'll give it that. I think this makes for a better party game. It's more, like, understandable to people. Like, oh, it's just golf. I know how to play golf. Let's do it. It is weird that this is, like, another Splatoon-style, like, free update model, though. They need to stop doing that. You might have something to say about this, because I only played, like, a few hours of it. It's Monster Hunter Stories, too.
I actually do not have anything to say about this, because
okay.
I only played, like, 1 hour of it, because it released a couple of months after Rise, while Rise is still getting content updates. Why did I turn this on?
Damn.
I will also say it's one of those RPGs where, like, the combat is inherently, like, straight-up rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
And I've never really liked that, you know? I know a lot of the Fate games do that, too, so...
Mm-hmm.
But this one has Kazu, and the Fate games have, like, the white woman with blonde hair, so... I think this one wins.
Arclight?
No, I don't think that's the Fate one. The Fate one is, like, fucking Saber, or whatever her name is.
Oh, I know which one. I know which one you're talking about. Is Arclight not a Fate character?
I thought she's the Melty Blood one.
Well, it doesn't Melty Blood feature Fate characters?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're, like, the same universe.
I see. Okay, I understand. Monster Hunter Stories 2 is a backlog game. We're putting that under, that's a backlog game.
Still a backlog game for me, and Wilds just came out, so it's not getting played.
I have a re-release that I was personally disappointed by. This is maybe my biggest disappointment of the generation. And it's gonna be a game that everybody's gonna look at and is gonna be like, really, Morgan? But it's true. This is maybe the most disappointing release of the night for me. They ruined the music in Zombies Ate My Neighbors. They emulated it weird, and I don't like it. And it doesn't make me happy. Because Zombies Ate My Neighbors is really fun, and I like playing it. But it's sad that the music got ruined by the re-release. Also, they probably should have included the Genesis versions of both games. Fuck you, Disney.
Wait, Disney owns this IP? I thought it was like Konami.
No, it's Zombies Ate My Neighbors was done by LucasArts, so
oh shit.
It is now a Disney joint. So fuck you, Disney. Fuck you. It's still a good game though. I would recommend people play Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but if you're sad about the music, maybe just emulate it. Because fuck you, Disney. You ruined my music. Zombies in My Neighbors is great, though. It's a great game. I'm glad that it got any attention at all, at least. And it includes, like, a really fun developer interview with it, too. Which, at the very least, I'm really glad that's in there. Also, it's funny. I have this on my desk. The physical release of Zombies Ate My Neighbors came with these shitty 3D glasses, because Zeke wears them in the game. I look ridiculous, dude. I can't wear them as cool as Zeke. I'm sorry. I think this is another certified $60 moment. I think people were not happy that Skyward Sword was 60 again. This is also like an amiibo moment too. Because they added fast travel to Skyward Sword, but you could only use it by using the amiibo for some reason. The fucking Shoebill amiibo.
Oh my god.
I don't know why they did that. I mean, it's a very linear game to begin with, so it's not like the biggest deal in the world, but it's like, what a weird release. What a weird release of an amiibo, too. At least with, like, the Link's Awakening remake, I didn't even mention the amiibo, because it's like, dude, what the amiibo did was it, when you made the dungeon in the Dungeon Maker, which no one gave a shit about, you could save the dungeon on the amiibo. That's not anything. Nobody gives a shit. But, like, fast travel? That's, like, something, like, people would care about. I don't know why they locked that to an amiibo. Fuck you, Reggie. I don't think he was working at Nintendo anymore at this point. When did Doug Bowser start becoming the NOA CEO? We might have passed that era at this point. Shit, now I'm curious. Reggie Fils-Aimé.
2019. So yeah, he was definitely out by this time.
Damn, that's later than I thought, or earlier than I thought, rather. I thought I didn't realize he was out before COVID. I thought it happened during. Oh, well. Sorry. Fuck you, Doug. Fuck you, Doug. Well, now we have this is a certified backlog game, but also, I talked about The World Ends With You, and yeah, that port was enough of a success that they greenlit a sequel. Apparently, the sequel didn't do crazy well. From what I could tell, part of it was that, like, you know, the Switch version probably did okay numbers, but then I think when they put it on PC, they put it on Epic Games Store first, which... And then they ported it to Steam, and nobody gave a shit anymore.
Yeah, also one massive fuck-up that, good old Square Enix did was that they have, like, an online shop for NOA that you can order physical products from. Apparently, if you ordered the physical copy of Neo Twoie, fucking stupid thing to say, if you ordered a physical copy of Neo Twoie from the Square Enix website, they would later email you a download code for the digital version, while still shipping you a physical version. And
That's
that
funny.
download code was redeemable before the game came out.
That's funny as fuck.
They eventually revoked all of those codes, so now I have a fully downloaded version of Neo Twoie on my Switch that I cannot play, but if I delete it, it will delete my save from my physical version of Neo Twoie.
Oh,
I don't know that's not why this works. That seems so stupid, but I guess.
That's so funny. It's a bit of a shame it didn't take off, because The World Ends With You has, like, a really cool, like, art style.
It does. I'm not sure if I like the gameplay of Neo 2E compared to it. It does feel a little bit more traditional, while also having like a lot of 3D arena jank.
Yeah. That's one I'll have to try at some point. One I will have to try. British! I don't actually know if Ace Attorney Chronicles is British. I haven't played it. Thought it'd be funny to call it British, though. I say that, and there's literally, like, 2 women in, like, traditional Japanese clothing on it.
You're not wrong. I haven't played too much of the game. I've watched other people play it, but you're not wrong, it's very British.
It's okay. People in chat are saying it's British too. Okay, it's British. It's British. I would like to play this at some point, but it takes like it takes a backseat to me wanting to play the main series Ace Attorney games more. And I, for some reason, can't get those off my backlog.
I will say one thing that's nice: this game does have voice acting in English.
Oh yeah,
and also has a translation that isn't terrible or ableist. Because the fan translation was really bad for a while for those games.
Did they just like drop the R slur multiple times?
I think so.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens sometimes. Sometimes they see like someone like
they see the original like translation of Final Fantasy VII and think it's okay to do.
Yeah, it's so crazy that there's like one R slur drop in that game, and it's like
right at the beginning.
One of the Shinra guards that's like watching the fucking tower that you climb at some point. Not the Shinra Corporation tower, but like you know what I mean, the like one watchtower. He just says the R slur, and it's like crazy. It's like completely avoidable, but it's still crazy. I think this one is one of the bigger indie releases. I think people were really happy about this. At least a lot of people in my circle were happy about Slime Rancher. I did play the Switch version. It's pretty functional. It's definitely, like, pretty crunchy looking, but it runs at, like, a good frame rate, and it's Slime Rancher, you know? This is a backlog game for me. I want to play it at some point, but I know a lot of people who really love Slime Rancher. It's got funny little beasts in it. Speaking of beasts, here's a beast game. Quake. Quake is a little frustrating to play for me. I think it gets, like, a little too hard for my blood, but it's still cool. It's still a cool game. I mean, it's cool that, like, the Switch is, like, popular enough that it's just randomly getting these, like, basically, like, PC-only type games. Quake might have been on other systems at the time, but, like, man, why the fuck is Quake on a little portable handheld? And this is 2021. This is still, like, before the Steam Deck came out. So this kind of shit is still, like, completely novel. You know? Oh, we got a badass one. We got a badass one for me. I was talking about No More Heroes so much, and bada bing, bada boom, No More Heroes 3. This game is a little contentious in the No More Heroes fandom. Personally, I fucking love it. I fucking love it, and it's maybe not even so much because I think it's the, like, superior No More Heroes experience, but dude, I'm just fucking happy we got, like, a cool, like, AA kind of experience that's, like, so, like, Suda51 is, like, an auteur, in a sense. You really, like, feel his voice coming through with, like, this and Travis Strikes Again. It's, like, so fucking cool. It's, like, this is the kind of shit that you can only get from, like, a smaller, like, dev team instead of, like, a big AAA studio. And, like, it's not perfect, you know? In a lot of ways, people don't like that it brings back the problems of No More Heroes 1, but I would argue the parts of No More Heroes 1 that sucks are part of the experience. You play that fucking bike shit, man. and you will like it. Unironically, I think No More Heroes without, like, the stuff that kind of sucks about it is, like, not No More Heroes at all. You gotta take the good with the bad with it. But it's really cool that that came out. It started as a timed exclusive for Switch. It did come to other consoles eventually. Switch is definitely the best way to play all the No More Heroes games, because it keeps intact, like, the motion control stuff. Especially when you're playing, like, the Wii ones. Like, the Wii ones are weird to play on PC. I know people don't really like the PC versions of No More Heroes 1 and 2. I've also heard that, weirdly, the Steam release of No More Heroes 3 is based on the Switch version instead of the PS5 version, which is just a little funny, because it's like, why did they do that? I mean, it'll run good on your system. If your system can run a Switch game, it can run No More Heroes 3 on PC, but it's just weird that they did it like that. I don't know.
I will say, like, No More Heroes is a franchise. It isn't like a game that I go to when I think about, like, visual fidelity.
Yeah.
So I doubt the gap there is, like, that big of an issue.
That is true. That is true. You're not wrong. Especially No More Heroes 3. Like, No More Heroes 1 and 2 kind of get away with, like, being, like, very stylish. No More Heroes 3 is a little bit of an ugly game. Here's a bad port. Sonic Colors Ultimate. So, this is specifically the Switch version, which some of you will remember is the only version of the game that features a memory leak. Which I streamed for 2 hours, and it gave me a really bad migraine that made me have to stop playing.
Oh my god, you ran into the error? Like, the fucking seizure-inducing fucking memory leak shader error?
It's not hard to pull off. It's like, it's something that you probably wouldn't do accidentally for the most part, but it's also very easy to do. It's like, literally, all you have to do is when you're in the, like, world select of the game, you just, like, hover over, like, a level, switch to another level, just keep hovering over levels over and over, until eventually you, like, start a level, and it's just completely fucked. It's just completely, utterly fucked. It's also just, like, first of all, the Switch version is 30 FPS. Why? Sonic Colors on the Wii is a 60 FPS game. I'd understand if it looked better, but it doesn't. Sonic Colors Ultimate is generally considered to be uglier looking than the Wii
Sonic
version.
Colors on the Wii is a 30 FPS game.
Oh, is it? Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I apologize.
there are hacks that you can use in Dolphin to up it to 60 FPS, but those have gameplay issues with them.
Okay.
It's very much a 30 FPS game, yeah.
Okay. At the very least, the other versions of Sonic Colors Ultimate are 60 FPS. And I feel like they could have made the Switch version run at 60 FPS if this port in general didn't feel like it exists to die. Like, listen, it is nice to have a version of Sonic Colors to play, especially on a handheld like the Switch. Why is this how it came out? Why does it have, like, weird, like, mobile game-ass assets in it? It's so weird. I don't know. It's not one of Sega's finer porting jobs. It always feels like, for some reason, Sega's not good at porting old Sonic games. Which is, like, that should be, like, one of the ones they prioritize. Like, dude, that's fucking Sonic T. Hedgehog. That's, like, one of your top 5 biggest franchises. It might even be, like, even though the video games themselves aren't your biggest, it's probably your biggest as, like, a media franchise. Because there's, like, a lot of, like, Sonic side media. You got all the TV shows that came out. You have the very successful movies now. Actually, speaking of the movies, they gave you a baby Sonic keychain with your copy of Sonic Colors Ultimate. And you can very obviously tell that it's slightly based off of the original movie Sonic and not the redesign. Why is this a bonus with the game?
They had to push the merch somewhere. They didn't want to let it rot.
It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. Sega is so weird. It's like, it's a little sad that Sonic Colors got like a bad port job, because I think it's a pretty good game. I know some people are like more mixed on it, but I think it's good. I like Sonic Colors. You want to talk about a goated game though? I'm talking about WarioWare Get It Together. I think that anybody who doesn't think this is like a fucking fantastic WarioWare game is like stupid. If you aren't getting in on this next generation of Wario action, you are stupid.
I think the people who don't like this game, one, probably didn't gel with the character selection mechanic, which, you know, fine, this is the only game in the series that has it. And two, were not playing with a friend. And I think that is a fucking shame, because this is the best multiplayer WarioWare game ever made.
It's true. I've played this multiple times with siblings and friends, and it's a lot of fun. It's a really fucking good co-op game.
Not just co-op, though. The mode, I know it's straight up from Mega Party games, but the mode where you blow up a balloon on top of a TV to make it explode, and, like, the other person is trapped inside the TV and has to escape is so fucking fun. It's so stupid.
It's a fucking great game. I love Get It Together. I put, like, an absurd amount of time into Get It Together, especially when they were doing, like, the weekly challenges. Oh my god, I tried over and over again to try and get, like, the gold ratings on all of those. So fucking fun. Although it did get me a little mad. I remember I did do a bet with a friend where I tried to get, like, in 24 hours, I tried to get 100 points in the ultra hard, like, micro game thing. I think I got into, like, the 90s, which is crazy. Like, oh my god, I put so much time into Get It Together. Great fucking game. Great fucking game. It's a bit of a shame that, like, this is coming late enough in the Switch's life where at this point, we're not really seeing, like, any of these video games break the kind of, like, sales records for their series. Like, Super Mario Odyssey is the best-selling 3D Mario by a landslide. Breath of the Wild, best-selling Zelda by a landslide. You know, Pokemon was, like, it was never gonna beat Gen 1, but Sword and Shield beat, like, every other generation. Like, these, like, every series was benefiting from the Switch. Splatoon was selling better. The Mario sports games were selling better. But you get to, like, WarioWare Get It Together, and you're starting to see the first cracks form. Because this game sold alright. Which is good, and it means that it was still a success. But it is no longer like you just release a Switch game and it, like, immediately, like, breaks records. That kind of shit is like ceasing to exist at this point. Because the Switch is becoming, like, standard. By 2021, especially with the big COVID boost, like, so many people have a Nintendo Switch at this point that, like, the Switch is just, like, standard now. It's not a trailblazer, it is, oh, yeah, the Switch, I like that. And I mean, to be fair, at this point in its library, you've probably got a shit ton of games already. You're probably not thinking too hard about a little game like WarioWare. But yeah, that's, like, interesting to note. Because a lot of the other games that I had talked about up to this point that were, like, new entries in these series, they were breaking records. Like, they were crushing records, even. Animal Crossing New Horizons sold 30 million more copies than Animal Crossing New Leaf did. Fucking Smash Ultimate sold, like, 17 million more copies than Brawl. so many of these games were breaking records. And I mentioned even like smaller series like Fire Emblem. 3 Houses sold like 2 million more than Awakening and Fates. But poor Wario. He's a victim of circumstance. It took a while for a WarioWare game to get onto the Switch, and by the time it happened, it just simply wasn't exciting for people. But yeah, that's like a little... It's like a little interesting thing to know. Here's a game that's not a game. It's Colors Live. You can just use the Switch as a drawing tablet if you want. And you know what? It's actually like a decent art program. It doesn't have like all the like features of like, you know, any art program you would get on like the computer, but if you don't have a drawing tablet, but you don't have a Switch, or you do have a Switch rather, it's good. It's good. You will get some use out of it. Like I did. Now, I'm not making these crazy drawings that they put on the cover. I don't know how the fuck someone made that ladybug in Colors Live. That's, like, crazy to me. That just looks like it's real. How the fuck did they do that? Third party coming in. It's Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. It's funny, and I'm gonna talk about that game later. Banana Mania was so successful that the next Monkey Ball game was a Switch exclusive. And I don't even think Sega was particularly bothered by it. Like, Super Monkey Ball apparently just, like, does well on the Switch. I mean, clearly it did. If Banana Blitz HD did well enough on the Switch that they felt comfortable making new Monkey Ball games again, I guess, like, the Switch is just, like, an excellent console for it. And, I mean, the Monkey Ball series is pretty good. Banana Blitz itself is kind of bad, but Banana Mania, pretty good. It's a remake of the first 2 games. I know it's, like, slightly different in terms of the physics, so people don't love that aspect of it, but in general, this was, like, my first, like, real Monkey Ball experience, and I had a good time with it. I had a good time. And I think people were just happy that Monkey Ball was allowed to exist at all. Because Monkey Ball had been dormant until they released Banana Blitz HD. Metroid Dread. Now, this is a backlog game for me, but I understand why this game is so important to a lot of people. I mean, Metroid Dread is a game that had been teased for, like, fucking 20 plus years at this point. They had been meaning to make Metroid Dread since the Game Boy Advance. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. I don't know the full, like, development story behind it. I know they tried to make Metroid Dread, they couldn't make it, they would start it, they would stop it. And I mean, especially at this point, like, it was confirmed that Metroid wasn't dead at that point, because we knew Prime 4 was coming eventually, and we had Samus Returns in 2017, but Metroid Dread was the first original Metroid game that we had gotten in over a decade. And it seems like it's a really solid Metroid game. It seemed like most people in the fandom really enjoyed it. I do have a European copy of it, which is annoying because it looks like this instead of looking like this. I don't know why Amazon sent me a European copy, but that's my story. But yeah, I fully understand why Metroid Dread was such an important game. No doubt in my mind. Let's talk about another GOAT, though. Let's talk about Tetris Effect Connected, baby. Now, this is just, like, this is another, I would classify this as, like, complete eye candy. This is a gorgeous-looking game, and it still looks great on the Switch. And, like, honestly, you know, I haven't talked about, like, the Joy-Cons, because, man, what is there to say about the Joy-Cons? They're not very good. Okay. When they work, they're fine. I actually, like, I have kind of, like, smaller hands. So, like, the Joy-Cons are, like, pretty comfortable for me. I don't mind playing with the Joy-Cons at all. The problem is they have the worst sticks in the universe. And this was especially apparent early on because so many early Joy-Cons became victim of Joy-Con drift. It was such a wide-scale problem, I would say it was on the level of, like, the Red Ring of Death, in terms of, like, how widespread it was. So many people I know who haven't gone out of their way to buy, like, new Joy-Cons still deal with, like, their current Joy-Cons having Joy-Con drift. Because so many early Joy-Cons have them. Now, I don't have anything to prove this. I'm pretty sure over time, they've gotten better about that. I think that's just a case of, like, the manufacturing becoming, like, more smooth. So, like, you know, these, like, kind of technical problems don't happen as much. But I obviously don't have, like, definitive proof for that. It just feels like you heard, like, Joy-Con drift a lot for, like, the first half of the Switch's life, and you don't hear it as much now. I haven't had any of my new Joy-Cons drift. I have had one of them have the L button not work properly, which is honestly, like, yeah, that's bad. That's kind of standard with Nintendo handhelds at this point. I feel like every, like, DS and 3DS I owned had fucked up trigger buttons. Nintendo was so bad about that.
I remember blowing into those L triggers to make sure they worked again on my DSi. Specifically.
It's always so fucked. They gotta, like, Nintendo needs to figure out how to make, things, like, L buttons that don't break. Please. Anyways, Tetris Effect Connected. The reason I bring up the Joy-Cons is because the Joy-Cons are the best Tetris controller ever. You know, the D-pad buttons are not preferable for a lot of types of games. They are perfect for Tetris. I'm surprised I forgot to bring it up when I was talking about Tetris 99. Dude, it is so, like, it's just like you have to see it to believe it. You have to have it in your hands playing Tetris with the Joy-Con buttons to, like, understand why that is, like, the ideal control set for it. You would understand if you did it. And we got another interesting release from Nintendo. Mario Party Superstars. This, I think if people didn't consider Super Mario Party a return to form, they definitely considered Mario Party Superstars a return to form.
It helps that they reprinted all those boards.
Yeah, the thing with Mario Party Superstars, it is obviously a great game. It is also a greatest hits album. It's like, hey, you remember these mini games from the other games? You remember these boards from the other games? Have fun with them again. And you know what? I can't be too mad about it because it is those, but with online multiplayer and all those funny stickers, like the
Yoshi getting it good.
Yoshi getting it good.
He's so hungry for that tasty fruit.
It is great. It is a great game. It is a very derivative game, but it's a great game. It's a great game. I mean, I think, like, this, like, really, like, made people think, you know what? ND Cube might have the sauce with Mario Party. After years of doing weird shit with it, they might have the sauce.
I think the tipping point is simply including an online mode that, you know, isn't perfect. It's a Nintendo Switch Online. Of course it isn't fucking perfect. It's a lot easier than booting up Dolphin and setting up Parsec or doing a Dolphin, like, net play session. It's just so much easier than any previous way to play multiplayer Mario Party that it, like, justifies itself. And the fact that it's, like, a good game with greatest hits minigames and greatest hits boards is, like, yeah, no, this is genuinely probably the best. This is probably the best game in the entire sub-series that is Mario Party. At least to me.
It's definitely up there. It's great. It's very good. I have The Binding of Isaac Repentance. This isn't like a huge release for the Switch or anything. I think like Afterbirth Plus definitely did more numbers early on, especially because they actually put like physical releases of it in stores. Repentance is a fantastic expansion for the game. I don't know if it really does anything for the Switch specifically. It's good though. It's good though. It is Nicalis though, and those guys scare me. Another indie release though, that this is a backlog game. It's Super Sammy Roll. It's like a cute little 3D platformer that I gotta play through at some point. So it's a certified backlog moment. Again, a lot of these like later indie releases aren't gonna be anything crazy for the system, but they're cute. They're cute, yeah, and I like them. Cute. And you should play indie games.
Mm-hmm. There is one game released between Super Sammy Roll and Big Brain Academy, which I'm assuming is what you're going to talk about next.
Oh no, I don't have it in my list. What game was it?
Fucking okay. You have the later version of this game on your list. It's Shin Megami Tensei 5.
Okay.
The original, the Nintendo Switch timed exclusive. Not even timed. It's like exclusive. If you want to play the original version of that game, it's only on the Switch. I don't know why you would want to play the original version of that game, considering Vengeance fixes a lot of issues with it, like balance-wise. But that base game is still pretty fucking good, but it's so entirely lacking in a plot that has any hooks in it. Any message, any criticism on the world, any criticism on religion as a whole. It's just... There were likable designs, there were very good demon designs, there were likable... I was gonna say there were likable characters. No! That's a big issue with base Shin Megami Tensei 5. There aren't likable characters. There were just basic characters, and then it feels like it's like giving you an RPG that plays really fucking good and a world map that's actually pretty fun to explore. And it's really fun, but the plot just seems there arbitrarily. Yeah. And that's like such a shame compared to SMT4 before it, where the plot was such a main driving factor and had a lot of intrigue to it. Even in the ill-fated or ill-regarded like semi-sequel, which is Apocalypse. Not a lot of people like that one. I like it. I think it's alright. There are definitely issues with that game.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into it. SMT5, base SMT5 just kind of drops the ball on the entire plot thing. And also, in many ways, it's like a beautiful fucking game. It is an Unreal Engine 5 game for the Nintendo Switch that looks pretty fucking impressive, but also is entirely set in different colored deserts. And that's such a... Like, obviously, there's always been this post-apocalyptic vibe for some SMT games, specifically 3, but 3 wasn't always you were walking around in that vertex world and it was like desert. 5 is always you're in a desert, but sometimes the color of the sand is different. And it's so fucking... What a stupid way of doing that. I don't know. That game is really good. It's part of the reason I bought a Switch at launch, because I knew it was happening. But I am a little sad that it turned out the way it did. And I'm glad Vengeance came out and fixed a lot of those issues.
I have to wonder... I have to wonder. This might be speculation on my point. I wonder if, like, the game maybe went through a little bit of development hell. Because, I mean, being announced to be coming out at, like, the start of the Switch and then taking over 4 years to come out is, like, a little crazy.
It is. Apparently, there were elements of, like, critiques of, like, society and stuff. Like generally they try to base a lot of SMT and also to a certain extent Persona games based off of, hey, this is like this topic that's being discussed right now, or this is like a critique of society as we perceive it in this moment, even though, Atlas is mostly old men,
Yeah.
which does kind of taint some of their vision sometimes, but a lot of that critique got cut out, and they said it was partially due to like COVID, partially due to because they didn't know what they wanted to say, and they added quite a few more of those elements back in Vengeance, and added a little bit more punchy, strange lines, like incredibly opinionated individuals asking incredibly charged questions that SMT loves doing, and SMT is genuinely at the best when they're giving you freaks asking questions about basic morality that genuinely make you have a little bit of pause based off of what was happening in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really good when they give you that, and SMT5 did not give you that, the base game. And so I do think there was a lot of development hell, especially for the story writing there.
Good to know, good to know. Oh, that'll save me the trouble when I get to Vengeance, unless you want to say anything else about SMT5.
No, I think I spoke my will on both base game and Vengeance, so...
Mm-hmm. Well, it's very funny that you spent all that time talking about Shin Megami Tensei, because now it's time for Big Brain Academy. Another DS joint that got ported over... Or not ported, but got a new release on the Switch. This one actually came out in the West. It's cute. It's cute. It's Big Brain Academy. It's not anything crazy. It's not gonna blow your tits right off, but it's cute. It's fun. And that's it. I don't have anything to say about it. It is what it is. Alright. I got bad news, everybody. It's fucking Pokemon again. Those fuckers keep showing up. It's BDSP. Definitely not the most beloved games in the series at all. I don't hate BDSP. I'm actually, I'm a little bit of, a Gen 4 hater, because I fucking hate how slow it is. I think, Gen 4 on, the DS is, way too slow. And then,
sometimes, the Gen 4 DS Pokemon games feel like they're taking the piss out of you. I remember playing those games on fucking emulator in, Platinum, the one that's supposed to fix shit. There's, a part of the game where you're walking through a snowfield and, randomly some titles, trap you, and then you have to mash keys to get out. It's they're literally mocking you for how slow and plotting this whole shit is. It's so funny.
It's absurd how slow base Gen 4 is, and even Platinum. And it's listen, I am not going to say that BDSP is better than Platinum. I would be lying to you, I would be lying to myself. I do appreciate that BDSP feels way faster. I don't hate that these exist, because they are faster versions of Gen 4, which is mostly what I wanted, but not what most people wanted, because these games have a interesting art style.
Was it Arzest? Who was it? Prope? I forgot.
No, it was Ilka. Ilka did these games.
Okay.
And honestly, I think, people, think Ilka are, schmucks who don't know anything. I kind of think Ilka cooked a little bit. And here's why. The gym leader battles, and especially the Pokemon League, are, some of the best they've had in the series, but you kind of can't tell because you're, so over-leveled for most of it. But they, genuinely, hit you with some, pretty tough challenges. And, the Pokemon League, even though you're usually, at their level or even higher, they're actually, really fucking hard. And I think that's really cool. You could tell that they wanted to kind of make their own, like, a little bit of harder take on, like, Pokemon. And then I think, like, they were probably told by the Pokemon Company or, like, someone at Game Freak, hey, you should probably have the permanent EXP share on. And they just could not rebalance the game in time to account for that. Which is unfortunate, because, again, I think they cooked up some really cool and interesting battles for BDSP, and you would never know it because of that. It's a shame. It's a shame. These games are unfortunate. And I mean, you go anywhere in the Pokemon fandom, and people will say these are the worst games in the series. I don't know if I feel that they are the worst games. I kind of think, and this is gonna, like, make some people upset, I don't like it more than Platinum, but I do think I actually like these more than Base, Diamond, and Pearl. But I completely understand why people aren't over the moon about BDSP.
I will say this is like the only Pokemon game in like almost 20 years that I just skipped. I skipped because one, I don't, because of previous reasons, I don't find Sinnoh to be an engaging region, and also because of the art style changes. However, I will appreciate this game for one, bringing back like Pokemon Emerald style like fucking RNG manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like really easy to get shiny legendaries in that game.
Yeah.
Two, being a Pokemon game made in the Unity engine.
That's true. That's real as fuck.
It has an incredibly funny quirk for anybody who cares about, like, machine-level bytecode. Because Spinda is in Pokemon BDSP, and BDSP is in Unity, and Unity, I think, uses Big Endian for floating point numbers, or, like, for, shorts, or something like that. For certain 32-bit integers, the way Unity handles it is slightly different than the engine that Game Freak built in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and they continued using based off of that for the further games. And that engine determines where spots are placed on Spinda's body, which means Spinda's caught in BDSP cannot be transferred to home, and Spinda's caught in Pokemon Go or in other Pokemon games cannot be transferred into BDSP because they can't preserve their markings if they get transferred.
I will say also, related to Unity quirks, Unity is also making BDSP, like, the 3D, like, Pokemon game to hack. Like, so, there's so many, like, cool, like, BDSP hacks out there already. Shout out Luminescent Platinum. That's, like, a big one. It's cool to see. It's cool to see. If nothing else, I'm glad that BDSP gave us another Pokemon game that, like, people are getting really into the hacking scene for. Unfortunately for you all, though, Pokemon is not over yet, because the next game is also Pokemon. But it's one that I think most people actually like. This is, like, the first Pokemon game, aside from Pokken, where there's not really, like, a controversy to talk about. It's just, it's Pokemon Legends Arceus, and people like it. And, I mean, they should. It's, like, a pretty good game. I don't love everything about it. Legends Arceus makes for a very good first playthrough, and then I feel like it doesn't have the same replayability that a lot of other Pokemon games have, and I feel like that's mostly a problem with the game just doesn't have a lot of battling in it. And, like, the battle system is, like, so important to, like, the replayability of Pokemon. But Legends Arceus, there's really not that many. There's, like, the ones with, like, the... What are they called? Like, the masters of each, like, area. Do you remember what they're called? They're like...
They were, like...
Not the
I was
Alphas.
gonna say Guardians.
It might have been Guardians. It might have been Guardians. Not the Alphas,
like the
because...
Pearl Clan Wranglers? Like, nah, that's definitely not it.
See,
We
the
see
thing with
Bulbapedia.
the alphas, like the alpha Pokemon, was that you didn't have to fight them at all. Or at least you didn't have to fight them with Pokemon. You could do that by exclusively, like, hitting them with, like, the stuff that weakens them. I never fought any of those guys with my Pokemon at all. I just threw shit at them, and I just did that. If the game's gonna let me do it, I might as well do it. But yeah, the fact that this game doesn't have a crazy amount of battles in it, at the very least for me, doesn't make it, like, super replayable, which is a little unfortunate, but I still think this is a great game, regardless. And it's definitely worth your time. I know for a lot of people, this is the kind of, like, switch-up in Pokemon that they've wanted for a long time. And it seems like they're expanding on it with, like, Legends ZA, so, you know? Hopefully Pokemon Legends is, like, the sauce the series needs. Because it would be nice if Legends ZA came out and I didn't hear everybody bitching again. Because Legends Arceus came out, and people were like, wait, that's actually kind of good. You know, there were some people saying, like, oh, but the graphics are a little muddy. But that was, like, basically it. Everybody was just like, oh, yeah, but it's good, though. It's good, though. It's also funny that I wasn't really excited for Legends Arceus when it first got announced, and then when it actually came out, I was like, okay, guys, you're right. This game is really good.
Definitely one of the better Pokemon games in the past couple of years, I think.
Yeah. Indie release. This is not on the backlog. This is a game that I've actually played all the way through, Grapple Dog. It's really cool. It's got a really fun, like, pixel art style. You play with a grappling hook, you grapple around. It got a sequel recently that's also really good. I would recommend you guys check this out. This only got a release by Super Rare, which is why I have that. I think they might only be a European company. I think that's why the Peggy logo is on there. But I recommend checking this game out. It's pretty fun. It's pretty damn fun. Alright, we got a Switch game that is good, but also has the worst name ever conceived. Why did they call it this? Why did they name a game Triangle Strategy?
I think Square Enix is off their fucking gourd. I think they were able to get away with Octopath Traveler, and now it thinks that they are, like, they're able to do whatever the fuck they want.
They really went mad with power. And it's a shame, because unironically, Triangle Strategy is pretty good. I didn't finish it, but I got, like, decently far in it. It genuinely gets, like, pretty tricky. It's, like, a pretty tricky, like, strategy RPG. You gotta be, like, wise for this. It's, like, I'm used to, like, Fire Emblem, where they kind of balance the game around the fact that you would have, like, units die throughout the game. Triangle Strategy, your units don't die, but that doesn't matter because the game can get fucking hard, dude. You gotta be, like, on your A game playing some of these maps. And you know what? That's cool. That's cool. It's a genuinely, like, fun game. It had, like, a pretty engaging story from what I remember. I don't know why they named it Triangle Strategy. Like, I know, like, why, but I don't know why, if you know what I mean. Fucking bizarre. Fake-ass video game title. They were taking the piss, I think. I think this is just a case of them taking the piss. Where the fuck is this next game in my pile? I found it. Rune Factory 5. I haven't played Rune Factory 5. This is a backlog game, but it exists. This one, I believe, was actually built for, like, the Nintendo Switch, so it definitely, like, looks better than Rune Factory 4 did. But I have not played much of it, so don't ask me to tell you if it's good or bad. I mean, it's probably good. I haven't heard people say it's bad, but don't ask me. I didn't play it. We got a surprisingly big release. We're getting pretty late into the Switch's life. You know, we're in 2020 now. We're like 2 years into a global pandemic. Baby, it's Kirby and Forgotten Land.
This is, like, one of my favorite Kirby games ever.
I understand completely, because this game is, like, fucking fantastic. Genuinely, like, out of any series that, like, transition into 3D, dude, nobody's done it, like, smoother than Kirby, I think. And, like, you know, they had the benefit of, like, the hindsight of, like, 20 plus years of, like, 3D, like, platformer, like, knowledge. But it's still like, dude, if you played Forgotten Land, you wouldn't even be able to tell that this was the first time Kirby went 3D. You would be like, oh, this is just like a really good 3D Kirby game. I wonder what the other ones are like. And then you find out that it's the only one. And it's really fucking good. I mean, it's got like a super fun, like, dude, look at the fucking mouthful mode. This shit is so goofy, but it's like so much fun to play with. And, like, I really love what they did with the copy abilities. I love that they got, like, the upgradable copy abilities. That's cool. This is also, like, a case of, like, I think this is the best-selling Kirby game now. I think this is the first Kirby game that has outsold Kirby's Dream Land. And yeah, it's because it's a fucking exciting game. It's the first 3D Kirby after Kirby didn't go 3D, like, 20 plus years ago. It's so good. It's so good. And you can play as you can be Kirby as a car. How could you not like that? Fucking banger video game. Nintendo knew they had something good on their hands with that. And you know what? To this day, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, if you bought it day one, you still have the complete package. You never had to, like, download an update for it. It never even got a patch to, like, fix any, like, random bugs or whatever. It's just, like, they put out the game, it was finished, and it's good.
And it has a really fucking good soundtrack. Like, obviously all Kirby games do, but I just have a soft spot for this one.
I understand. It's got some great tunes in it. Fucking fantastic game. Absolutely, like, it's so nice to see, especially after, like, Kirby Star Allies was, like, a bit middling. It's so nice for HAL Laboratories to immediately bounce back and be like, no, we still got the sauce. Do not accuse us of being sauceless, we still got it. Lego Star Wars. In a way, it's kind of fitting that this is right after Forgotten Land, because in a weird way, this is like a bounce back for, like, Lego games. This is the first time they didn't, like, they actually took, like, a gap year between developing Lego games, and you can kind of tell because this one has higher production values. It's still Lego Star Wars. I mean, it's good. It's good. But I don't have a crazy amount I can say about it. Fuck you, Disney. Bitch! Bitch! We have a certified backlog game. Although, I know that this port is controversial. It's Chrono Cross. I know that people don't love how this game was ported, but it's the port.
It's really, really good that they actually put the fucking Satellaview, like, digital story as part of this game.
Yeah.
That, like, never was re-released. Like, that's so... I'm glad that people are porting shit off of the fucking Satellaview.
Yeah, that never happens.
Before you get to the next game, there is an April release for the Nintendo Switch, which is super important to me. It is 13 Sentinels, 13 Sentinels, what is the name of it? Aegis Rim? Is that what it's called?
I think so. I've heard of that one.
It is a vanillaware, so Dragon's Crown, and also, you know, fucking Muramasa, a lot of other really beautiful hand-drawn games. Vanillaware made a sci-fi game that, has, like, a really, some ways kind of confusing, but genuinely really compelling plot, and is half visual novel and half really middling RTS game.
Mm-hmm.
But the RTS game, you can turn your brain off and just pay attention to the wonderful story of the actual game.
Mm-hmm.
It is also one of the few games that, like, genuinely has, like, something resembling a non-binary person in it,
Ooh.
which is, like, surprising for a video game that's, like, published by Atlas or
Yeah.
made by Vanillaware. I genuinely really like the relationship that they have with another character, which is both, like, there's a lot of queer stuff in this game, which rules, honestly. It's, like, one of the few games that has, like, a, like, definitive, yeah, these two got gay married in a timeline. Of course, there's time fuckery in it, so
Yeah.
there's gonna be some of that, but it's a really good game. I really like it. However, I will say, like, it is kind of questionable in the actual gameplay of the RTS sections. I think I would have enjoyed it more if it was just a really pretty visual novel.
Fair enough, fair enough. You know, I just looked over at my desk also. I forgot to talk about my Kirby and the Forgotten Land pins that I got with the game. Check it out.
Oh man, I remember the pre-release for Forgotten Lands. Everybody thought that little rat thing was gonna betray you.
Yeah.
We've
Nobody
been Mark
trusted
spilled.
him. It's all Marx's fault. People blame Magalore, but it's actually Marx's fault. I forgot about my Sword and Shield pin also that I got from Nintendo NYC. There you go. Marx pilled and Magalore maxing is crazy. It's crazy. Oh, it's crazy? The Stanley Parable. This is like a game that's kind of crazy to have on a console. It was originally just like a weird like Source game. And it's like, it's cool. It's cool. Ultra Deluxe adds a lot more to it. You know, it's a very like story-driven, like meta kind of game. It's cool. It's cool. And it's like really cool that it got like a console release at all. Because again, the original, oh my god, even before like the Steam release, there was like it was just like a Half-Life mod. Just doing this bit. It's cool though. It's cool though. And then, here's a game that I don't have much to say about. It's Bugsnax. I know this is a big indie game for everyone. I'm kind of with The Onion on this. Honestly, kind of looks like shit, but it's probably still the best game on PS5. It's so funny that they, like, put that quote in, like, one of the trailers, but they, like, cut around it to make it seem like they said only nice thing. It's, like, a good bit. I don't know, I'm not huge on Bugsnax, but I respect it. I respect it, at least. But you know what? I'm about to lose all of my cred anyways. So it's fine, the Bugsnax fans will immediately have their revenge. Also good night, Joan. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for hopping on call. Nintendo Switch Sports is a game I really like. Which is funny, because it is a game that was very contentious at launch. But now it's also one of the best-selling Switch games. It's in, like, the top 15. It is, like, the only Switch game, I think, currently, that, like, has, like, a genuine shot at hitting, like, the top 10 right now. And it's fucking Nintendo Switch Sports. You know, you can see on the box they have, like, the 6 sports that it launched with. They added golf and basketball later, which I think helped round out the sports a lot more. Dude, it's online bowling, though. It's online bowling, though. People were not happy about the Sports Mates, though. I mean, people were really upset that this game did not include the Miis. To the point where, like, there are people who think this is, like, one of the worst pieces of shit that Nintendo has ever put out. And I think those people are being a little ridiculous. Listen, I've made it very clear in the past. I genuinely really like Nintendo Switch Sports. I think it's a great game. You know? If it was just like bowling in Chambara, I would be fine with that. Because it's like so fucking good. You know? And again, it's like still selling like really well. It's like it genuinely has a shot at cracking the top 10 best-selling Switch games, which is funny because no other game seems to be capable of doing that right now. That's got my vote. That's got my vote. Shout out Nintendo Switch Sports. I know that other people may not like it, but I like it. And this is my stream, motherfucker. This is my stream, I get to do whatever I want. Certified Backlog game. Although this is also an interesting release because this was, I believe, a Microsoft game. Or no, wait. I'm thinking of a different game. Never mind, this is an indie game. Sorry. I'm thinking of a different game. It's Card Shark. It's a backlog game. Why did they do it again? This is the third Mario sports game that they've released that has the Splatoon model. And it still doesn't work. I mean, it's fun. I still, like, this and Mario Golf I prefer over Mario Tennis Aces. But it's still, like, what are they doing? And it still feels like, I don't know, there's not a crazy amount to Mario Strikers Battle League. It also feels like there's just not enough characters in it. It feels like a game that needs, like, a more expansive roster. I don't know, man. I don't know. How does this keep happening? How does this keep happening? Nintendo, please stop doing this. TMNT, though. Shredder's Revenge. This game's pretty fire. It's a fun little TMNT beat-em-up game. It's gotten, like, a few DLC updates since it released. And it's just really good. Just really good. You know, not anything crazy, but, I mean, beat-em-up games are a lot of fun, especially on the Switch. This and Streets of Rage 4, ooh, you got some good shit right there. Yeah, like I said, we're gonna maybe start speeding through some of these releases. Because, like, I think we're starting to get to a point where a lot of these games aren't, like, crazy important to, like, the Switch's life. Like, a Capcom Fighting Collection is cool. It's cool that we got this many arcade games on the Switch, but at this point, this is, like, standard. This is, like, not abnormal. This is, like, oh, this is cool. But not, like, anything that's, like, shattering people's expectations of what a system can be. I think we're well past the era of a lot of these games being able to, like, redefine what it means to be a video game console, you know? It just doesn't happen. Just kidding, we just redefined the world with Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Now, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity is one of the best-selling Dynasty Warriors games. It well outpaced the original Hyrule Warriors plus Definitive Edition. Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes set its scale a little too small, and also it's, I don't care about it very much. I'm sorry, everybody. Okay, my problem with Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, and nobody else is going to talk about this. I'm the only streamer that's going to pretend like Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes is important to the Nintendo Switch. My problem with it is that there is too much downtime. I think the downtime worked in, like, 3 houses because you were getting downtime from, like, really long, like, strategy RPG combat. In this game, you are getting a break from, like, fun action combat that you would want to be doing pretty much all of the time. Like, you don't want to be doing as much of, like, the social interaction type stuff in this game because it's, like, it just feels like so much more of a pace breaker. I got close to beating this game. I put, like, 60-plus hours into this game, but I just couldn't do it in the end. I just couldn't do it. I mean, the fact that it's, like, 60-plus hours long and I didn't beat it is already, like, that's too much. That's too much. Too much video game. Give me a little bit of a break. Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. It's an arcade port. It's cool that it exists. It's the best. It's for a Natsume game. It's got a better track record than the new Harvest Moon games. Every time they release a new Harvest Moon game, it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Not anything too important to the Switch. Another game that's, like, interesting that it came out on the Switch is Klonoa. Because this was a PlayStation franchise for a while. I mean, it had the remake on the Wii, which is the one they used in this. And, I know people aren't over the moon about that. It is what it is, though. It's cool to have Klonoa 1 and 2 on here. Yeah. I don't actually care about Klonoa that much, though. I tried to play the first one in here, and I wasn't super thrilled by it. But you know, it's good that I tried. Live Alive is a very interesting game. This is another Square Enix timed exclusive. It's cool. It's cool. It's a remake of, like, the SNES Live Alive, which is a game that has gone on to inspire a lot of, like, RPGs. I mean, this is another one that, like, very much inspired Toby Fox when he was making Undertale, to the point where Megalovania is named after a song from this game. One of the songs in this game is called Megalomania. It's very cool that Live Alive was given a second chance at life like that. And it seemed to do decently well for Square Enix. I don't think they were too upset about how it performed. The Switch got a second original Xenoblade game. We had Xenoblade 2 at the beginning of the Switch's life, but 5 years later, they hit us with Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which I'm not, like, super familiar with it. I think, like, people generally like it more than Xenoblade 2. I feel like it's a lot less contentious of a game. It feels more in line with what they were doing for Xenoblade 1. I think some of the character designs in this game are cool. I, like, see them on the back of the box, and I'm like, yeah, that's dope. It's cool that, like, Xenoblade is a series that's, like, popular enough where, like, they feel the need to, like, even make, like, multiple games of it on the same console. Especially because, like, Xenoblade games are fucking huge. They're, like, big time investments to make. And you know what? It seems like they're worth it for Nintendo. You know? I mean, they're porting Xenoblade Chronicles X. That hasn't come out yet, but the Switch has accidentally become the home of Xenoblade. Every single Xenoblade game is now on this system. And I think that's cool. It's really cool, even. Cult of the Lamb, which admittedly doesn't have a great Switch port. Yeah. I like Cult of the Lamb. I would not recommend the Switch version being your way to play it. We're starting to feel the age of the system a little bit, because this just doesn't run that great on it at all. What does run great on it, though, Pac-Man World Repack. Cool that we got this is another, like, originally PlayStation-only type deal that's now just on a Nintendo system. That's always interesting and cool to see. Here's a bunch of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games, brother. 13 TMNT games. Cowabunga indeed. Splatoon 3 is, it's a weird release. A lot of people felt that even though Splatoon 2 was like 5 years old at this point, it still felt a little too soon for a new Splatoon game. You know, it was... It got announced and people were like, oh, it looks kinda different, but still kinda just like Splatoon 2. And it's like, you know... Splatoon is probably gonna have that problem for the rest of its life, because it is, like, one of Nintendo's only viable esports, and, like, any esports game series is going to have to remain, like, fairly consistent in terms of, like, mechanics and such. Because if you change up the game too much, the competitive players are gonna, like, flip their lid. But then it comes with the detriment of casual players not necessarily getting what they want out of, like, a new entry. It's a tough balance. It's a tough balance. And Splatoon 3 kind of fumbles it a little bit. I know people aren't happy about, like, the weapon variety. Like, everybody thought there should be, like, third kits for all the weapons. That didn't happen. Side Order was good, but I think, like, generally people agreed it's not as good as Octo Expansion. They did a good job updating Salmon Run, though. Salmon Run is definitely, like, better in Splatoon 3 than Splatoon 2. But the actual, like, core gameplay is still pretty similar to Splatoon 2. It feels a little redundant. But the quality of life stuff is very nice. It cannot be overstated how good the quality of life stuff is. And this was, like, one of the fastest selling games in Japan, like, ever. People were going out in droves to pick up Splatoon 3 in Japan. It sold like crazy well immediately. I think it's already at, like, 11 million. Like, it didn't beat Splatoon 2, but for all intents and purposes, it still did great. Yeah, it came very close to 12 million. It's probably surpassed that by now, if I had to guess. But yeah, Splatoon 3 is, like, it's a little bit of a disappointment, but it's still, like, good. It's still good. This is a backlog game. But this is, like, a game that's also, like, very PC-centric, so it's, like, cool that it got a release on the Switch at all. Can I talk about a game that nobody gives a shit about that made me mad? Here's Taiko Drum Rhythm Festival. And you might be saying, Morgan, why would a game like this make you mad? It has the stupidest monetization I've ever seen in any video game. You get the base game, and it's like it's like maybe like 60 plus songs that all feel like non sequiturs to each other. They don't really feel like very cohesive. And then it's like, I don't know, there's not that many songs that I would want to play, and then it's like, oh, but if you want more songs though, get the subscription, which is $10 a month. And, like, the crazy thing is, that's still a better deal than if you buy the DLC individually, because it is absurdly expensive to get all that DLC. You get 3 songs for, like, $5 or some shit. It's so stupid. It makes me so mad. And it's just, again, there's a lot of variety in this game, but as a result, it just doesn't feel very cohesive as a fighting game, as a rhythm game. You know, it just, it makes me mad. It makes me mad, I don't like it, I don't respect it. I don't like it, I don't like it. Here's a game that I almost played, like, a decent amount of, but there's a certain reason why I didn't play it, even though I bought it. I played, like, the first hour of it, and then almost immediately, within a couple days of this coming out, the voice actress for Bayonetta confirmed that she would not be reprising her role in Bayonetta 3, and also that she had a fallout with Platinum Games. Now, we know that a lot of the stuff that she was saying was, like, kinda crazy. She was, like, accusing them of not paying her very well, of, like, undershooting her, like, etc., etc. And then, like, it kinda turned out that, you know, she was getting, like, a pretty decent deal, all things considered. It's, like, I don't know, it was a very fishy situation, and even though, like, Platinum Games was kinda in the right, they also kinda weren't, though, because they let Kamiya talk a lot of shit. They let Kamiya act like a little fucking man-child on Twitter about it. So I didn't play very much Nier Automata as a result. But this is another, like, miracle PS4 port. But man, at this point, it sure don't feel like it. And you know, we are starting to get into diminishing returns in terms of what these games mean for the system, because you know what Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hopes means for the Switch? It means that nobody cares about Mario plus Rabbids anymore. It's been 5 years since the last one, and, you know, a lot of people at Ubisoft, when the game kind of, like, underperformed, were like, maybe we should have held off until the Switch 2. And yeah, that was probably the move. Because, like, I don't know, there just wasn't a lot of interest surrounding this game. And it's a shame, because it seems like a genuinely solid game. I played, like, the first hour of it, and it was, like, fun. But, you know, there's just something about it that doesn't grab people in the same way that, like, the original Mario Rabbids did. You know? It just didn't have that same, like, oomph factor, you know? Definitely, like, we're starting to feel the age of the Switch more and more. And how, like, stuff is just, like, sort of waning in terms of, like, excitement. Like, I think 2022, like, late 2022, is around when you really start seeing people be like, alright, when is the next one? Like, I think this is around the time when people were really starting to feel the Switch's age. And, like, start, like, asking, like, hey, when's the next one, though? When are we getting another one? Well, too bad, because you got Signalis, which is a backlog indie game. It's cool that this came out. It's another indie game for the Switch. I need to play it. This is one of the dumbest video games that I've ever played in my life. Like, Bayonetta 3 was announced very, very early in the Switch's life. It was literally like June 2017. We had the Direct that announced Bayonetta 3 would be coming out. And we really didn't get much about it until, like, years later, after, like, fucking, like, 4+ years since that Direct. And, man, you know, it seemed exciting. It seemed cool. Then the voice actor stuff happened, you know. It kind of dampened the mood. You know, some people still bought the game. I waited until later to get it, so I could get it at a discount. And boy, am I glad I did. Cause what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? Like, okay, if you're talking about it as a gameplay experience, it's fine. It's more on par with Bayonetta 1 than Bayonetta 2, but it's still fine. You can tell that there were some weird changes made to the game. They wanted to have it be more open world, but then they couldn't. And, you know, that fucked with the level design a lot. It makes the levels feel a little empty as a result, but it's whatever. It's whatever. The last hour and a half of this game is one of the most baffling things that anyone's ever put in a video game. Like, if you ever hear people shit-talking this game, it's literally just because of the last hour of it. The last hour of this game is actually that dumb. Which is crazy, because it's not like Bayonetta was, like, a fucking, like, paragon of storytelling before. But, like, Bayonetta 3's ending is actually just, like, that dumb. It's actually literally just that stupid. I don't know what the fuck happened. Kamiya had like a fucking Shinzo Abe moment or something. It's so bizarre, and it like completely soured what was like one of the more exciting releases that we heard about in the early Switch days. Sonic Frontiers came out on the Switch, and it's not a very good port. It's cool that it's on here, but it's not, it's very crunchy. I know, like, some people blame, like, this Switch port for, like, why the Poppin' is that bad. Man, if the Poppin' was the only thing keeping this game running on Switch, I'd hate to see what this game runs like without the Poppin'. 'Cause my god, it is crunchy, dude. But you know, another cool collection release, Atari 50. Can't say too much about this. It's just, it's cool that it exists. You know, it's not very Switch-centric. A lot of these, like, third-party releases at this point are not really, like, existing because of the Switch, but they are benefiting from the Switch still. I feel like something like Atari 50 still generally benefits from the Switch existing. Same with, like, the TMNT collection and Live Alive and, like, Klonoa. Like, these are all games that I feel like probably sold way better on the Switch. Because you get, like, these smaller releases or, like, these collections and stuff, and people want to play those on a portable. Even this late into the console's life, I still feel like that is a major draw. That makes people want to pick it up on Switch as opposed to any other system or PC. Oh, we're going there. We're going there. It's fucking Pokemon again! Fooled you, it's fucking Pokemon again. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Oh man, what happened to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Now, to be clear, these are two video games that I love very much. They are also heavily flawed. I mean, talk about one of the roughest launches for, like, any Nintendo game, really. I mean, I think there's a reason that after these games released, the Pokemon cycle completely shattered. Because, like, the state that these games launched in was fucking crazy. It was one of the buggiest games that, like, Nintendo had dropped. Like, even their, like, rushed releases in the past had generally still had, like, a level of polish to them. There is no polish in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Well, that's not true. That's hyperbole, but, like, compared to, like, a lot of Nintendo's other, like, more rushed releases, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have a shocking lack of polish. And it's a shame, too, because, my god, these games have some of the best story, some of the best gameplay. It's good. It's good in spite of the fact that it was made in, like, the dumbest way possible. This is a game that needed to be delayed. But Nintendo just refused to budge. And as a result, they had to deal with the consequences of, honestly, a pretty successful launch regardless, but definitely a lot of criticism drawn towards them. And I think they realize that it's a look they can't really afford to continue. Because, again, Legends EA is coming out like 3 years after these games. They are getting a considerable amount of, like, extra polish time. I think, like, Scarlet and Violet is, like, a weird case. Where it's, like, it's a game that people generally like, but nobody will go out of their way to defend, like, everything about it. Most people will be like, yeah, it is, like, really... It was really buggy at launch, and it looks, like, really crunchy, and just, you know, that kind of thing. It's an interesting case. It's an interesting case. You can tell that Game Freak put a lot of love and passion into it, but they just weren't given the time to fully do that. DLC is pretty good, though. Inscription is a cool Switch port. This is a game that I didn't think would come to console, but it did. And it's a damn good game. It's a damn good game. What the fuck do you want me to say about Hello Neighbor 2? Randy Pitchford, you son of a bitch, you've done it again. And then, the last game for 2022, Crisis Core Reunion. I mean, PSP exclusive coming to the Switch, that's cool, and it makes sense. It is a game that definitely feels like it was built for handheld systems, so having it on the Switch, yeah. That just tracks. That just tracks. It makes sense. Alright. We're getting like pretty close to the end. We're about 75% done. Oh god, I've been streaming over 5 hours. Well, again, I think we're gonna start blazing through some of these, because I won't have a lot to say. I won't, there's gonna be some of these that I don't believe contribute to the legacy of the console very much. But, let's start with, where is it? All the way down here. Let's start with the more low-key Fire Emblem release. Fire Emblem Engage. That's right, everybody. I found another reason to bring up Fire Emblem and pretend like it's more important than it is. This is a game that got leaked, like, way before it came out. Like, people found out that Nintendo had been holding this in their pocket since, like, the 30th anniversary of the series, at least. I mean, it was so overt that this game got, like, pushed aside for a while, because, like, it, like, launched and they, like, almost immediately had, like, a DLC ready. And I mean, I know that happens with, like, a decent amount of games, but it was like, no, actually, like, the DLC was, like, almost immediately done. It is a very, very good game, though. I think, like, you know, this game kind of exists to scare off the Three Houses fans, mostly. Because it is very, very, like, old-fashioned Fire Emblem. From, like, the goofiness to, like, the gameplay. It's more old school, and it is a damn fine playing Fire Emblem. This is the best Fire Emblem gameplay that you might ever get. And you know what? It's got a nice story, it's got fun characters. It's cool. It's cool. I like Fire Emblem Engage a lot. It did not push the Fire Emblem series, like, forward in the way I think people wanted. You know, I think there were, like, quite a few people who wanted more, Three Houses, but that's not what Engage is at all. Engage is for the old heads. And that makes it good for me. You know, maybe that's how Fire Emblem will be from now on. It'll have the two kind of, like, styles. It'll have the more Three Houses style, and it'll keep bringing the old school kind of style. I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that, because I don't mind either style. I think both styles are good. They both have their own qualities, you know? SpongeBob! Don't have a lot to say about this. I think this is a better Switch port than Battle for Bikini Bottom was. You can kind of tell they had more time to work on this port. It's good. It's good. Cosmic Shake is good. And it makes sense for it to be on the Switch. The amount of people that are gonna buy a SpongeBob game on platforms that aren't the Switch is, like, not that many. I'm the weirdo that bought the Cosmic Shake on PC first. Holy shit, that's Metroid Prime! What the fuck? Where did that come from? This was a shadow drop, too. They just, like, randomly dropped, hey, by the way, we remade Metroid Prime 1. Enjoy it. And you know, that's cool. Especially because, man, Metroid Prime 4 at this point, it was well known that development was kind of rocky. The initial build that they had with, I forget who was doing it, but someone was working on Metroid Prime. I think it might have been Bandai Namco. And they were just, the vibe was off. And Nintendo was like, okay, Retro Studios, it's in your hands. So, Retro Studios basically had to start from scratch with Metroid Prime 4. And to this day, it's still not out, although it is planned to come out this year. You know, fingers crossed. But I guess to hold people over in the meantime, Metroid Prime 1 got, like, a really stellar re-release. And I mean, it's, like, a really nice-looking re-release, too. Like, people have said, like, oh my god, this is one of the best-looking Switch games. And it's, like, it's nice to see Metroid get more love on the system. Because it really has, up to this point, been mostly, like, NSO releases. And, like, Dread, and that's it. And Dread was also, like, really big. But Metroid Prime Remastered, that's pretty big, too. It's cool that we got that. Another game that isn't too crazy. Theater Rhythm, Final Fantasy. I already kind of talked about that, to be honest, when we were talking about all the Final Fantasies. It's cool that the Switch is kind of the home of Final Fantasy. There's, like, 1 through 10, and then there's also 12, there's 15, and there's Theater Rhythm. Hopefully the Switch 2 continues that trend. Where's your next one? Where's the next one? Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. This was kind of an out of nowhere, like, little remaster. But it looks fucking nice. It, like, they like, updated the graphics a lot. It looks really cool. It's cool to get more 2D Kirby love, because, you know, after Forgotten Land, like, it would have been very easy for them to just completely abandon the style, but no, they made an entire Magalore epilogue, which is basically just, like, more Return to Dreamland and, like, a sort of, like, new gameplay style. That's cool. That's cool. It seems like they're still willing to do, like, the 2D Kirby games, which is sick. We got a certified backlog game, but it's one that I know is big for a lot of people. Octopath Traveler 2, I have seen multiple people say is one of the greatest RPGs of all time. And I love Octopath 1, so if you ask me why I haven't played through Octopath Traveler 2 yet, I don't know how I could answer that. It would be really hard for me to answer. I don't know. I'm sorry. It just hasn't happened. I don't mean it. It just sort of happened. Dead Cells has been on the Switch earlier, but I got specifically the Castlevania expansion. Not too much to say about that. You know, it's Castlevania. Or, it's Dead Cells with Castlevania. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. This is pretty cool. This was quickly one of the best-selling Mega Man games, inexplicably. I guess people really like Battle Network. I don't know. I didn't know it was that popular. You know? The Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters I already talked about, kind of. Okay, we have a weird one. This is Advance Wars, and this was not supposed to come out in 2023. This was supposed to come out in 2022, and, like, I'm not saying this to be, like, a jokester. This game got delayed because of the war in Ukraine. Literally. Like, this game was set to come out, like, the same month that the war in Ukraine started, and it got delayed a year because of that. And honestly, I don't even know if I blame them, because I played a little bit of this, and I was like, man, this is, like, kinda... It just feels weird. It feels... Advance Wars feels like a weird game to be playing when, like, actual war is happening. And, like, the war in Ukraine hasn't ended, but I guess, like, a year later, they were like, fuck it, we might as well. I don't know, Advance Wars kind of gives me odd vibes. I don't think I jive with it. It has Aaron Hansen in it. For all the Game Grumps fans. Here's another game that I didn't expect to come off PC. Smile for me. Not a big release or anything, but something of note is that I got this from Nintendo NYC. They were just, it's really cool that this is just a game they were selling at their official store. Oh, I dropped it. Oh, we got a big one though. The sequel to Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. This caused a little bit of a stir. Partially because, and like, this is subject to change once the Switch 2 comes out, but currently, this is the only $70 Switch game. That doesn't come with, like, an accessory or anything. And I mean, I don't jive with, like, $70 games. I kind of hate that video games are $70 now. I think that sucks ass. But I can't say they didn't justify it, you know? They put a lot of shit into this game. And, you know, people will point and be like, oh, it's basically the same map as Breath of the Wild. Yeah, it's the same map as Breath of the Wild, except 3 times bigger. There's literally, like, 2 additional areas that are the entire size of the map. That's fucking crazy! Breath of the Wild was already a huge game, and you basically have, like, another Breath of the Wild on top of that. And it also, like, they waited, like, a whole year to release this game so they could polish up this game's, like, crazy physics system, and oh my god, this game's physics system is crazy. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen in a video game. So do I love that this game was $70? No. And I also didn't pay for it at $70. I paid it $40 for it. But, listen, I'm not going to tell you that Tears of the Kingdom is bad. I'm even going to tell you that Tears of the Kingdom is great. I actually really like it, which is crazy because I didn't love Breath of the Wild. I thought Breath of the Wild was fine, but Tears of the Kingdom I'm more immediately gelled with. Something about it just clicked with me better. I didn't finish it. The Fire Temple, like, burned me out on the game, and I didn't end up finishing it. But that will not stop me from saying that Tears of the Kingdom is great. I do think it's a great game. And I mean, it's one of the, it showed that the Switch still has life yet. Even though people were clamoring for Switch 2 at this point, like, people were still willing to go out of their way to get Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, come on. That's fucking Tears of the Kingdom. But you know, it happened again. It happened again. Katamari got overshadowed. Okay, it didn't get completely overshadowed. I mean, if they were able to release a sequel port, it's probably doing alright. But it came out pretty close to Tears of the Kingdom, and it's good. It's good. It's not as exciting as the original Katamari coming to Switch, but it's still cool. It's still cool. I mean, it is exciting for people who love Katamari. And I mean, that's we. I do like Katamari. So I was happy to buy it. This was another inexplicable shadow drop. They just, like, announced, like, hey, we're putting Pikmin 1 and 2 on the Switch. Which makes sense, because we are getting very close to the release of Pikmin 4. But, like, yeah, the Switch is now just the home of Pikmin. Every Pikmin game, except for Hey Pikmin, but who give a shit. Every Pikmin game is on the Switch now. Every mainline Pikmin game, anyways. That's cool. And they're, like, pretty decent ports from what I've played. I've played all of Pikmin 1 on here. It's pretty damn good. I like Pikmin 1. Actually, Pikmin 1 is such a cool fucking video game. Oh my god. Shout out Pikmin 1. Genuinely super cool game. You know, as a Sonic fan, I should have more to say about this, but what do you want me to say about them finding another way to sell Sonic 1 on the Switch? Sega, this is the 5th time you've brought Sonic on the Switch. Sonic 1 on the Switch, rather. We've been here before. We've been here before. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, brother. Okay, so there were rumors for years that Nintendo had been working on a 1-2 Switch sequel that was kind of like Jackbox inspired, that they like did like, you know, like private tests for. I don't know what the proper term is, but they did like playtesting for, and the people who were playtesting the game fucking hated it. And Nintendo was like, we cannot release this. This is actually gonna make, like, people, like, really pissed off at us. And inexplicably, 1 June, the same June that we find out Pikmin 1 and 2 are coming to the Switch, we find out, by the way, Everybody 1-2 Switch comes out in 2 weeks. Huh? Huh? It was real the whole time? And you know what? Yeah, I could see why the playtesters thought this game was stupid. But I can also see why Nintendo waited for this specific moment to release it. Because you know what? They sandwiched it between Tears of the Kingdom and Pikmin 4. Which, even though Pikmin isn't like a huge game on the same level as Tears of the Kingdom, it's still way bigger than 1-2 Switch is. More people are excited about Pikmin 4 coming out than people care about a 1-2 Switch sequel. They did their best to bury it, but they still wanted to make money off of it, so they released it. And it's maybe, no exaggeration, probably one of the worst games Nintendo has ever published. I genuinely, like, you know, they've put out some stinkers in their time, you know, but, like, everybody 1-2 Switch is, like, you play this with other people if you want to take the piss. If you want to, like, make your friends, like, have a miserable time, it's everybody 1-2 Switch time, baby. So fucking funny. You would think that, like, a Nintendo-inspired, like, Jackbox type deal would be, like, maybe not a slam dunk, but at least better than this. It's probably the best game that came out that year. I mean, what else could it be? It only came out at the same time as Tears of the Kingdom. Man, everybody 1-2 Switch. Like, Ghost Trick is cool. It's cool that we got a remake of the port. A remake of the DS game. Everybody 1-2 Switch, though. Everybody 1-2 Switch, though. Like, holy shit. Kind of a cool re-release. Gimmick, which was a cult classic NES game, got a re-release for the Switch. It was successful enough that they made a sequel that doesn't have any of the original devs involved, which is odd. I never played Gimmick 2. But Gimmick 1 is good. Gimmick 1 is damn good. It's a pretty solid NES game. But alright. Alright. Nintendo really showing that they still had some gas in the tank in 2023, because we finally got Pikmin 4. Dude, Pikmin 4 was said to be close to completion in 2015. What did Miyamoto mean by that? It took 8 years for this game to come out after that. It makes me wonder if they had, like, Pikmin 4 finished, and then they were like, we don't really like this version of the game. And they had to, like, start from scratch. Because, like, I cannot think of any reason this game would take, like, 8 additional years to come out. Because it's not a game that screams, like, development hell at all. It's a pretty fun, like, polished experience overall. And, like, you know, some Pikmin fans, like, remiss on, like, a little bit of loss of the personality of the Pikmin series, but overall, I think people are still pretty positive about Pikmin 4. How did this game take, like, 10 years to develop? I am, like, so curious, like, what the story behind this game is. It's got Ochi. That's Ochi. Oh yeah, I have played Pikmin 4. Pikmin 4 is pretty good. I think I like Pikmin 1 more. I'll have to see if I like Pikmin 2 and 3 more. We'll see. We'll see. I don't have anything to say about this game because I played it for 20 minutes and I didn't like it. So there's your review of Double Dragon Gaiden. Shout out to Marble It Up Ultra, though. This is a great game. This is a great game. You should play Marble It Up Ultra if you get the chance. We got a real Rockstar Games port. Not, GTA Trilogy, whatever the fuck was going on with that one. We got Red Dead Redemption, and it's a pretty good port, but they did also charge, like, $50 for it, which people weren't happy about, you know? Again, it's one of the reoccurring themes of this system. You got the Switch tax. But it's cool to get this, because, like, in general, Nintendo didn't get, like, any, like, Grand Theft Auto type deal, or, like, it didn't get Grand Theft Auto, it didn't get Bully, it didn't get Red Dead Redemption. It was the kind of game that they were very allergic to. And to be fair, by the time Red Dead Redemption came out, it's not like their systems would have been able to run it at the time anyways, but, like, Nintendo not getting Grand Theft Auto when, like, 3, Vice City, and San Andreas were, like, super popular was, like, probably not great for the GameCube. That probably only hurt it. But, you know, it be how it be. It's cool to see Rockstar willing to experiment on Nintendo consoles now. Because they were a developer that pretty much avoided them. You know? I think this is a decently big indie release. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Jet Set Radio inspired indie game. Pretty cool, pretty cool. It's a backlog game for me, but I mean, it's Scream style. Just look at that back cover. I have a fake video game. Hey, Eve just redeemed pretty good, and I've got to say, it's pretty good. The fuck is this? This might be one of the worst rhythm games I've ever played. And it's not even because it plays, like, badly. It just has, like, the worst lineup of songs that I've ever seen in my life. Also, yeah, I showed Cooking Mama Cookstar, like, 3 hours ago. You did miss it. Dude, Samba de Amigo Party Central has, like, it's so bizarre. Like, you would think it would have, like, a lot of, like, samba, like, music. It doesn't at all. It's got, like, fucking, like, City Escape and, like, Katy Perry and shit. And it's, like, 40 songs that are all just, like, they all feel like non-sequiturs to each other. I'm pretty sure this one is actually, like, a Switch exclusive also. They didn't bother porting this anywhere else. They made, like, a VR version, but that's about it. And, I mean, fair enough, because it's just not very good. It's just, like, not a very good game. I don't know. For being one of Sega's only, like, Nintendo exclusive games, it's not a great showing at all. Fucking Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games was a much better showing. That's Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, bruh. Speaking of games that are not great showings, we got Super Bomberman R2. And you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It made me mad, though, because they brought back the Battle Royale game in it, but you could only play it at certain times. And just, like, that shit's so stupid to me. Konami, it would have been so easy. I wanted to play it day one because I knew that would have been the only time people were actually playing the Bomberman Battle Royale mode, and you didn't let me do it. Fuck you. I don't even care that the second game flopped now. Fuck you. Fuck, they killed Bomberman R Online and I still miss it. I still miss it. Guess who's back? It's Detective Pikachu. This is interesting, because they announced this, like, 4 years before it came out. They announced, like, at a, like, Pokemon, like, conference thing, like, yeah, we're gonna be doing Detective Pikachu again. He's gonna be back. Especially because that was around the time the movie came out, and, like, the movie ended up being, like, a pretty big success. So that was, like, the perfect time to kind of capitalize on the success of the film. But they kind of didn't, because it took a little too long to come out. And also, Detective Pikachu is, like... It's a detective game for kids. It's fine, it's cute, but the movie is definitely, like, more interesting than the games are. And that second movie may never come out. It's been in development hell for a long time, so who knows if that'll ever exist. You got Sonic Superstars up next. I mean, I like this game. I know this is a bit of a contentious Sonic game. I like it. Talking about the Switch port specifically, though, it gets bad at the end. Like, the frame rate really starts to dip when you're in the last level, and when you have the 7 Chaos Emeralds, oh my god, Supersonic makes this game chug like a motherfucker. I don't know what happened there. Because it's not like a crazy, like, intensive-looking game like, you know, Sonic Frontiers is. But for some reason, the game just, like, starts to struggle under the weight of Supersonic. I guess they made too many particle effects for that guy or something. Here's a big one, though. And this may even be what a lot of people consider to be, like, the last big release of the Nintendo Switch. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Now, keep in mind, this was 4 years after New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. And just, like, sometime, like, early in 2023, we found out, hey, by the way, we've been working on a new 2D Mario, and it's gonna be, like, insane. You're gonna have all these, like, crazy, like, wonder effects. You're gonna be able to play as a fucking elephant. And it's, like, one of the best Mario games to come out in a long time. It is, like, so fucking good. Genuinely, like, every single level of this game is a treat. I've never played, like, Super Mario Bros. Wonder and not wanted to play, like, every level in the game. It is genuinely, like, that good. And I mean, you can tell they put a lot of love into it. You can tell that this is a game that they did not rush at all. This is a game that they, like, 100%, like, loved working on and loved, like, polishing to a T. It is, like, it's so good. It's so good. You could tell they were really proud of this one. And they should be, because it's a damn good game. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is great. Absolutely great. It's kind of fucked up that it came out, like, within the same week as Sonic Superstars, because, man, did Sonic Superstars get overshadowed as a result. Especially because Sonic sells the best on the Switch to begin with, so imagine having your new Sonic game come out the same, like, week. Hey, Dynamo! Thank you for the raid, everybody! I understand now that you need speed. Welcome, I hope you had a good stream. I've just been doing my retrospective of the Switch, talking about every game that's come out. I just talked about Mario Wonder, and how it killed Sonic Superstars. Spider-Man 2 was same day as Mario Wonder 2. That one's fair, though, because those are kind of like different audiences. So I think it's, like, fine that Spider-Man 2 came out the same day as Mario Wonder. Although Sony may regret it a little bit, because even though the game sold, like, 11 million copies, that's still not up to snuff for them, because they blew over $1 quadrillion on it. Fucking Sony, man. Speaking of games that are, like, cool that we got ports of, the Metal Gear Solid collection, although it's got this really ugly, you must download stuff, please. But, at the very least, it's not one of those download code deals. Oh, wait, never mind, it is. Never mind, fuck you, Konami. Never mind, forget I said anything. Fuck you, Konami. You fucked me up twice in 1 year. First Bomberman 2, now Metal Gear Solid Collection. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck. It's always important to remember hashtag fuck Konami. This pretty bad goes out to Konami. Fuck Konami! Fuck you! You ruined Bomberman for me! I wanted to play the Bomberman Battle Royale, but you wouldn't let me, bitch! I hope Metal Gear Solid Delta is ass, cause you fucked me! Fuck! World of Horror. Pretty cool indie game. It's in a completely, like, black and white art style. Aping a lot of, like, early PC releases. It's pretty damn good. This is another low-key release from Nintendo. Well, we got WarioWare Move It, which is probably the WarioWare game that people wanted more, but also didn't really care when it came out, because, man, this game launched, like, right next to Super Mario Bros. Wonder, huh? Mario Bros. Wonder was October 20th, this was November 3rd. Almost feels a little bit like they left it to die. They sandwiched it between Mario Wonder and Super Mario RPG. They're doing my man Wario dirty. They're sending him out to die. They're everybody 1-2 switching him. WarioWare Move It is good, though. It's a damn good game. Not as good as Smooth Moves, though. It's like a pseudo-sequel to, like, Smooth Moves. Not as good, but still pretty damn good. I just think, like, the thing with Move It is that you can tell that the Joy-Cons feel worse than a Wii Remote does. Like, even though the motion controls are probably on, like, the same level, a Wii Remote just feels nicer. I don't know. But, you know, I mentioned it. Super Mario RPG. Holy shit, this game got a remake. Like, first of all, you might have noticed if you've been watching any of this, like, 6-hour retrospective, I have not mentioned a Mario RPG up until this point. They only released one for the first time in 2023, and also it's a remake of the first Mario RPG that ever happened. What? Mario RPGs were kind of, like, seen as dead at this point, because Alpha Dream was really the only one developing any of them, and Alpha Dream went under after the Bowser's Inside Story remake, because that remake and Superstar Saga just simply weren't making them enough money. Okay, Rabbids, kind of. Origami King, not really. Origami King is not like a RPG. I think that's more of an adventure game. And then Rabbids, I don't know, that's more strategy. That's more strategy, I would consider it. But, that's fair enough, that's fair enough. I would consider Mario Rabbids more of an RPG than Origami King. Which might be crazy to some, but it's what I believe. But, either way, Mario RPGs just kind of felt, like, dead at this point. So, like, having this come out, like, it was a little bit of, like, you know, it was hope. It was hope that they were gonna kind of, like, bring this kind of style back. And, like, it looks really cute, too. I love that they, like, mimicked, like, the actual proportions of the original, like, 3D models that they used for the game back in the Super Nintendo games. That's so fun. That's, like, a really fun way to interpret the style. Especially because it, like, you know, look at that Mario. That is not, like, the homogeneous, like, same Mario model they use for, like, a lot of games. That's a completely unique asset. It's cool. It's cool. And I mean, I love Mario RPG. It's one of my favorite games. And this remake is like a certified banger. And I'm really glad it came out, and it did, like, well. You know, it sold, like, way better than the Super Nintendo version did. I think this sold, like, over 3 million. That's not bad. That's not bad. We got an exclusive Dragon Quest game. At least I think it's exclusive. I've never seen this on any other console. It's Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince. This is a backlog game. But it's cool to see more Dragon Quest on the Switch. Outer Wilds is a game that I almost played. And then, the entire, like, studio that made the Outer Wilds left. And that made me not want to play it. Because I was like, oh, none of these people who worked on this game have a job anymore. And it seemed like it was some, like, publisher fuckery. Like, they were trying to put them in some kind of deal where they were like, no, no, no. So I think, like, all the developers of the Outer Wilds just, like, fucking left. I think that studio is owned by Netflix, too. Which I could, like, believe, because, like, yeah, I could believe Netflix is fucking incompetent when it comes to video games. That makes sense to me. And, this 2-pack came out. Not much to say. It's Enter the Gungeon on Switch. That's cool. Also has Exit the Gungeon, which no one's ever played. It's a mysterious entity that no one's ever played. But yeah, we're getting down to the last full year of Nintendo Switch. And I also included the couple of 2025 games I have in the 2024 pile, just because I didn't have any other place to put them. I wasn't gonna make a pile of 2 games, dude. That was not happening. But even though at this point, you know, it seemed like the Switch was finally winding down, you know, this was the financial year that they said, hey, listen, I know you guys have been begging us for Switch 2. It's happening. Alright, so quit complaining. This is kind of like a wild, like, port to get. Another Code Recollection. I guess it's not a port, it's like a remake of, like, 2 DS games. 2, like, fairly obscure, like, DS adventure games, too. I had never heard of another Code until this got announced. And granted, this is still a backlog game for me, but I understand why this is a big deal. This is, like... what the fuck? What? Okay. It's cool. Speaking of cool stuff from the DS era, we got the Apollo Justice trilogy. Oh wait, this is Investigations. Edgeworth, you tricked me! I saw Phoenix Wright art style. You made me look a fool. We're killing him. Fuck you, Edgeworth. Bitch. He tricked me. Alright? Chat? Edgeworth tricked me. Here is Apollo Justice. Here he is. You know him. You love him. I don't even have anything to say anymore because that threw me off and I embarrassed myself. I embarrassed myself in front of my penis viewers. I don't even know where this next game is. Oh, I found it. I have been playing through the Ace Attorney games on my own time, yeah. I finished 1 and 2. I need to finish 3. I'm, like, really slow with Ace Attorney. I want to play more of them, because I think Ace Attorney is cool. It's a cool series. But for some reason, it remains in the backlog. This is another game that I have not played, but I own. It's Under Night in Birth. It's interesting that this exists on the Switch. I think I got it for, like, pretty cheap. I just saw it at GameStop and was like, fuck it. Why not? Hey, you want to talk about a cool indie game, though? Here's an indie game based on Zelda CDI that's on the Switch. Shout out RZ. Honestly, like, fucking based as fuck for a company named CDI Software to be on a Nintendo console. That's sick as fuck. Shouts out. Shouts out. RZ is great. RZ is great. And I mean, it is just funny to have that kind of game on the system. Alright, where is this next one? Dude, I'm starting to... it's like past midnight, I'm starting to lose track of all my video games. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's Tomb Raider. It's Tomb Raider. These were PS1 exclusives, so again, it's cool that these games are getting a chance at life on the Switch. You know? It's also funny that Square Enix sold off this franchise so they could do more NFTs. That went really well for them, I think. It must have gone really well for them, because now they don't get to enjoy the money they would have made off of Tomb Raider instead of, like, Cloud Strife Bored Ape. They kept Gex! They kept Gex, but Tomb Raider? Get that shit out of here. Fuck you, Tomb Raider. Here's an interesting remake that not a lot of people talked about, and, like, fair enough. It's Mario vs. Donkey Kong, which, for the most part, is, like, a pretty straight remake of the GBA versions, just with, like, you know, not GBA graphics. It's cool. It's cool. I'm glad this exists. I mean, I like Donkey Kong 94, and this is kind of like a sequel to Donkey Kong 94. Pretty badass for that. I mean, the Mario vs. Donkey Kong, like, series gets a pretty bad rep, and I think that's mostly because of, like, the mini stuff in the later games. I think people generally think Mario vs. Donkey Kong, the original, is fine. It's fine. It's cute. It's a cute puzzle platformer. Dude, why is my phone going off so much? My check has been accepted. Let's go, guys. My monies. I made $1 million. You know, I've said that at this point, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of, like, indie games that are making a big impact on the Switch. Not so much that the indie games coming out at this point are bad, just that because of the nature of the eShop, it doesn't feel like a lot of them have a chance to shine. And also, we are at a point in the Switch's life where, like, the Steam Deck exists. The Steam Deck has existed since 2022, so a lot of indie game releases don't feel as big as they could. But I think, like, any release of Balatro is gonna feel big, right? Like, any version of Balatro is gonna feel, like, huge. They played this at the Game of the Year Orchestra around the same time as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's fucking crazy. I mean, it's Balatro. It's a good version of the game. It chugs a little bit when you're playing it on ×4 speed, which I tend to do because I'm impatient. But it's cool. And it comes with little cards. You get a few jokers and you get a few aces. That's cool. Maybe not as good as Balala, though. Who up playing Balala? And man, if you want to talk about an indie game that would have benefited from releasing, like, much sooner in the Switch's life, we're, like, switching over to, like, the complete opposite. Penny's Big Breakaway deserved so much better. It really did. It feels bad that, like, a bunch of people at Evening Star had to leave because this game just didn't light up the world like they wanted it to. It's a shame. It's a fun, cute 3D platformer. It's jank, but it has a lot of heart. But it didn't blow up in the way that they wanted, you know? From the devs behind Sonic Mania was maybe not as big of a draw as they thought it would be. Especially because, you know, Sega ends up getting a lot of the credit for that. It's a shame. It's a shame. If this had come out, like, way earlier in the Switch's life, I genuinely believe it would have been a much bigger hit. Because, again, those early years for indies were, like, huge. You had a bunch of, like, high-profile indie releases that all did, like, really well on the system. But we're just not at that point anymore. Penny's Big Breakaway was not released at a time where it could have been, like, a big indie hit for the Switch. It's a real shame. It's a real shame. Kind of another interesting release. Pentiment. This is another Microsoft port. You know, it's cool that Microsoft has been, like, a supporter of the Switch, like, basically throughout its entire life. I mean, this is a 2024 game at this point. And Microsoft has said they have an interest in supporting the Switch, too, so you'll probably see even more Microsoft stuff coming to the system. Probably not even just, like... I can't even say small stuff, because it's like, they ported fucking Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal to the Switch. Microsoft clearly has some vested interest in the Switch architecture. Although, granted, Doom 2016 was before they owned Bethesda, Doom Eternal, though, that was after the Microsoft buyout. And dude, what the hell? The Game Center CX games got a port? Granted, it was only in Japan, but still. Pretty damn cool. Another, like, random DS game just coming back from the grave. Now, this is a little bit of a weird one to talk about, this next one. Do I not have the fucking... Where is it? Oh, I found it. I found it. Sorry, guys. It's past midnight. I'm falling asleep at the wheel. You gotta give me a break. I haven't streamed over 60 hours in a while. Princess Peach Showtime. This is another game that probably would have done bigger numbers if it was released way sooner. Because as it stands, it is a cute, like, kids game starring Princess Peach that did not really shake things up at all. This game should have released when Yoshi's Crafted World did. I feel like it would have done a lot better. Probably better than Yoshi's Crafted World did. But it's fine. I'm sure it did okay enough as is. I don't imagine they put, like, a crazy amount of budget into it. They were just like, oh yeah, release this, like, pretty close after the Mario movie. It'll do alright. You know? Not a very exciting release, although it did give lesbians a lot to work with. Princess Peach Showtime has done a lot for the lesbian community. It gave us our first glimpse at Butch Princess Peach, and that cannot be understated. It's true also. It could keep selling for a while. Same with Mario vs. Donkey Kong. They haven't been big sellers thus far, but they definitely got some legs in them. You are not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Indie game that I think is badass, but probably doesn't mean much to the legacy of the Switch. We got Pepper Grinder, baby. Pepper Grinder is dope. Play this game. It's like 2 hours long. You have no excuse. The length of a fucking movie. You could play all of Pepper Grinder and enjoy Pepper Grinder. Play that shit. And you know, I was talking about Super Mario RPG earlier, but that is not the only Mario RPG remake that came out. Thousand Year Door is back. Kinda wild that they did this before Paper Mario 64, but then again, at this point, like, NSO is, like, way caught up to, like, N64 stuff, and almost certainly had Paper Mario at this point. So, like, I guess it kind of makes sense why they would want to remake a game that isn't accessible on the new system rather than one that is. And I mean, Thousand Year Door is fantastic. It's a great game. I still prefer Mario RPG, but I cannot deny how fucking quality Thousand Year Door is. It's got its problems. I mean, people point out the backtracking. I mean, a lot of that is fixed in the remake, though. This remake does a lot of things to, like, improve on the rough edges. I mean, that's a big one, too. They completely, like, retranslated the game, and as a result, we have Vivian as a genuine, like, transgender character in a Nintendo game that is written to be, like, genuine, like, transgender representation. And, like, you know, I made the joke about, like, Peach being big for the lesbian community, but this is unironically, like, big for, like, the trans community in, like, video games. Nintendo is a company that is very, like, you know, very cagey about getting political. You know, they're one of those guys, they're like, oh, we don't want to offend anybody. So, like, them just having, like, an explicit, like, transgender character, especially even after, like, Nintendo of America gets their hands on it, that's huge. That's huge. And, like, everybody loves Vivian. Nobody, like, you know, as much as people, like, enjoy Bridget from Guilty Gear, there were definitely some people that didn't love how her story was written. I have not met anyone who's, like, upset about how Vivian is written in this game. That has not happened. People generally agree that her story in this game is great. And, you know, in general, I think at this point, this has sold more than the original Thousand Year Door. I think it's, like, clear to Nintendo at this point that, yeah, people would love a return to this style for Paper Mario. And maybe that's what we'll end up getting for the next Paper Mario game. You know, maybe this was, like, their way of being like, okay, you know, the past 3 games have gotten, like, mixed reception. How can we kind of, like, get back into the groove? Because, yeah, some people will be like, oh no, Origami King sold more than this game. But, you know, dollars isn't everything. I think, like, companies will notice how, like, games will be received. And even if those, like, lower received games make them a lot of money, they still have to respond in some way. If they, like, go out of their way to, like, you know, if they went out of their way after making this remake to just make, like, another Sticker Star type game, I don't think it would do as well for them as, like, Origami King did. Origami King came out when, like, the Switch bump was still, like, real. But, like, another sequel? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that would do the same. And yeah, it is true. Origami King has had a lot more time to sell. And it was a COVID game. You know, as dumb as Nintendo can be, I think they probably understood better than most people that, like, COVID boosted, like, their game sales a lot. I think they probably, like, understood that better than, like, a lot of other companies. A lot of other companies, like expanded so much during COVID, and then that's why we're seeing so many layoffs, is that all these companies expanded so much that, like, it immediately burst when they, like, had less people playing all their games, because everybody had to go back to work. But I don't think Nintendo is, like, ignorant in that way. They're ignorant in a lot of other ways, but I think at the very least they understood that, like, COVID was good for their business, but it was not sustainable. COVID was not going to be something that would, you know, keep people inside like that forever. And, like, keep them just, like, buying and buying and buying games. So I have some faith that Thousand Year Door is, like, the move going forward. I think, like, they're gonna, like, make, like, another Thousand Year Door styled game afterwards. And if nothing else, it's just cool that this exists. And it's an acknowledgement of a fandom that had felt, like, ignored for, like, 20 plus years. Listen, I sometimes think Paper Mario fans can be a bit dramatic. I think, like, Super Paper and, like, Origami King are still great games. But I'll let them have the dub. Because Thousand Year Door is a really great game. And it would be great to see them return to this style after, like, 20 years. What's next? What's next? We got another 3DS port. Got another 3DS port, if I could fucking find it. Dude, I'm literally blind at this point. Here it is. Monster Hunter Stories. The original Monster Hunter Stories. We had Stories 2 a few years back, but Stories 1, it's in. It's in the money. This is a backlog game, though, so I don't have too much to say about it, other than it's cool to see more 3DS games get ported over. Because, you know, with the way the DS infrastructure is, there's not a whole lot of games that get ported over, you know. We've talked about quite a few tonight, the Ace Attorney games, Ghost Trick, Another Code, Recollection, Miitopia. Monster Hunter Stories. More to add to the pile. And you know, I let Joan have the floor on this earlier, so I will just reiterate that Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance is pretty great. It's pretty great. Here's a Switch exclusive that's, like, kinda wild that it's Switch exclusive, but is also a banger and you should play. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. It seems that, like, the Monkey Ball games were successful enough on the Switch specifically that Sega just felt comfortable having an exclusive one for the system. And you know what? It's the best Monkey Ball game in years. I think it's better than Banana Mania for sure, and it seems like a lot of diehard fans would consider it, like, maybe not on the same level as the originals, but damn close. It's, like, the first time that, like, Monkey Ball fans have been, like, very enthusiastic about a new game. Because even Banana Mania was like, yeah, it's cool, but it is just a remake of the first two games. This is an original Monkey Ball game that people just, like. That hasn't happened in so fucking long. And it's cool to see. And again, it's very interesting that this is Switch exclusive. Because it just means that, like, Sega was like, yeah, it's so successful on this system specifically that we don't even need to put it anywhere else. It's cool. It's cool. Talking about another 3DS port, and one that I am not fond of, just because I don't like the game that much. It's Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. Man, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon is rough. It's a rough game. I don't really love it. But, it's cool. It's cool that it got ported. I mean, it shouldn't have been $60. This is another certified $60 moment. I don't understand how last year they got it right with Metroid Prime Remastered. They put that at $40, and then Luigi's Mansion 2 HD is $60 again. They, like, changed the textures on Luigi, and that's, like, it. I mean, they had to do other stuff to make it work on, like, a single screen, but it's, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I have my problems with this game, but I'm not, like, against, like, games getting ports, even if I don't love them. Yeah, that's probably true. Honestly, that's probably true. It do be like that. This is a game that physically harmed me. There have been other fitness boxing games on the system. I don't really own any of them other than Miku, because I love Miku. I love Vocaloid. This game hurt me, though. I played it for, like, an hour or two on stream, and I was, like, fucked up the next day. I was so fucked up the next day. It was crazy. Man, you want to talk about a really low-key release on the Switch? You want to talk about a game that didn't do numbers at all, but is, like, In my opinion, kind of cool. Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. Now, granted, it's not, like, as interesting as, like, the NES Remix series, but I still think this game's a lot of fun. I still think it's really cool. I got it in, like, this big box. And, dude, it comes with, like, a lot of cool shit. Like... It comes with, like, these fun art cards. Like the Kirby one. It came with, like, a fake gold cartridge that I have out. Hold on. Let me put the art cards away first. My fake gold cartridge that's not real, but it's cool. And, like, it's fun. It's fun. I think a lot of people disregarded it because it's like, oh, here we go, NES again. They love to reference the NES, but it's cool. It's fun. I like it. But it did not do numbers at all. That shit's not even, like, it didn't even sell a mil at this point. Who knows if it will by the end of the next financial year. Because, again, we're not at the point where, like, putting anything on the Switch is a immediate, like, you know, immediate game changer. Also, yeah, they might have been interested in SNES, but also if the sales are not, like, super high, they probably won't. I don't know. They also didn't do SNES Remix, which people were thinking would happen. Man, imagine a SNES Remix. Well, inexplicably from the depths, World of Goo 2, a sequel to World of Goo 1, which came out on WiiWare, like, ages ago. I remember playing the demo for World of Goo, like, way back in the day. And it's maybe not, like, a huge release, but it's, like, a cool release. It's, like, cool that we're getting, like, a sequel to, like, a WiiWare title. Dude, Nintendo doesn't even do sequels to their WiiWare titles. Pokemon Rumble died on mobile. Nobody played Pokemon Rumble Rush. Hey, what the fuck? Why is this one of the best games that I've ever played in my life? Like, first of all, Famicom Detective Club? Huh? That shit hasn't existed since the Famicom. And then, inexplicably, I think around, like, 2020, they just, like, did remakes of the first two Famicom Detective Club games for the Switch. And then, like, I guess those must have been successful enough that they just, like, made a new one. And it's, like, genuinely great. It's, like, a great, like, a visual novel adventure game. And, you know, it's not gonna do the gangbusters as a lot of these other games, but it is, like, it is a testament to, like, Nintendo just being willing to do whatever the fuck on this system. They made a fucking murder mystery game that's a sequel to a series that they haven't done in, like, 30 years. Yeah, everybody apologize to Sakamoto now. Because this game's writing is, like, so fucking good. Genuinely, like, great cast of characters. Genuine, like, so much intrigue without the story. Great pacing. It's great. It's great. I love Emio the Smiling Man. I might have to give it, like, another read soon. Because, like, oh my god. One of the most pleasant surprises of last year. It's damn good. It's damn good. Alright, Edgeworth, you can come back now. You can come back now. He came back. He came back. I don't have anything else to say about it, though, because he embarrassed me. Marvel vs. Capcom. Cool to have this on a Nintendo system. That never really happened before. You know. It's cool. It's cool. We're starting to get close to the end. We're starting to get close to the end of this, like, little retrospective. Zelda is a playable character in a Zelda game. And this game's pretty good. I did not finish it, so I can't, like, speak on how consistently great it is throughout, but this game's a lot of fun. You know, she must use her wisdom. This game was kind of like a little bit, like, you know, it came out around the same time as Princess Peach Showtime, so people were like, oh shit, both princesses are getting their own type of deal. And I definitely think Zelda got the better end of the stick. Because, like, Echoes of Wisdom is just, like, a good 2D Zelda game. Princess Peach Showtime is, like, its own weird thing, but this is, like, if you like the other 2D, like, Zelda games, you're probably gonna like Echoes of Wisdom. At least a little bit. It's cool. It's cool. And, you know, it's got its own, like, fun gimmick. Instead of just, like, being the sword and shield, you do get, like, the echoes and stuff. I think the echoes are a cool gimmick. They got scary games now. They got scary games. Faith is, like, cool. Nintendo would not have put this shit on the Wii. If they saw a game like this, they would not have put that shit on the Wii. They would have been too scared. What the fuck? Why is this one of the best Mario parties they've ever made? Like, people were immediately frightened of this game keeping the Super title, and then it came out and everybody was like, oh wait, no, this is actually just, like, really fucking good. And I'm not just saying that because I win all the time, okay? Let me put it on the record. Most people agree that Super Mario Party Jamboree is great. But nobody likes playing with me because I'm evil. But that's okay. Yeah, this is really, like, if Mario Party Superstars was just, like, a best of compilation album, this was just, like, a great album in general, I guess. Super Mario Party Jamboree is a banger of a game. It has great new boards in it. It even has a couple classic boards to kind of round out the roster a bit more. It's got a lot of good mini-games. It's got, like, an improved partner system. It's just fucking good. It's just genuinely fucking good. And, like, it really does show that, like, Superstars was not a fluke. Like, yeah, Superstars was, like, a lot of recycling of assets, but, like, ND Cube is genuinely, like, a talented party game dev. I mean, they made Wii Party, which is also, like, a great fucking party game. And now, finally, it feels like they truly have a Mario Party of their own that is genuinely great without any asterisk. You know? There's asterisks to, like, Super Mario Party and Mario Party Superstars. None for this. There's no, like, oh, but it's, like, the boards are kind of bad, or, oh, but it's just kind of a compilation of old stuff. It's a good, new Mario Party game, no strings attached. It's just genuinely good. And that feels good to say. You know, it took them a while. You know, this is, like, one of the last games talking about in this retrospective, but it's damn good. It's damn good. I'm really happy that ND Cube finally got to cook, you know? This is not a very good port of this game. This is a very good game, it's not a very good port of it. Sonic Generations on it runs at 31 FPS, so it looks weird. I don't know why they did that. Shadow Generations runs like ass in handheld mode also. Thank you, Sega. Sega putting out the pretty crummy ports of Sonic games. They never miss when it comes to making bad ports of Sonic games. They love to do it. Here's another big one, though. Maybe the last real big one of this retrospective. Okay, that's true. Sonic Forces was a good port. You're right, you're right. I apologize, Sonic Forces. I wasn't familiar with your game. Anyways, Mario and Luigi Brothership. So first of all, you know, third Mario RPG in a year, but it's the first one that is, like, fully original. Like, this is not a remake of anything, it's just, like, an actual new Mario and Luigi game. And, oh my god, it looks nice! Look at this art style, dude. It looks so damn good. And, like, it has some problems performance-wise. It can take a while for it to, like, load stuff in. But it is damn good. It's a very slow burn game. If you only played the first couple hours of it, you're not gonna be like, oh man, this game's great. I played this game for 55 hours, and I think it is great. It is a genuine, like, return to form for this series, and I'm excited to see what else the devs behind this have cooking for the series, if they're given another shot at it. This Brothership is great. I would love to see them iron out, like, the very slow beginnings that have become standard with Mario and Luigi. Like, even before this, that was a problem. Dream Team was very slow. Paper Jam was very slow. Fucking, they need to pick up the pace of these intros. But Mario and Luigi Brothership, it's great that this came out. You know, it's a little contentious, which is kind of the theme of tonight. A lot of Switch games can be quite a bit contentious, but it's nice to see, like, Nintendo putting money into, like, a real revival of the Mario RPG. You know, the remakes are easy to fund, because those, they got, like, an entire game they can ape off of. And yeah, it sold alright. It sold, like, close to 2 million, which is better than quite a few of the Mario and Luigi games that already exist. It's definitely better than the last two that came out, that's for sure. It's good to see Mario and Luigi back. Especially because we thought it would be dead with Alpha Dream. And, like, a few Alpha Dream alumni did work on this game, which is cool. You know? So it's got a little bit of the lifeblood in it. It's a damn good game. It's a damn good game. But going back to RPG remakes, Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake. Now, this is a backlog game for me, but it's kind of crazy that this finally came out, because I feel like it got announced, like, so much earlier. It got announced, like, 2019 or 2020, and then it took, like, fucking, like, 4+ years to come out. Like, what the? It's just a remake of Dragon Quest III. And it's, like, a good one from what I've heard, but it's still, like, what the hell? Why did it take so long? I guess because they also wanted to keep it close to Dragon Quest 1 and 2 getting remade, but, you know, still probably could. I don't know. Still feels like a long time. But I mean, this obviously did very well in Japan. Japan goes crazy for a new Dragon Quest. They had the Ichiban Twitter account posting about it. And, well, the last 3 games we have are all ports. So let's talk about them right now. My Sims. It's cool that we got this, because these were, like, Wii exclusive games. They're cute. They're, like, kinda, like, they're very kiddie, but it's cool that this exists. For sure. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD is the current winner for why is this $60. It's amazing that after all this time, this is the one that makes people question the most why this is $60. Because, like, people were questioning it all the way back when Tropical Freeze came out. Tropical Freeze is a better game and a better port than this. They, like, broke the co-op in this game somehow. I don't know how that happens, but it did. I don't know. At least the game is good. But it's not as good as Tropical Freeze, though. But it's also nice that, technically speaking, every DKC game is on the Switch. You know, that may not last forever. We don't know if NSO is going to continue to be supported on the old system. You know. But we'll see. We will see. Technically, the co-op was broken in the 3DS version. Oh, sorry. So they fucking had a problem in the 3DS version that they didn't fix. Sorry. It all comes back to Bridget in the end. At the end of the day, this was just one long excuse to remind you, 6.5 hours later, that's Bridget. That's Bridget. It's a good port also. Genuinely, like, a good port. A little bit of a miracle port. It's just fucking good. It's cool. Is Testament on the box? Oh, God. I'm checking now. I don't think so. They didn't put Testament on the box because I would have started barking. I don't know why I said that. You know what? No, I'm not taking it back. Fuck you. Testament is drop dead sexy. Bitch. And, well, 8 years later, that is the Nintendo Switch. And if you couldn't tell by everything that I've shown off, and, like, the literal stream title, Nintendo Switch has games, man. It has so many fucking games. And yeah, it's not all, like, new AAA stuff, but, like, in terms of, like, the grand scope of this console, it encompasses so much. It really feels like it has, like, basically everything you could ever need. From every console that's ever existed, too. Like, think about it. You got, like, new games coming out on PS4 and PS5. You got ports of, like, PS1, PS2, PS3 games. You got fucking Valve games like Portal on there. You got My Sims, you got Guilty Gear, Devil May Cry, Final Fantasy, fucking Doom, Mega Man. Like, there's so much, not even just released by Nintendo. This is a console that can last you like a fucking lifetime. If you only wanted to play Nintendo Switch games for the rest of your life, you could. Because there is so much shit on this system. And yeah, not all of it has been received like 100% like positively. There's a lot of problems with a good chunk of this library. But just, like, in terms of, like, the sheer quantity of games, even some of the lackluster quality of some of these games cannot, like, fucking take this system down. I genuinely, like, the Switch is, like, my favorite console for a reason. It is, like, IMO, it is in the same conversation as, like, the DS and PS2, in terms of being, like, one of the greatest systems of all time. Like, the PS2 is also a system where its library is so big and so vast that you cannot run out of shit to play on it. And that's also, like, the PS2 is also a PS1. So keep in mind that you're getting the libraries of two systems. So think about how good the Switch 2 is gonna be when it has the entire library of the Switch 1 except, like, maybe, like, Labo shit. And then, like, also the Switch 2 library. Like, oh my god, if the Switch is, like, already in the conversation for being one of the best systems ever, imagine how good the Switch 2 is gonna be if they just keep up the momentum. Like, this is just an insanely good system in the way that we have not seen in a very long time. None of the big three were putting out, like, systems like this for, like, the entirety of, like, the 2010s, basically, until the Switch came out. And, like, yeah, it's like you say, Splee, like, the Switch is proof that, like, chasing these, like, AAA production values isn't, like, important. It's like, I don't believe that AAA games should completely disappear. I think there is some space for it, but it's like, it's a small space. It should only be like a fraction of what comes out instead of being exclusively what these companies chase. You need this like AA library to live. The Switch thrives because it has, like, not only those big, like, AAA releases, like, it has, like, its own, like, big releases, like Breath of the Wild and, like, Mario Odyssey, but it also has smaller shit, like Brother shit, and, like, Luigi's Mansion, and, like, Donkey Kong Country. It has, like, all these, like, games that, like, appeal to, like, these maybe more niche audiences that just are all finding their place on the Switch. The Switch has a niche for everyone. And that is something that you have not been able to say about a system probably since the DS. The DS is also a console that had a very vast library of shit. It's genuinely, like, incredible that despite all the problems that this system has had, despite the controversy that this system has risen, Nintendo has created, like, one of the best systems in a very, very long time. And what a fucking comeback it is. Because, like, I talked about it, the Wii U was a monumental failure. The Wii U sold less than the Switch did in its first year. The first year of the Nintendo Switch, it had already outsold the Wii U. Because of how exciting it was as a system. How, like, just within its first year, like, look at this stack of games I have from just the first year of the system. This many games for 1 year? Not even a full year? That's kind of crazy. But the Switch really was, like, firing from all cylinders right away. And it kept being exciting. Even into 2024, we still had, like, a few exciting releases. And yeah, they were never gonna be as big as, like, those earlier hits, but, like, Mario Party Jamboree is selling extremely well. Mario and Luigi Brothership is selling well, so is Thousand Year Door. We're getting, like, crazy, like, revivals, like Emio and, like, another Code still. Like, this system has had legs like we've never seen. It is crazy that this system, in its 8th year of life, was still this healthy. Or 7th year, I guess. Sorry. I love the Nintendo Switch. I really do. And, like, for all of its problems, for all of the games it has that don't hit the mark, man, there's something that keeps me coming back to it. Consistently. It is a console that, since it has launched, I have not put down for more than, like, a week. At most. Like, there may be a few periods of this system's life where I wasn't playing it consistently, but it really isn't that long of a period. So, thank you all for joining me for my 6.5 hour long yap session about this system. I hope you can tell that it is something that I genuinely adore. It's been to put it in a way some people online might say, it's been a fixation of mine for its entire life. I really adore this system. I adore what it does. The console hybrid system is just, it's so good. I love that this is a handheld that I can easily stream to all of you. Like, yeah, it's fun to be able to play like this, but part of that staying power for this shit is that I'm able to communicate it to you without having to fucking spend like $150 on like a capture card that works for one system. And hey, I've got good news for you. They are making that. They are making that. I'm excited to see what they have cooking up with the Switch 2. I think if they can even get like a fraction of the quality they did with the Switch 1, the Switch 2 is gonna have legs. And you know, we live in a time with stuff like the Steam Deck now, but the Switch has remained exciting despite the fact that, like, I am a Steam Deck owner and I like my Steam Deck a lot. The Switch still has enough to keep me coming back to it. It does not have Yakuza 7 on it, though, so bad system. But thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for joining me. I really do appreciate it. This is a very different kind of stream from what I usually do. I usually don't go on these, like, long yap sessions just talking about something that I, like, genuinely love this much. So I appreciate it. Whether you were here at the beginning, you came in from the raid, whatever, wherever you came from, thank you. I very much appreciate it. And with that, it's getting late. There's not really anyone I know streaming right now, so we won't do a raid tonight. But your raid for me, my personal raid for all of you, play a video game that you really like. Take the time out of your day tomorrow and play a video game that you really like. Just enjoy it. Video games are good. No matter what this industry tries to do, video games will still be good. And basically, I like them. Fuck you, you're not supposed to be here yet. That's gonna be it for tonight's stream. I want to thank you all for coming. Hope you all have a good night and take care. I will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be playing more Monster Hunter Wilds with Bomber. So that's gonna be fun. I plan to do Sonic Unleashed this week, because someone just dropped, like, a PC port of that. So I'm looking forward to trying that. I want to do Fortnite this week, maybe. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.